The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. Shen Feng originally planned to rest on the island for 2 days and prepare fresh water before leaving. However, Yu Hengyi had an accident, which disrupted Shen Feng's plan. In the end, he chose to take care of Yu Hengyi and wait until Yu Hengyi recovered. As a result, Shen Feng's daily work was fixed, heating hot water, hunting, and serving Yu Hengyi. Shen Feng also had no way to supplement Yu Hengyi's electrolytes. He could only cook leaf soup for Yu Hengyi to drink. Vitamins can always be supplemented. After hunting prey every day, Yu Hengyi was given priority to eat. Thanks to Yu Hengyi's strong physique, he recovered by relying on immunity after a week. Although he looked listless, his walking was much better during this period of time. The dead skin on Yu Hengyi's body also faded, and the original burns on his body also recovered a lot. Although there were scars, they were no longer obvious, and Shen Feng's care during this period has also been effective. Yu Hengyi always uses the word big brother when addressing Shen Feng, obviously convinced and ready to be Shen Feng's younger brother honestly. Shen Feng also feels gratified to have won a gold medal fighter. His dedication is not without any return. At least he has gained the loyalty of a younger brother. Although he does not know how long this loyalty will last, it is not important anymore. On the way back to China, Yu Hengyi, a 5th-level supernatural being, can be of great use. Shen Feng took the time to cut a lot of bamboo and prepare to make bamboo rafts. There are many vines on the island, which can be used as ropes to bind bamboo rafts. The speed of surfboards is still too slow, and it is inconvenient to move on surfboards. It is better to make bamboo rafts. It will be much more convenient to operate at sea. Brother, I caught a snipe. Tonight we are lucky. Yu Hengyi walked slowly from the beach, holding a flat ray in his hand. He knew this kind of fish. He had seen it on the Science and Education channel before. There are poisonous thorns on them, but they are edible everywhere else at this moment. Although Yu Hengyi's footsteps were slow, he was no longer wobbly. It could be seen that he was recovering well. Shen Feng was tying the bamboo, and said while tying it, "Then you take care of it. After 2 days, we will continue to set off." Yu Hengyi said proudly, "I saw this fish on the beach just now, and it ran away immediately. I used the power directly, and it was crushed into the sand in an instant. It weighs 30 catties. Enough for the two of us to eat a full 80% of Yu Hengyi's ability to survive was due to his good physique, and Yu Hengyi estimated that in 2 days, he would be able to fully recover for a fledgling young man like Yu Hengyi. If he doesn't suffer, he simply doesn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. In the process, Yu Hengyi finally understood that many things should not be eaten indiscriminately. It's summer on the island, and there are a lot of wild fruits, and seabirds often come to the island to eat fruits. If Shen Feng doesn't want to leave, he can spend a summer on the island. He can survive by catching birds and eating them. However, when thinking of home, Shen Feng had to act. I've been missing for a month. Senior sister and Chaoan will be very worried if they find out. Even if they can't go back temporarily, they have to find a way to contact them. Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng doesn't know what the outside situation is like now, and he is very worried about the situation in Yazhou. Now he must return quickly. It is best to find a place where there are people, and then contact the domestic headquarters. After Yu Hengyi roasted the ray, Shen Feng also came over, and each of them ate half of the fish. Although they were not full, this was the best time to eat these days. When I find food, I must fill my stomach. I haven't eaten for a month. What about you, brother? Yu Hengyi said while warming up the fire. Shen Feng shrugged and said, I just want to find the signal tower. If it's not possible, I can find a radio station. Then I can send a signal to my family to report that I'm safe. Brother, your situation is small. Now that you have found the radio station, contact the headquarters directly and ask the headquarters to send a plane to pick us up. Do you still want to sail back by yourself? Yu Hengyi said hastily. Shen Feng asked back, then do you know the frequency of the headquarters? Don't you? The frequency of the military is confidential and changes at any time. How can we contact the headquarters? At most, we can only use public channels to contact. The two sentences are almost the same. Also, if we want the plane to pick us up, We must first have an airport. Without an airport, there is no place for the plane to stop. Oh, it seems to be like this. We can only take a step and look at it. Find someone to ask about the situation. Let's go in 2 days. Yu Henggai said quickly. The two rested on the island for 2 days, and Yu Henggai finally recovered his body, but compared to his previous robust figure, he has now become much thinner. Shen Feng's change is not obvious, except for a little thinner. Besides, there are no other changes. Shen Feng tied the bamboo together with vines, and the two ends of the bamboo were tied with wood. After being pushed into the water, they floated on the water, while Yu Henggai sat on the bamboo raft with a cross on his shoulders. The reason why Yu Henggai carried the cross was not because he believed in religion, but because of Shen Feng's arrangement. He carried the cross first, then took off his coat and covered it as a sail. Immediately the raft began to move. Finally. I'm leaving. I will never come to this place again. Yu Henggai looked at the island that was gradually disappearing behind him, and when he thought of the sad things these days, he couldn't help but sigh. In the past few days, Yu Henggai was not killed by the sea beast. No matter how dangerous the situation was, he was almost taken away by a diarrhea. If Shen Feng took care of him, Yu Henggai felt that he couldn't resist. After sailing on the sea for half a day, Yu Henggai's arm holding the sail was sore. Fortunately, at this time, he saw a wisp of black smoke in the distance, and immediately cheered up, shouting, "Brother, sail to the northeast. Ship, where there is smoke, there is fire, and where there is fire, there are people." Shen Feng was also unambiguous, and immediately started to act, changing the direction of the wind, and heading directly in the direction of the black smoke. As a result, at night, the two found a small island, which was relatively large, but the black smoke came from the mountain. With the appearance of the black smoke, there was a strong smell of sulfur in the air. Now, both Shen Feng and Yu Henggai understood. It seems that where there is smoke, there may not necessarily be people. Shen Feng said such a sentence as if sighing. Oh, I didn't expect there to be a volcano here. What should I do next? Yu Henggai was also very helpless. He thought that seeing the smoke was considered human smoke, but he didn't expect that there would be a lot of smoke released from the volcano on the sea, and this is a mistake. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the upwind direction to the north to find a place to rest, and wait until the next day to continue our departure." On the volcanic island, only low shrubs exist, and billowing black smoke comes out of the crater. It seems that this is an active volcano, which is emitting gas. As long as the volcano does not erupt, then everything is fine. As long as you stay in the upwind direction, the smoke coming out of the volcano will be carried away by the strong wind. And the two went to the northern area, found some hay, and lit a fire to keep warm during the whole day of sailing. The clothes of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were wet by the waves. After all, they were riding on bamboo rafts. Although they would not sink, the sea water would splash on their bodies through the gaps in the bamboo at any time. They hadn't eaten all day. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were very hungry, but there was nothing to eat on the volcanic island, so they had no choice but to bear it in order to resist hunger. The two of them prepared to go to bed early. They dreamed of everything. When they fell asleep, most of them would dream of delicacies such as roasted whole lamb and braised pork. As a result, at night, Shen Feng suddenly heard a rustling sound in his ears, so he quickly opened his eyes, pushed Yu Henggai on the side, and whispered, "Xiao Yu, there are enemies." Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were sleeping on the grass, but when Shen Feng woke up, he didn't sit up, but quietly woke Yu Henggai up. Shen Feng's alertness is still very high, especially in unfamiliar places. The slightest noise could wake him up. Yu Henggai opened his eyes and asked, "The enemy? Where is it?" "Keep pretending to be asleep. The enemy will appear soon." Shen Feng continued. Yu Henggai nodded, squinted his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep, but he was always observing the situation around him. He believed that Shen Feng would not tease him for no reason, so there must be enemies hiding in the dark corners around him, and he continued to pretend to be asleep. Wait for the enemy to show up. Just as the two were lying on the ground and continued to pretend to be asleep, the sound of a trigger being pulled suddenly came from the grass not far away, and then there was a loud bang, and the enemy in the dark opened fire. The moment the bullet was ejected from the chamber, its speed had actually reached the subsonic level, and it was impossible for Shen Feng to dodge in a hurry. But just as the bullet was about to hit Shen Feng, click, the bullet seemed to hide an invisible wall. The sharp bullet was stuck in the air, and cracks appeared out of thin air around it. When the people in the dark saw this scene, they immediately panicked and continued to shoot. Bang bang, the bullets are single shot. and the interval between each shot is at least 1 second. Feng speculates that the guns used by the guy in the dark are only single-shot rifles. If it is semi-automatic or fully automatic, it will not be like this. 5 bullets got stuck in the air, with a bullet as the center. Dense cobweb cracks appeared in the surrounding air. Fortunately, Shen Feng was alert and found something was wrong, so he immediately cast the Wind King barrier to block the bullets. Xiao, go. Go and capture the enemy alive. Shen Feng was very angry. This guy hiding in the dark shot directly without saying a word. It was really cruel. If it wasn't for his ability to block the bullets, he would have been killed. Yu Hengai also moved quickly. First he rushed out to the side, and after flashing into the darkness, he quickly approached the direction where the gunshots came from. The enemies in the dark also noticed something was wrong. The people I met this time seemed not so easy to deal with, so they immediately wanted to retreat. However, Yu Hengai's voice came later. 5 times the gravity field. Boom. The gravitational field appeared, and the surrounding vegetation instantly became low. The vegetation could not withstand such a strong gravitational field, and the dust overflowed. Yu Hengai knew that the victory was sealed. 2 minutes later, Yu Hengai grabbed the 2 limp people and returned to the edge of the fire, threw the 2 enemies to the edge of the fire, clapped his hands and said, "Brother, it's done. They are ordinary people, not even evolutionists. Without a gun, you can't do anything." Shen Feng did not expect that the guy who attacked him turned out to be an ordinary person. Sometimes he would be frightened by the murderous aura on himself and dare not approach him, but now 2 ordinary people dared to plot against him. Let's see, what kind of guy has the audacity to sneak up on me, sir? Hey, foreigners. Shen Feng looked down, and the 2 guys by the fire turned out to be foreigners with blonde hair and white skin. We are in a foreign country, so what we see must be foreigners. Yu Hengai said as a matter of course. I mean, are all foreigners so courageous? Even dare to provoke us? Shen Feng said mockingly. Chapter 427 Diary of a Madman. The 2 attackers were caught by Yu Hengai on the spot. In order to prevent the enemy from resisting, Yu Hengai directly broke their limbs and threw them to the ground. I can still understand words such as shit and fuck, and I know that these 2 guys are abusing me, and my mood is even worse. Can you speak Chinese? If you can, then answer quickly. Why are you attacking us? Shen Feng asked. However, the 2 sneak attackers couldn't understand what Shen Feng said at all, and they continued to insult, with a crazy look on their faces, and their eyes were red. Shen Feng couldn't stand the meaningless abuse from these 2 people, and said to Yu Hengai, "Xiao Yu, take off your socks and gag the mouths of these 2 people." Yu Hengai was very obedient, and immediately took off his shoes and socks. As soon as the shoes were taken off, a strong sour smell filled the air. Afterwards, Yu Hengai directly stuffed the socks into the mouths of the 2 prisoners. Obedient has been spitting out. As soon as Yu Hengai stuffed the sock into the prisoner's mouth, the prisoner immediately spat it out, swearing at the same time. Yu Hengai was very depressed. Isn't it always possible to block the enemy's mouth with cloth strips on TV? Why can't I do it myself? Yu Hengai has such an idea, but it is true because he has no self-knowledge. The socks he hasn't washed much in the past month can stand up when thrown on the ground. Disgusting. Now stuffing a sock in someone else's mouth is even more unbearable. Therefore, every time Yu Hengai stuffed the smelly sock into the prisoner's mouth, the prisoner was about to spit it out, and he really couldn't stand the smell. Shen Feng watched Yu Hengai's repeated movements, and couldn't stand it any longer, and said, "Xiao Yu, remove their jaws so that they can't shut up. This will block their mouths." Yu Hengai was a little puzzled, and asked, "How to do this?" Pinch the chins of these 2 people and pull them down forcefully, dislocating them directly, so that they will naturally be unable to move their mouths. Shen Feng said flatly. Although Shen Feng's anatomy is not very good, but he still has an understanding of how to dislocate a mandible, and now he speaks out to give Yu Hengai some pointers. Yu Hengai tried it, and it really dislocated the 2 of them. Then he stuffed the sock into the other's mouth, but the other couldn't shut up. Although he could still use his tongue, it was impossible to push the sock out. After finishing this matter, Yu Hengai couldn't help but said, "I'll go to the beach to wash my hands, and take a look at how these people approached. If I can find a boat of these 2 people, that would be even better." Yu Hengai's palms were also full of stench, and he felt it was inappropriate, so he planned to go to the beach to wash his hands. Shen Feng watched the 2 captives still struggling, but their limbs had been broken. They couldn't move at all. They could only twist their bodies like maggots. He really couldn't bear to see this scene. He was a kind person. He couldn't see it such a poor picture afterwards. Shen Feng turned his head and turned around, turned his face to the night sky on one side. He couldn't see or worry, and couldn't see other people's pitiful pictures, so he wouldn't be able to bear it anymore while Shen Feng was watching the dark night scene silently. Yu Hengai exclaimed from the beach, "Brother, there is a situation. There is something here." Hearing Yu Hengai's call, Shen Feng stood up and ran towards the beach without saying a word, thinking, could it be that these two captives still have accomplices? When Shen Feng got to the beach, he found a small boat on the beach, which was tied to a bush. It was a gasoline boat, and Yu Hengai was standing beside the boat. "What's the situation?" "It's just a ship, so there's no need to make a fuss." Shen Feng said. Dissatisfied, Yu Hengai pointed to the cabin and said, "Look quickly, Brother Feng, there is still one person inside." Shen Feng took a closer look and found that it was indeed the case. There was another person in the cabin. This was a man whose mouth was sealed with tape and his arms and legs were tied up. "Nothing can be done. I don't seem to be from the same group. Tear off the tape and ask." Shen Feng reached out and tore off the tape from the other party's mouth, and then asked, "Can you speak Chinese?" "What do you do?" Under the moonlight, Shen Feng could only vaguely see that this was a foreigner. As for whether this guy could communicate normally, it was uncertain. "Woo, I can speak a little Chinese. My wife is Chinese, and I have studied for 2 years. Thank you for saving me. I am about to be killed by an ogre." The guy in the cabin had just been torn off the tape, immediately began to complain. Tears and snot all dripped out. Seeing that the other party can speak Chinese, Shen Feng immediately became happy. As long as he can communicate, he can ask for directions, but he doesn't know who this guy is at this time. Yu Hengai asked, "What kind of ogre are you talking about?" The man who was tied up replied, "It's the two people who shot you just now. They specialize in cannibalism. If you don't believe me, you can look at the packages on the boat and the leftover meat they ate." Shen Feng felt a little disgusted when he heard this. In this way, the two guys who attacked him originally wanted to kill him and eat his meat. Yu Hengai didn't believe in evil, and went to the boat to search, and sure enough, he found 2 thighs in a small box at the stern, and they were human. "Damn it, Mr. Lu soon didn't lie to us. There really are such madmen in the world." Yu Hengai was taken aback. "Man, this kind of thing that only exists in legends can actually exist in the world. What's your name?" Shen Feng continued to ask. The foreigner quickly said, "My foreign name is Ingenuo, but I also have a Chinese name. I am a Chinese celebrity, and my name is Li Mu. How about it?" "Damn, you are not allowed to call this name in the future. Can you call the names of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period? From now on, you will be called Li Gui, understand?" Shen Feng suddenly heard the other party's Chinese name. A little speechless. How could it be possible for the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period to be captured by others, and they were tied to the boat as spare food? "Isn't this humiliatingly Mu?" Shen Feng directly changed the other party's name. Engineer is a bit reluctant. Westerners think differently from Chinese people. Westerners like celebrities, so they choose their names according to their names. For example, Roosevelt, Elizabeth, etc., all imitate the names of celebrities. But now, his Chinese name was suddenly changed, which naturally aroused his dissatisfaction. "This is the name given to me by my Chinese teacher. He said the name is very nice. If you change my name, it would be disrespectful to me." And Zhenhuo said in a low voice. Shen Feng laughed and said, "You have asked a lot. If you don't agree to change your name, then I won't save you. You can stay on the boat honestly. When we leave tomorrow, I will leave you in the boat." Here, and Zhenhuo quickly gave in. Obviously foreigners also know the truth that a good man does not suffer immediate losses. I agree, change my name. I will be called Li Gui from now on." Yu Hengai looked at the broken limbs and arms on the boat, and couldn't bear it, so he threw the box into the sea, never thinking that human beings would be eaten by their own kind in the end. Shen Feng started to untie Ingenuo, and asked while untying him, "Li Gui, tell us the details of those 2 ogres later, and you can follow us during this period of time. We don't eat people, and besides, you have to stand up when there is a need for translation." Shen Feng and Yu Hengai brought Li Gui to the edge of the fire. When Li Gui saw the 2 gagged captives on the ground, he immediately thought of how he had been tortured these days, and then he rushed up and beat the 2 of them. Kicking, It's just that Li Jiyui hasn't eaten or drank water for a long time, his body is weak, and the damage he can cause is also very low. After Li Jiyui finished venting his anger, Yu Henggai handed him a bottle of water, and said, "Don't waste time, tell these two people quickly, my elder brother has to rest early, and we're leaving early tomorrow morning." Li Jiyui quickly took the bottle, drank water, and explained what happened in the past few days. It turned out that after the end of the day, the city was full of zombies, and the survivors could only scramble to run outside, and he was no exception. He was going to bring food and live in a remote place in the countryside, but the food ran out, the zombies were not dealt with, and mutant beasts appeared on the grassland again. Now, Li Jiyui could only hide on the island. There are almost no mutant beasts on the island. Once the problems of water and food are solved, we can live on. Li Jiyui doesn't want to kill zombies, nor does he want to kill mutant beasts. He knows that he is just an ordinary person, and his combat power cannot do these things, so he just wants to hide, maybe for a few years. Did the mutant beast suddenly disappear? It's a pity that Li Jiyui didn't expect that it would be useless even if you hide on the island, because the dangers in the apocalypse will appear all the time. He hid on the island for a month, and he didn't expect that one day there would be two people. When they got to the island, they caught him right away, tied him up and put him on the boat afterwards. Li Jiyui was surprised to find that these two people turned out to be cannibals. When the end comes, no one will continue to farm, because there is no safe place to farm. Even in the countryside, there are countless mutant beasts. Farming can't wait for the harvest, and if you want to survive, you can only live a life of hunting and gathering. Some people survive by collecting nuts or fruits, while others hunt animals. Even if they are mutant beasts, there are many weak individuals. If they catch these mutant beasts, they can still fill their stomachs. Some people hunted mutant beasts, and some people hunted humans specifically, because suddenly a hunter discovered that mutant beasts were too difficult to deal with. Powerful mutant beasts couldn't beat them, and one or two guns couldn't stop the attacks of mutant beasts at all. Small mutant beasts have the habit of living in groups, so they are not easy to deal with, but humans are easy to hunt. Human beings are sometimes not strong enough to guard against their own kind. When approaching them, as long as they don't show hostility, then others will be completely defenseless. As long as they walk around behind these defenseless humans and stab them suddenly, then you can harvest tens of kgs of meat, and you won't have to worry about eating it for a few days. Ever since Li Jiyui accidentally encountered these two ogres that specialize in hunting and killing humans, he thought he would die, but in the end he was rescued by accident. Otherwise, the security is increased. After Yu Henggai heard about this incident, he couldn't help asking, "You just let these people hunt and kill their own kind? Can't you unite, sir?" "It's not that we are not united. Who can tell the other party's true identity just by looking at the appearance? The ogre didn't write his name on his face, so of course we can't tell." Li Jiyui immediately felt aggrieved. Who likes ogres? Isn't it difficult to distinguish, so that the ogre has a place to live? After Shen Feng heard the whole story, he shook his head helplessly, and said, "The world is corrupt. If 2 years ago, such a thing as cannibalism would be bad news no matter where it is, but now, it's become so common that, at the end of the day, the world has changed." Yu Henggai pointed to the two guys on the ground who were still twisting their bodies, and asked, "Brother Feng, what should we do with these two guys?" Shen Feng shrugged and said, "When we set off tomorrow morning, throw it away. Throw one into the volcano, and throw the other into the sea to feed the fish." Chapter 428 Tasmania. When the next morning came, Yu Henggai grabbed a man and came to the crater. The man's limbs, hands and feet were all broken, and he couldn't move at all. As long as he moved a little, he would scream like a pig. It's painful. However, this guy couldn't scream, because his mouth was blocked and his mandible was removed, so he couldn't even close his mouth, let alone scream. Yu Henggai led people to the crater, held the other person's hair, and said with a sigh, "I've never seen magma before. I didn't expect it to be so spectacular. Using a volcano as a tomb is still too cheap for you." Yu Henggai walked to the crater, and when he looked down, he could still see the blood-red magma flowing and bubbling. It was at least 30 meters away from the magma, but a heat wave hit his face. The crater can also smell a strong pungent smell. As long as the volcano is active, it will inevitably release a large amount of gas. Woo! The guy caught by Yu Henggai finally felt the fear of death. Seeing the heat wave below him continuously hit, the fear in his heart continued to deepen, but now he wanted to beg for mercy. but he could only utter a groan woo sound. Go, Pikachu! Yu Hengyi threw the ogre out of his hands viciously, and then left the crater without looking back. Shen Feng is also executing the execution at this time. For the guy who eats human flesh, he can't forgive him. This is the most basic bottom line of being a human being. Eating people means that he has lost empathy. To eat people, this kind of behavior is to benefit oneself at the expense of others, and it will cause panic. Killing is also eliminating harm for the people. Shen Feng's execution method is much simpler. Grab people and throw them into the sea. That's it. Plop! The ogre fell into the water and made a dull sound. Shen Feng originally thought that if this person was thrown into the water, he would be drowned soon, but he didn't expect that this person was slightly overweight, had a lot of fat on his body, and the buoyancy was too strong, so he didn't sink, but floated on the sea. Damn, you're so lucky that you didn't drown. Shen Feng was a little depressed. The guy on the water was facing the sky. Although his limbs were broken, even if he didn't move at all, there was no sign of sinking at this time. Li Jiyui spoke, pointing to the bolted rifle on the boat and asked, "Honorable sir, can I take revenge?" This gun was naturally used by the two ogres last night. The two murdered and kidnapped all with a gun left over from World War II. Neither Shen Feng nor Yu Hengyi looked down on this gun. I'm used to rifles, and I don't like bolt-action rifles anymore. Moreover, such an old gun needs accuracy without accuracy, and requires lethality without lethality. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi are typical full-bodied men who don't know how to be hungry. Both of them are supernatural beings. Even without guns, they are capable of fighting. As long as you're careful on land, you will be fine. Use invincible to fight. It's not an exaggeration to describe it, but others can't do it. Li Jiyui still cherishes this gun very much. With a gun, he has a certain ability to protect himself. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, if you don't beat this guy to death, he will be eaten by birds or fish in the end. I have no objection. Shen Feng said flatly. Li Jiyui was overjoyed. He grabbed the rifle and started to reload it. This kind of rifle has only 5 rounds of ammunition. The reason why the ogre retreated decisively after discovering that the bullets failed to cause any damage. It took at least half a minute to load the bullets. Bang! Li Jiyui aimed at the enemy and fired a shot. The bullet passed through the opponent's chest, causing a penetrating wound. Moreover, the hot bullet tore the muscle, and this person was hopeless. It deserves it. The ogre should be caught and hanged, and finally nailed into the heart with a wooden stake. Li Jiyui still couldn't let go of his hatred, so he cursed directly for his enemies. Li Jiyui had no mercy at all. He knew that if he hadn't happened to meet a savior, he would probably have become the breakfast of these ogres by now. Yu Hengyi also came back soon. Seeing the blood-red surface of the sea, he also guessed what happened, and immediately boarded the boat and asked, "Brother Feng, where are we going?" Shen Feng found a map from the boat. This map was very simple and was not professionally drawn, but hand-painted by amateurs. The islands were drawn on it. This map was found on the ship. As long as you find the map, you can know where you are. The maker of the map is naturally an ogre. These two beasts specialize in hunting and killing humans. I chose to flee to the sea. The sea is so vast that no one can catch it. It's a pity that people are not as good as heaven. They thought it was an easy prey, but they were killed by the prey in the end. This is the fate of the hunter. Shen Feng first found his own location, which is a small island in the south of Australia. Shen Feng's guess is correct. Going north is the way out, and in 2 days, Shen Feng also drifted from the southwest Pacific Ocean basin to the south of Australia area. We are in the south, then go north to Tasmania, and after trying to cross the strait, we will arrive at Melbourne. In such a big city, we must be able to find a radio station. Shen Feng pointed at the map. The islands above are one by one, and their current location is on an island with a volcano icon painted on it. Yu Hengyi was more optimistic and said, "I see, we can find a radio station when we arrive in Tasmania." At this time, Li Jiyui looked at Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi as if he was looking at an alien, and said, "I forgot to ask, where are you from? Do you really understand the situation in Australia? We are Chinese, isn't that obvious? As for how we got here, by boat, we were attacked by a giant sea beast and drifted here. You have never heard of our names. It's really ignorant. Don't you know the title of Fengshen?" Shen Feng said as a matter of course. Shen Feng still has confidence in his reputation. After all, the supernatural beings in North America have recognized him on their own initiative. Now there should be someone in Australia who recognizes him. It was dark last night and the other party failed to recognize him. This is because of the light. At that time, I had already taken the initiative to explain the title, and the other party must know it. However, Li Jiui shook his head blankly and said, I haven't heard of it. The situation in Australia is terrible now. Not to mention Melbourne, even Canberra has not been recovered, and there are still millions of zombies in the city. The survivors are hiding in the mountains or in the forest, and most of the survivor bases established are maintained by gangs, and you may not be able to find radio stations and the like. Hearing this, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't imagine that the capital of a country could not be recovered. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Yu Hengyi first asked, where's your army? Where are your officials? There are always some alive, right? Why don't they do anything? When Li Jiui heard Yu Hengyi's question, he suddenly smiled wryly. The army was already scattered when the zombies appeared, and it could not be organized at all. Our Australia is not as powerful as China, and the army cannot be organized casually. They are rich people who took refuge in North America and Europe by boat or plane after the apocalypse, and the rest were unable to leave Australia. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He never expected that he would see the disparity of the world here. Countries are always different from each other. Foreigners have this kind of virtue. They don't have any national awareness and don't know patriotism at all. Besides, Australia is a place where criminals are exiled. Brother Feng, don't have too much hope. Yu Hengyi was disappointed when he saw Shen Feng. The appearance, hastily persuaded, okay, let's go on. The target is Tasmania. As long as there are people, we can understand the situation. If it doesn't work, get a boat. Let's set off along the coastline and go back to China. Shen Feng said with a gasoline boat. Shen Feng doesn't need to use supernatural powers when going forward on the sea. He only needs to start the engine, and the boat can move forward immediately, with fresh water on board. Finally, 2 days later, Shen Feng crossed 5 islands in a row, spanning more than 100 kilometers, according to the map's instructions, and finally saw a coast and forests appearing on the horizon in the distance. This is the coastline. With the coastline that can't be seen at a glance, Tasmania has arrived. Looking at the long-lost expanse of land, Yu Hengyi finally lifted his spirits, and said with a smile, it's time to have a big meal. There must be many people living on such a large coast. Someone means there is food. Shen Feng was not hopeful about this idea, but said ruthlessly, it's been almost 2 years since the end of the day. Even if there is food in reserve, it must have been consumed, and I still have a big meal. I guess everyone couldn't find a few. Li Jiui also agreed with Shen Feng's words, and quickly said, I just went to see to avoid zombies and mutant beasts. There are more than 500,000 zombies on the island, and I don't know how many mutant beasts in the mountains. There are only 10,000 survivors. There are people around. We should be more careful. Yu Hengyi felt that others looked down on him, so he had to show his force. He said directly to Li Jiui, you are watching the sky from a well. What are 500,000 zombies? Think about the defense of Yanjing, our city guards. It is not easy to kill millions of zombies in a day. That is to say, you are too weak. Otherwise, there are only 500,000 zombies, and you will be killed in a month at most, and you are still driven around. I feel ashamed for you if you say it. Li Jiui didn't dare to speak. He knew that the two people in front of him were supernatural beings, but he still didn't believe what Yu Hengyi said was true. If he was really that strong, how could he still be trapped in the small island in the sea? I've heard that Chinese people like to brag after drinking, but now it seems that even if they don't drink, these Chinese people like to brag. It's better not to expose them now. Li Jiui thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng drove the boat to a shoal, tied the boat to a tree, and took Yu Hengyi and Li Jiui ashore. Li Jiui, lead the way and set off to a place with resources. I'll continue with gasoline, food and water. Shen Feng snapped his fingers and said to Li Jiui. Li Jiui hesitated for a moment, and looked at the terrain nearby. This is the south coast of Tasmania. The island is surrounded by mountains and dense forests, and the plains are basically all around. Then he said, let's walk along the coastline. Walking along the road, there is always a chance to find a survivor's base. The terrain on the east side is more steep, with river valleys, forests, and waterfalls, but there are more bases here, and the west side may be full of zombies. Let's go east. No, let's go west. Since the terrain is steep, why ask for trouble? Shen Feng pointed to the west, and set off with his people. Li Jiyui said with a mournful face, zombies are terrible. I know the two heroes are very powerful, but I can't stand a large number of zombies. You shut up and just follow us. We will go wherever my elder brother says. With us protecting you, what are you afraid of? Yu Hangai said dissatisfiedly. Giwane, clutching the rifle tightly, followed behind the two of them. He really wanted to escape while the two were not paying attention, but thinking of the physique and speed of the supernatural person, he immediately gave up such an idea. It's okay if I meet a survivor base, but if I meet a zombie, I turn around and run away. In short, I can't follow these two braggarts to my death. Li Jiyui thought silently in his heart before knowing the specific situation. Shen Feng was still very careful, but when he learned that there were only 500,000 zombies on the island, he immediately relaxed. There are so few zombies scattered around, what is there to be afraid of? You know, most of the zombies in China have been wiped out. Except for some scattered zombies in the mountains, there are basically no traces of zombies in the plains. Moreover, Shen Feng is looking forward to it. If he finds the Corpse King, he can bring 2 supernatural potions back home. Chapter 429. The hero accepts my worship. Li Jiyui is very timid and always worried about possible dangers around him, but his brain is still very good, and he can clearly remember the surrounding situation. Shen Feng walked along the coastline and saw the country road after a short walk. Although it is a road, it is very shabby. This is a cement road, and it has not been maintained for a long time, and it is already full of weeds. If it were in China, the roads around the island must be asphalt roads, but in this place, there are only cement roads, which can't even accommodate trucks, and most of them are driven by tractors. This situation is also normal. After all, not every country likes to engage in infrastructure construction, especially in places like Tasmania. The roads around the island are barely used. If you spend more money to repair roads, you will suffer. Objected by taxpayers. I found the way, let's go along, it doesn't matter what you find. Shen Feng walked along the road, and there were tall trees on the side of the road. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, the sky was getting late, but Shen Feng also saw the outline of the town in the distance, and quickly shouted, "Look, there is a house, and I have a place to live for tonight." Yu Hangai was also very happy, and said, "I want to sleep well. These days I've been sleeping in shacks and on rocks. It would be the best if I could find a spring bed." Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, this is a town with zombies. Look carefully, there are too many zombies. Let's go around. After seeing the figure wandering outside the town, Li Jiyui panicked. Get up, these zombies are still wandering around. If they walk over, wouldn't they be sent to death? Shen Feng and Yu Hangai acted as if they hadn't heard Li Jiyui's persuasion. They were still approaching the town, talking while walking. Which one of us will do it later? Yu Hangai patted his chest and said, "Brother Feng, leave it to me, little zombie. You don't need to do anything, I can solve it by myself." The 3 of them approached the town slowly, but in the process of approaching, Li Jiyui's footsteps became slower and slower, and he gradually distanced himself from the 2 people in front of him. This was his little thought. Seeing that the situation is not good, he runs away, and the zombies may not be able to catch up with him. Yu Hangai noticed the small movements of the guy behind him, and couldn't help but whispered, "The guy behind him wants to run. Do you want to break his leg? Obviously we saved him, so he just acts as an interpreter dishonestly. It would be ungrateful to try to escape." Shen Feng shrugged, shook his head and said, "Leave him alone. If you break your leg, you carry him on your back. After we kill all the zombies, this guy will see the situation clearly and follow him naturally." Yu Hangai was right when he thought about it. As the ancestor said, to convince others with virtue, one should let others follow him willingly. If he breaks the other's leg, he would be overbearing. The zombies in the small town were still wandering, looking for anything that could be eaten, whether it was a fruit on the ground or a mouse that appeared suddenly. As long as it was edible, the zombies would immediately grab it and stuff it into their mouths. It was very large, that is, more than 2,000 people, and nearly 2 years later, the zombies also devoured each other in order to fill their stomachs, and the number dropped sharply to more than 1,000. After the zombies saw the appearance of humans, their eyes lit up immediately, and they rushed towards Yu Hangai and Shen Feng, like wild wolves that had been hungry for a long time. While running, the zombies roared. After hearing this, The zombies in the town rushed out. The fighting style of zombies has always been to win by numbers. As long as a zombie is alarmed, that is equivalent to provoking a group of zombies. Li Jiyui was hiding in the grass on the side of the road in the distance. The weeds grew 1 meter high, and it was difficult to be found as long as he squatted down. Aren't these two people running away? They will be surrounded by zombies soon. Li Jiyui looked at the two people in the distance, and said to himself, I shouldn't have followed these two people here. If you go west, you won't encounter these zombies. Shen Feng left a sentence, come on, I will go to the house to search for supplies and see if I can find food and other daily necessities. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng immediately used accompanying the wind to rush out, tap the ground with his toes, and jump to the roof. The roof here is also designed with a pointed roof. After all, there is a lot of rain, so the rainwater cannot accumulate on the roof. Shen Feng walked on the roof as if walking on the ground. As long as he found a window, he would go in and search, leaving Yu Henggai in place, facing the surrounded zombies. Yu Henggai observed for a while, and found that there were not even mutant zombies among the zombies. Zombies in this lineup could be easily dealt with. AWW. Dozens of zombies rushed over from all directions first. This is fresh flesh and blood, and if you eat it, you won't starve. Yu Henggai remained motionless, watching the zombies keep approaching him. Seeing this scene, Li Jiyui couldn't help but said, is this kid dumbfounded? He looks like he is in his 20s. He must have never seen such a scene. He must be killed by zombies, right? And his companion, it's really shameful that he ran away directly. In Li Jiyui's heart, Yu Henggai has already been regarded as a young man who has been frightened and foolish. Zombies are so terrifying, and he is far away from the small town. Fierce zombies. When the zombies approached Yu Henggai, they were about to touch him. At this moment, he finally made a move, triple gravity field. As soon as the words fell, the rushing zombies knelt on the ground in an instant. Under the strong gravity, the kneecaps of these zombies were directly shattered, and they felt pain even when they moved. The zombies fell to the ground one by one, bearing 3 times the gravity on their bodies, and they couldn't even walk. They felt as if a heavy fat man was pressing on their bodies, and it was impossible to move. The skeletons of the zombies were moaning, and then broke one by one. The huge gravity was beyond their ability to bear. Yu Henggai grabbed 2 zombies, stacked them on top of each other, and then sat on them, looking very leisurely. The zombies in the small town are still rushing up. These zombies are already very hungry. They will go up and bite whatever they can eat. When they are really hungry, they will even eat their own kind. But now that there are humans appearing outside the town, it is obviously delicious, and the food has become the driving force for these zombies to rush over. However, within 50 meters around Yu Henggai, there is a triple gravity field. No matter how many zombies rush up, they will be suppressed to the ground by their own gravity. Even a powerful sea beast cannot continue to be affected by gravity, and the zombie can't bear it even more. After rushing up, it immediately fell to the ground. However, the zombie's panting became thicker, and its lungs suffered. The gravity is constantly squeezed, which makes it difficult for the zombies to breathe. They may not necessarily die if they break a bone, but if they suffocate, they will definitely die. When Yu Henggai was free, he put his eyes on the ground, looked at the ants crawling on the ground, and muttered, 1, 2, 3, the actions of the ants have not been affected. The size of the insect is too small, and its strength is great. It can pick up things dozens of times its body weight. Now it is only 3 times the gravity acting on the body, and the actions of the ants have not been affected. Influences. As long as Yu Henggai continued to use his abilities, he could kill the zombies that kept rushing out of the town. When he was free, Yu Henggai liked to count ants. Li Jiyui, who was hiding in the grass, saw this scene, and his eyes almost went straight. Looking at the scene in the distance, he couldn't help but marvel. God, am I dreaming? He knelt down when he came up. Could it be that this young man knows magic? Li Jiyui looked at the scene at the entrance of the town, and he was dumbfounded. Why the zombies he encountered were so vicious, but in front of this young man, hundreds of zombies could not get close, as if within a certain area it will fall down automatically, and layers of zombies are piled up on the ground, gradually turning into a circle. Li Jiyui finally woke up. He was not dreaming. What he saw just now was real. Almost all the mighty zombies had fallen down. Hero, I just had diarrhea. You can't leave me behind. Li Jiyui jumped out of the grass in an instant, made an excuse, and ran towards Yu Hengai. Li Jiyui finally understood that the two Chinese people he had been with these 2 days were indeed powerful heroes. Just heard it on the radio. But now, after seeing the strength of the supernatural person with his own eyes, he immediately had the idea of hugging his thigh. Yu Hengai turned his head casually, looked at Li Jiyui who was running behind him, a trace of contempt flashed across his face, and said in his heart, "These foreigners are cheap. If they don't see the facts with their own eyes, they won't believe what others say." Now seeing how strong we are, we immediately followed. Li Jiyui, don't get close, stay where you are, otherwise, you will kneel down too. Yu Hengai said lightly. Li Jiyui has not yet entered the gravitational field, but he is very close. He is just an ordinary person. Once he enters the gravitational field, he will definitely be crushed to the ground by the huge gravity. Li Jiyui looked at the circle of zombies lying on the ground around him. Although he didn't know what happened, he also knew that once he entered this invisible circle, he might also fall down. This time, Li Jiyui turned his eyes and knelt on the ground on the spot. He knew some basic etiquette in China, and if he knelt down, it represented submission. Plop! Li Jiyui knelt on the ground under normal gravity, and said sincerely, "Heroes from China, please accept my kneeling. I am willing to follow you forever. God can testify, I will definitely be useful." "Oh, really?" Yu Hengai had no expression on his face. He didn't think an ordinary person could help him much, but he didn't refuse either. To be honest, Yu Hengai doesn't like soft-boned guys, and he doesn't like sloppy things. As a result, Li Jiyui is such a snobbish eye. Although Yu Hengai didn't show it, he also despised the other party in his heart. Just replace him. At this moment, Shen Feng appeared on the roof, holding 2 cans of luncheon meat and shouted, "Xiao, I found food, hurry up and get rid of the zombies, and get ready to eat." When Yu Hengai heard that he had found the food, he immediately became excited, and quickly increased the gravity. In an instant, the gravity increased to 5 times, and the zombies immediately had more difficulty breathing. Altogether there were more than 1,000 zombies in the town, half of which were easily wiped out by Yu Hengai, and the remaining zombies were still in other places in the town. Yu Hengai didn't plan to go further into the town either. As long as all the nearby zombies were killed, that would be enough. As for the zombies far away from the town, they wouldn't come near this side in a short time, so let's eat first. Let's go. I've eaten, I don't know what delicious food is waiting for me. Yu Hengai called Li Jiyui behind him, and walked towards the small building where Shen Feng was. The place where Shen Feng is located is a single-family small building. It is a 2-story building surrounded by gardens and swimming pools. It looks like a place where rich people can live. Although the location in Tasmania is a bit remote, living in the environment here is also considered quiet, and it is good to go to this small town for vacation in your spare time. The swimming pool was covered with moss, and the water in the pool turned green, and even leeches could be seen in it. The garden was full of weeds, and no one took care of them, and the small building was desolate. Yu Hengai walked into the small building, and immediately saw Shen Feng burning firewood in the yard. There was no electricity or gas, so if he wanted to cook, he could only use firewood. Fortunately, Shen Feng found the stove, and there was no firewood. Question, "Brother Feng, what did you find? Can I take a look?" Yu Hengai asked while rubbing his stomach. Shen Feng pointed to the things around him, and said, "Half a bag of flour weighs more than 30 kgs, and more than a dozen cans of luncheon meat, none of which have deteriorated. In addition, there is a barrel of peanut oil and half a barrel of soybean oil. They are all hidden in the room. There is no deterioration." Chapter 430. Earth Pig? Arch Cabbage? When Yu Hengai saw what Shen Feng had found, he couldn't help being a little disappointed, and said, "Why is there only this thing? I want to eat some delicious food." Shen Feng shrugged, continued to light the fire, and said, "Then go find food yourself. It is best to find Yanjing roast duck, hen and carp stewed noodles, Turkish barbecue. If you can find 2 bottles of snowflakes, that would be even better." "Brother Feng, you are not authentic when you speak like this. What I mean is that there are no dishes at all, so eat lump soup." Yu Hengai explained, "There's no such thing as pimple soup. We Southerners generally don't eat it. I'm going to make meatloaf. 30 caddies of white flour are enough for us." Shen Feng replied casually. Yu Hengai sighed, and then went to the nearby houses to look for it. What if someone had dehydrated vegetables or delicious bacon at home? Everything is possible. I'm so lucky. It's not like I can't find all good things. Right. Li Jiyui also hurriedly followed and said, I'll go with you, and I'll help you find things together. This town has not been retaken by humans, and the zombies can't even unlock it. In this way, the chances of finding supplies are also increased. For Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, the best thing they can find is food. A big eater has been hungry for a month, and now he just wants to have a full meal. Shen Feng doesn't care about Yu Hengai, a 5th-level supernatural being. He walks sideways on land, and there are few animals that can threaten people. Unless he encounters an army, otherwise, the supernatural being is an invincible existence. There is certainly no danger in the town. Shen Feng concentrates on cooking. First, dilute the noodles into batter in a basin, add salt, stir well, cut the luncheon meat into small pieces and put them together. Then put the frying pan found in the kitchen on the stove and add soybean oil. When the oil is hot, pour the batter on it and turn it over when it is cooked. The method is very simple. As long as you read it once, you will make it, of course. Shen Feng also knows this simple method, and he doesn't know how to make it too difficult for pan-fried noodles. The heat is very important. If the fire is too high, it is easy to burn the outside and the inside. The outside looks cooked, but the inside is still batter. If the fire is too low, the pancakes will be heated unevenly, and they will be fried after frying very ugly. Shen Feng had been frying a large pot of flour until he stopped. Then he found a recliner and sat down, waiting for Yu Hengai to come back. Yu Hengai's search is very simple. When he finds an unopened door, he kicks it open. After he walks in, he starts to search, whether it is the kitchen or the bedroom. Bring it on. It looks like tearing down a house instead of searching for useful supplies. 20 minutes later, Yu Hengai came back with a lot of things, a bag of flour in his left hand, and a pile of daily necessities in his right hand, including soap, cigarettes, lighters, and even 2 bottles of wine. Brother Feng, I found clean clothes. Hurry up and change after dinner. I found wine. Would you like some wine? Yu Hengai asked with a smile. No, you can drink it. I don't want to drink it. Shen Feng said with a shrug. Next, the 3 of them entered the small building, put a bowl of pancakes on the table, and began to eat and drink. Shen Feng drank water, while Yu Hengai and Li Jiyui drank wine. Yu Hengai also knew that Shen Feng's drinking capacity was not good, so he didn't continue to persuade, but drank a sip of fine wine and a bite of a big cake, living a rare and comfortable life. The taste of the noodle cakes is mediocre, but the aroma of carbon water after frying is very attractive, and there is also luncheon meat in the noodle cakes as an embellishment, which is quite unique. Yu Hengai doesn't care about the taste important while eating. Yu Hengai also talked about today's discovery. Brother Feng, we found the radio, but we didn't find the generator, so we didn't bring the radio back, and the left and right are useless. What do you think? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. If you find it, you can bring it back. I haven't found a generator now, but I will find one in the future. It's just a radio, so it's fine to bring it with you. Okay, I'll bring it tomorrow. Yu Hengai replied hastily. After eating, Shen Feng took off all the buttons on his jacket. These are all pure gold buttons, which can be used directly as currency, so they can't be thrown away casually. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai rested in the small building for a whole night. Especially Yu Hengai slept on the spring bed, and immediately felt refreshed. Sleeping on stones and the ground these days, his bones have hardened, and turning over will hurt himself. Now sleeping on the spring bed, not to mention how comfortable it is. Go on, reach the north coast of Tasmania as soon as possible, and then cross the strait to Melbourne to find a radio station. Shen Feng said to Yu Hengai and Li Jiyui. Yu Hengai nodded quickly, and then went out to find the radio, and took it away on his shoulder, but unfortunately he didn't find the battery, otherwise, he would be able to listen to the radio now. In this situation, the radio is the most widely used notification method. The 3 of them continued to set off along the highway. Shen Feng estimated that within 10 days, he could reach the North Shore. If he could find a car, the speed would be even faster. Yu Hengai carried a radio on his shoulder, Shen Feng carried a bag of flour, and Li Jiyui carried a huge backpack. As long as there were things that could be used, Li Jiyui carried them with him, thanks to Li Jiyui's body. The quality is better, otherwise, you will definitely be exhausted because of carrying supplies after a morning's journey. The 3 of them found the creek and sat down, watering the water, cooking the food, and prepared to continue their journey after lunch. However, when the 3 of them were preparing their lunch, there was a strange sound of woo-wah from the woods on one side. When they looked into the woods, they found that there were two dark-skinned men in short sleeves and shorts. The dark-skinned man rushed over, slapping his mouth while rushing back, making strange noises. The two black men still had guns on their bodies, and they started shouting as they rushed over, crackling. The two black men were yelling something earnestly. Shen Feng also couldn't understand these bird songs, except for Chinese. Other languages were all strange bird songs in Shen Feng's ears. Native pigs. They are native pigs. After seeing the two black men, Li Jiyui's face turned ugly and frightened. Earth pig. Shen Feng was confused, and asked, "Can you push cabbage? Isn't this a human?" Yu Hengai understood a little, and said, "Brother, you may have misheard. Li Jiyui may be talking about the Aborigines." That's what the locals mean. Oh, it turned out to be Aborigines. Are the Aborigines so advanced now? They can even use guns. Shen Feng suddenly realized that he was a local. He had long heard that there were many savage tribes in Australia and Southeast Asia, and many of the Aborigines were still alive. Can eat people, what is called a headhunter. It seems that I just met a tribe, Li Jiyui quickly explained. Ever since the natives saw guns, they immediately used guns to hunt and rob territory. They are no different from us except that they don't know how to make guns. Be careful, these people are very dangerous. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help laughing, and said, "You have robbed the territory of the Aborigines and killed many Aborigines, and you have the nerve to say that others are dangerous. You are really thick-skinned." Li Jiyui's face remained unchanged, and he said seriously, "I didn't do this. I lived in Australia since I was born. Besides, my ancestors came here as pioneers and brought advanced technology and civilization to the Aborigines. It's doing good and God will approve." Shen Feng shrugged and stopped talking. However, at this moment, two Aborigines surrounded them. One of them was threatening the three cooks with a gun in his native language, and the other walked around, grabbed the flour bag and was about to leave. Two natives want to rob, two bastards. Do you think we are easy to bully? Yu Hengai became angry when he saw this situation. The flour that was just collected last night, but the two natives wanted to rob them. Everyone thought we were easy to bully, right? Question mark. The two natives immediately fixed their guns on Yu Hengai. As long as Yu Hengai dared to resist, they would shoot. Without saying a word, Yu Hengai quickly stepped aside, swept the two natives to the ground with a sweeping kick, and snatched the guns. The native didn't expect the speed of the opponent to be so fast, and before they could react, the two fell to the ground, and the gun in their hands was snatched away. Wow! The Aborigines got up from the ground and immediately wanted to snatch back their guns. Yu Hengai was not used to them, and he punched and kicked them when he walked up. The powerful force and fast speed directly beat the two of them out of temper. The reason why the Aborigines dare to appear here to rob is all the confidence given by the guns in their hands. Now that the guns are taken away, these two people can't be Yu Hengai's opponents at all. Shen Feng shook his head and continued to cook, but he couldn't figure out how anyone would dare to rob him. It was too arrogant. Yu Hengai beat the two natives until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and he also broke their left hands. Although they didn't kill anyone, the punishment for breaking one hand is still quite severe. It's time to eat. Stop venting, or give them a happy meal, or don't torture them. Shen Feng said to Yu Hengai after frying the noodles. Yu Hengai also stopped, threw the two miserable natives to the ground, came to the side of the fire to eat together, and said in his mouth, he dared to rob with two guns. People nowadays are really rampant. Shen Feng conveniently threw two big cakes to the two Aborigines. Since Yu Hengai didn't kill anyone, it means that Yu Hengai didn't intend to kill anyone, but simply felt angry. Of course, if two Aborigines shot black guns without saying a word, Shen Feng would not easily let them go, but these two people just wanted to rob food, but they never fired, which shows that they don't want to kill people, just wanting to grab food. In this case, it is understandable. Eat it. It's our kindness to break your arms. Get out as soon as you finish eating the pie. Shen Feng didn't care whether the two people could understand or not. He said a few words casually, and then wanted to put they sent off. The two Aboriginals saw that they hadn't been beaten anymore, and someone threw a big cake, so they didn't dare to stay here any longer. They put the big cake on their bodies, and then limped away from the creek with their left hands in their arms. Li Jiyui gave Shen Feng an idea in a low voice. Hero, these natives live according to tribes. If you let them go back, they will bring more people to take revenge. Shen Feng shrugged and said while drinking water, I'm different from you white people. I don't like killing people. If the other party didn't shoot, I wouldn't do it. If they really don't have eyes and bring people to attack me, you don't worry, I will do it myself and kill all these natives." Hearing this, Li Jiyui didn't dare to refute, and then he lowered his head and ate a big cake silently. Shen Feng originally thought that he spared the lives of 2 aborigines here, and that the 2 aboriginals would never dare to come here again, but he was wrong. After the 3 of them ate the big cake, they were about to put out the fire and leave here when suddenly they were far away. There were figures one by one in the woods. Hundreds of people appeared in the woods. There were a lot of men and women in this group, all wearing simple clothes, holding spears, bows and arrows, and a lot of guns. Mr. Shen, look, I'm right, these natives are here for revenge, let's run away. Li Jiyui said quickly. Shen Feng couldn't hold back his face. He thought that these aborigines didn't dare to get close to him anymore, and it didn't matter if they showed kindness. As a result, the 2 aborigines who escaped actually came back with people from the tribe. Chapter 431 Fleet News. Shen Feng felt that he couldn't keep his face, so he immediately said, "You all wait here, after I have dealt with these natives, we will continue on our way." After speaking, Shen Feng rushed forward, summoning countless wind blades around his body, and he could slaughter with just a thought. However, just as Shen Feng rushed up, these hundreds of people knelt down and started prostrating, muttering something unknown. Shen Feng rushed in front of these people, suddenly at a loss. How did these people start to bow down? Didn't you come to seek revenge? What are you doing? Are you here for revenge? Shen Feng couldn't help asking, but Shen Feng couldn't understand the local language that these aboriginals were wearing. Fortunately, among the group of people, an old man walked out. He was wearing a worn-out suit and spoke English when he opened his mouth. "Li Jiyui, come here and translate. These people are not here to do it." Shen Feng turned his head and shouted at Li Jiyui behind him, while dissipating the already condensed wind blades. Li Jiyui was also stunned by what he saw in front of him. Did the natives have always been fierce? Did it mean that these natives are uncivilized and can eat people? Why are they all kneeling now? Is it stupid? All of your clansmen have had their arms broken, so stand up and fight. Mr. Shen, this old man is asking, who are you? Where are you from? Where are you going? Li Jiyui then began to translate. When Shen Feng heard these 3 philosophical questions, he was immediately stunned. It was really strange that such a classic question came from the mouth of an aborigine. "We are supernatural beings from China. We came from China, and we want to go to China." Shen Feng then replied. Li Jiyui quickly translated Shen Feng's meaning into English. After hearing this, the old man showed such a look. Afterwards, the old man said, "Your fleet has already returned a month ago, and at this time, you will not be able to catch up with the ship, or you can stay, and I will let you be our patriarch. I will let the last a beautiful maiden will serve you." After Li Jiyui translated the old man's meaning to Shen Feng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. What kind of condition is this? He even invited himself to be the head of the indigenous tribe, let alone the head of the tribe. Even the king would not do it. It's strange. How did the natives know about the fleet? Li Jiyui, help me and ask him, how did he know about the fleet? Yuhangai suddenly felt something was wrong. He didn't even know about this Honghu fleet. How would the natives hiding in the mountains know? Li Jiyui continued to translate. The old man explained, in our village, there is a radio, and you can listen to the radio every day. However, there are not many people in the village who know English. Only a few people know what is going on outside. It just so happens that I can speak English. Then, do you have a radio station? Shen Feng asked hastily. He didn't expect that there would be a radio station in the primitive tribe. Then, would there be a radio station? The old man immediately replied, no. Shen Feng continued to ask, why are these people all kneeling? What do they mean? The old man explained, there are legends in our ethnic group that when the world is about to perish, many powerful humans will appear in the world. They have fast speed and strong bodies. 10 or even 100 people are not theirs. Opponent, this is sent by the gods to save the world. This is a legendary hero. They probably regard you as a hero. When Shen Feng heard this explanation, he had to shake his head, and said helplessly, what kind of myth is this? Take me to your village to see. If there is anything we need, we can exchange it with food. I will not be your patriarch. The old man immediately agreed, and then led the three of them towards the village, introducing himself as he walked. His name was Swatanilo, and he was the son of the patriarch of the previous generation, so he had the opportunity to go to school. By chance, he learned English and some knowledge. After the old patriarch died, he became the new patriarch. The ethnic group is still very large, occupying a valley to live. There can be more than 2,000 people, and among the more than 2,000 people, the patriarch has the final say on everything. Having said that, the old man showed a proud look on his face, which made him very proud. Both Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were a little speechless. Aren't they just a village chief? As for being so arrogant, the patriarch continued, but later, many people were bewitched by evil spirits, and they bit people when they saw them. We normal people can only hide in the mountains. There is no place to grow food, and we can only live by hunting every day. Later we know, these people have turned into zombies. The whole world has become like this. The two people in our village are really hungry, otherwise, they would never rob you. Hearing this, Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. In China, everyone knew the situation of the zombies on the same day, but in the indigenous tribes, it took a long time to know a little bit of the situation. This is the information gap. When a group of people came to the village, they saw the real people. There was a small flat land on the mountain, and many small domed houses were built on the flat land. The bottom was made of earth bricks, and the top was made of a branch. The steeple can barely accommodate people, and there are still people living in many houses. The patriarch's house is the largest, which is also in line with his status. Moreover, there is a diesel generator and 2 radios in his house. At this time, the radio is still ringing, and the news that can be heard, basically it's all about the northern hemisphere. The fleet has already gone back. Counting the time, it is almost here now. If we can't send a telegram, we have to find a way to go back. Shen Feng believes that the old man is not lying, but the fleet has already left. It seems safe. I was left behind instead. Yu Henggai shrugged and said, if it's a big deal, we'll go back on a yacht or a sailboat. We didn't give up on the isolated island and survived by picking up trash. Now that we're on a big island with supplies, how can we still be stuck? Shen Feng is right when he thinks about it. The current situation is better than before. At the beginning, there was no water or food on the isolated island, and he persisted. Now that there is food and people live, of course it is impossible to be stuck. Then, find out if there is anything that can be used in this village. Let's look for it separately. If we can't find it, then let's go. Don't waste time. Shen Feng quickly ordered Yu Henggai and Li Jiyui hurriedly dispersed and wandered around the village, wanting to see if there were any supplies in the village. However, this village was originally rebuilt, and there was not even enough food, so where else could they find any good things? Yu Henggai had no choice but to give up. However, Li Jiyui's eyes are very thieves. He saw the only carriage in the village, and said to Shen Feng quietly, I saw the carriage, otherwise we should take the carriage away, and then we won't have to use it. I have worked so hard to carry these heavy things on my back. There were no horses in Australia at first, but later Europeans brought horses, so Australia has horses in a real sense. For Aboriginal tribes, horses are too precious, and ordinary people are not entitled to own them at all. Shen Feng didn't want to rob them directly. People from other tribes specially invited him to their home and provided a lot of information. If they robbed their horses, it would be too much. Do you think I'm from Ansa? How can I rob other people's property? Tell the patriarch, I bought their horses, and use a bag of grain from me, and this gold. Shen Feng said directly, said that while taking out a gold button from his pocket. Li Jiyui can see that Shen Feng is a good person in the true sense. If he had such powerful power, he would definitely take away what he wanted, so why would he need to go through such fuss? Afterwards, Li Jiyui told the patriarch what Shen Feng meant, and the patriarch shook his head quickly when he heard this. Not wanting to agree at all, the patriarch explained, the carriage is the most precious property in our village. It is often used when going out. Whether it is pulling gasoline or firewood, horses are inseparable. Moreover, a bag of grain is still too little. Gold unusable and of little value in the hoard. Shen Feng put away the gold depressed. He didn't expect such a precious thing to be useless in the eyes of the Aborigines. No wonder the Aborigines don't even value gold. Yu Henggai asked, just tell us, how can you sell us the carriage? The patriarch thought for a while and said, I heard from the radio that the supernatural beings are very powerful and can kill a lot of zombies. Please help me kill all the zombies in the village in the river valley. and I can give the horses to you. However, the number of zombies is too much. I don't think you can do it. It turns out that what the patriarch wants is not a bag or two of flour, but everything he once had. As long as he can get the original village again, after 2 generations of reproduction, the village will be prosperous, and he will continue to have the power to kill thousands of people. Knowing this condition, Shen Feng readily agreed, and said confidently, "Give me half a day. After half a day, you just wait to take over the village and tell me the location of the valley." The patriarch was very happy. It would be great if he could take back the original village. At that time, he could take the people in the village to cultivate again, and the food problem could be solved. What is a carriage? Therefore, the patriarch immediately informed the location of the original village, and Shen Feng rushed towards the valley. "Brother Feng, do you need my help?" Yu Henggai asked. "No, I can handle it by myself. You take care of the horses, and you only need a carriage to drive these days." Shen Feng replied casually. When Shen Feng arrived at the river valley, he quickly saw the villages in the distance, all of which were adobe houses, but they were much better than the temporary villages on the mountain, and they were surrounded by water sources, and there was still a lot of fertile land in the middle of the valley. It is no wonder that the patriarch wants the original village. With this village, the indigenous tribe can continue to farm and live. Shen Feng deliberately made noise outside the village, attracting countless zombies to rush out to attack. Shen Feng took the opportunity to start a killing spree. Wind blades condensed in the air, and after flying out, they took away lives. It took Shen Feng 3 hours to clean up all the zombies in the entire village. The air was filled with the smell of blood, but Shen Feng didn't have a trace of blood on his body then. When Shen Feng returned to the mountain, the patriarch still didn't quite believe it, feeling that he was being cheated, but when he arrived at the valley, he was shocked. On the mountain and in the field, there was a bird. Only a few zombies fell to the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. The village that was originally full of zombies was now dead silent. How is it? Do you know how powerful the supernatural being is? Can you give us the carriage? Shen Feng asked immediately. The patriarch nodded hurriedly. After seeing the power of supernatural beings with his own eyes, he finally had a clear understanding of supernatural beings. This is a particularly powerful type of person, and he must not be provoked, otherwise, his village will also was easily slaughtered. Shen Feng was sitting in the carriage and was about to leave, but the patriarch continued, "Don't go west, there is a very hateful gang over there, who specialize in arresting people to do coolies, and those who dare to resist will even be killed for kenning. You must be careful." "Government? It means a place with a serious organization? Then we must go." Hearing this, Shen Feng immediately cheered up. No matter how abominable this gang is, he has to go and see it for himself. What if I could find a station? Danger is always accompanied by opportunities. Although gangs are evil, you may be able to find a radio station in this kind of organized place, so you can't miss a little chance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. You go pretend to be a fat sheep. Li Jiyuai knew how powerful Shen Feng was, and now that he heard that Shen Feng was going to move towards the direction of the gang, he felt gloating in his heart. "I don't know what gang it is, but it's unlucky. There's a good show to watch." Li Jiyuai was very glad that he was able to meet a supernatural being. Not only did he not have to worry about his safety every day, but he could also have enough food, and his task was just to be a translator. Yu Henggai put a lot of hay on the flatbed carriage, and it will be much softer after sitting on it. The rest of the pots, pans, and other things were also placed on the carriage. The horse walked slowly along the road, but at night, the horse couldn't see the road clearly, so it had to stop, and then Yu Henggai fed the horse grass and water. Shen Feng cooked, and Li Jiyuai looked around after eating and drinking enough. The rest is to sleep, and there is no means of entertainment in the wild, and there is nothing else to do except sleep. As a result, just when the three of them were about to go to bed, the horse suddenly started to bray uncomfortably. Shen Feng became alert. Animals like horses often have keen senses. Could it be that horses have discovered some danger that humans have not? Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately called Yu Henggai. "Xiao Yu, let's look around." Li Jiyuai, "Stay on the carriage and don't run around." Yu Henggai didn't know why, so he could only patrol around, holding a torch in his hand, and looked around, but found nothing. Shen Feng didn't find any danger either. The surrounding was very quiet as usual. Occasionally the chirping of crickets could be heard, and no more sounds could be heard. Li Jiyui looked around carefully, but suddenly found green light spots in the distance, and was startled. There was something in the darkness. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu. There are wolves in the woods. Be careful, be careful. Li Jiyui was loudly reminding Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to be careful, but this reminder was for himself instead. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi's strength does not need Li Jiyui to worry about. Wolf? Are there wolves in Australia? Yu Hengyi had never heard of wolves in Australia. Shen Feng thought for a while and explained, there used to be a thylacine in Australia, but it became extinct later. However, there are no wild wolves in Australia, but there are wild dogs. I think the guy in the woods may be wild dogs. This piece of land in Australia is a very strange place. No matter what species it is, as long as it appears here, it will cause flooding. For example, rabbits, wild dogs, and wild cats, that is, African lions or Asian tigers have not been introduced. Otherwise, if it is not, as long as it is introduced, these two beasts will also flood. Shen Feng's guess was correct. After these green-eyed animals approached slowly, their true faces appeared. They were indeed wild dogs, and the wild dogs quickly surrounded the fire and the three of them. The neighing of the horses became more rapid. It seems that they are very afraid of the wild dogs in front of them. Brother Feng, what do you think is the difference between wild wolves and wild dogs? Yu Hengyi asked inadvertently. He counted the wild dogs around, that is, more than 100. Such a small number can still be dealt with. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, I don't think there's any difference. After all, the first dogs were also domesticated by wolves. Now the dogs have regained their wildness, and they are no different from wolves. However, wild dogs seem to cooperate. Move in groups, not so good at walking alone. No wonder there are hundreds of wild dogs. There are so many wild dogs, and I don't know how many people they have eaten. Yu Hengyi understood the difference, but he still didn't pay attention to a group of wild dogs, even if the wild dogs had mutated. The mutated wild dogs are very strong, and some of them are even about the size of a buffalo. If someone really encounters so many wild dogs in the wild, they must explain it here. Wow! Suddenly, the largest individual among the wild dogs raised its head to the sky and let out a shrill cry. The rest of the wild dogs also barked, as if they were echoing each other, and then the wild dogs attacked the three of them. Just as Yu Hengyi was about to make a move, Shen Feng pressed his shoulder and said, Don't do it, I'll do it. After finishing speaking, hundreds of invisible wind blades flew out from Shen Feng's body, and the sound of N came from the darkness. This was the sound of the wind blade cutting the flesh. Without a strong defense force, the body would be it was easily pierced by the wind blade. Wow! The wild dog didn't know what to say, and could only see the surrounding companions fall down one by one, as if a devil was harvesting in secret. The wild dog had never seen such a scene, and then fled in all directions. The Dog King had obviously discovered the problem, and he was obviously not someone who could be dealt with easily, so he summoned the wild dogs that could still move to escape. The IQ of wild dogs is actually slightly higher than that of wild wolves. After all, within thousands of years of domestication, wild dogs have also had the opportunity to evolve with humans, so their IQ has also improved slightly. When they find out that the situation is dangerous, immediately chose to give up. Xiaoyu, make up for all the wild dogs that didn't escape, and we can have an extra meal tonight, eating dog meat. Shen Feng said with a smile. Yu Hengyi muttered softly, if I make a move, none of these wild dogs will be able to escape. You have let at least half of them escape now. What are you talking about? If you use the power, I can resist 5 times the gravity. Can Li Jiyui withstand it? Can the horse withstand it? Shen Feng couldn't help but said, once the horse is crushed, do you pull the cart? Yu Hengyi stopped answering. He really forgot that there was a carriage beside him. If this crushed the horse, there would be no vehicles to use along the way. Next, Yu Hengyi killed the living wild dogs one by one, brought the dead dogs back to the side of the fire, and peeled their skins for barbecue. Li Jiyui relaxed. When he was surrounded by wild dogs, he was worried that he would become the target of wild dogs, but fortunately, the wild dogs were scared away immediately, and he was able to have an extra barbecue at night. Luck. After Yu Hengyi peeled the dog's skin, he was going to throw it away. He didn't need it, but Li Jiyui quickly dissuaded him. Many survivor bases collect fur, which can be exchanged for food, so don't throw it away. Hengai shrugged and threw the dog skin onto the car. Looking at the dog fur, Shen Feng thought of his own office, and said, "In my office, there is a dog fur rug, which I killed a husky to make. Mr. Shen is really a rich man. Such a fine fur is actually made into a carpet. We ordinary people use fur to make clothes to keep warm." Li Jiyui said, "Isn't most of Australia in the tropics? You still need to keep warm." Shen Feng felt that he had heard some great news. Li Jiyui quickly explained, "Most of Australia is indeed in the tropics, and the temperature in summer can even reach more than 40 degrees Celsius, but not all places are tropical, especially Tasmania. It will freeze to death." Shen Feng took out a map, looked at the geographical location by the light of the fire, and found that it was indeed the case. In the southern hemisphere, Tasmania has a relatively high latitude. If it corresponds to the Chinese region, it happens to be the northeast region. It will snow. Shen Feng used the wind blade to kill more than 40 wild dogs. These wild dogs are all meat-eating, and now they have no worries about food and drink. There are more than 40 wild dogs, and they are basically mutated. It weighs several hundred catties. If you are on your way, the food is enough to support you. Yu Hengai looked at the wild dogs piled up like a hill beside him, and couldn't help but said, "It's a pity that so much meat can't be taken away, and the horse can't pull it. That's why I asked you to come for an extra meal. You must not be full from the big pancakes. Now that you are eating barbecue, you can eat as much as you can. If you can't eat, just throw it away." Shen Feng said casually. Li Jiyui felt it was a pity, and said, "Whether it's dog meat or fur, you can exchange a lot of supplies. It would be a shame if you just throw it away like this. If you want, you can skin them yourself. I just take 5 wild dogs with me. I don't care how many you can take." Shen Feng said casually. With Shen Feng's approval, Li Jiyui immediately took action, took a knife and started skinning. He knew that as long as he could take it away, it belonged to him. After finding the survivor base, he could trade the fur directly and exchange it for a lot of food. The three of them ate another supper before falling asleep. The next day, the three of them continued to set off. After walking for 2 hours, Shen Feng on the carriage saw a watchtower in the distance, and there seemed to be figures shaking on the watchtower. "There is a watchtower. It seems that there is a base," Shen Feng said, looking at the watchtower in the distance. "Didn't the native patriarch say that? There are vicious gangs here, so let's go there like this?" Yu Hengai asked back. Shen Feng thought for a while, and then said, "Li Jiyui, you go by car alone, the two of us follow behind. You go and lure it. If you are a good person, we will follow you to the base. If you are a gang member, just in time for fishing law enforcement." Yu Hengai also nodded in agreement, and said seriously, "Yes, idleness is idleness. If we appear and be recognized, the other party will never dare to do anything, but now, as long as we follow Li Jiyui, we can fish." Hearing the bad idea of the two, Li Jiyui immediately quit, and quickly said, "These gangs probably have guns. If they rob or kidnap me, I will definitely be killed. You two heroes, you can't do that. Don't worry, we will protect you in secret. As long as they dare to rob, they will die." Shen Feng patted Li Jiyui on the shoulder. "Anyway, going on the road is boring. Shen Feng also wants to relax. If you don't meet a gang, then forget it, but if there are gangs who dare to rob you, then you can play the routine of praying mantis, catching cicada, and oriole behind." Li Jiyui couldn't resist Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's decision, so he could only nod helplessly in agreement. If he stayed by the side of two supernatural beings, Li Jiyui would not be particularly afraid even if he went to the guild's territory, because he had seen the powerful strength of the supernatural beings with his own eyes, but now, he needs to face the unknown by himself. He is absolutely unacceptable because the base is approaching. Bullets don't have eyes. If they are shot, they will definitely die. Mr. Shen, Mr. You must come and save me in time. Where's there a base that is not robbed now? Li Jiyui said anxiously. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai nodded, and then hid in the woods on the side of the road. It is summer, so the vegetation on both sides of the road is very lush. If it appears here in winter, the bare occupations can't cover it at all. What Li Jiyui said is very simple. There is an old saying in China that people rely on mountains to eat, mountains and rivers to drink water, which includes bandits and water bandits. They usually farm and eat. If they meet rich businessmen passing by mountains and rivers, they will put down the hoe, pick up the knife and gun, and cover your face as robbery. There are people like this in China, and people abroad are naturally not good at fault. Li Jiyui drove the carriage by himself. There was food and the meat of mutant beasts in the cart. This is a fat sheep in the eyes of others, therefore, Li Jiyui knew that he would definitely be in danger. Really, if you want to beat someone up, do it directly. Who can stop them two monsters? It's not straightforward to beat around the bush like this. Li Jiyui was talking to himself while driving the car, completely unable to understand Shen Feng's approach. Li Jiyui didn't understand that what China pays attention to is that the teacher is famous, and you can't use swords for no reason. As the old saying goes, if you don't teach, you will be punished. Both Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were well educated, so naturally they would not kill people lightly. Peace is the most important thing for a gentleman. However, let Li Jiyui pretend to be a fat sheep. As long as they are robbed, then the two of them have a legitimate reason to take revenge. From a moral point of view, this is called a late strike can occupy the moral high ground. Chapter 433 Cannery. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi hid in the woods by the side of the road and moved slowly, always paying attention to avoiding others' observation while advancing. Yu Hengyi asked, "Brother Feng, do you think there will really be canned human meat in this base?" Shen Feng asked back, "Have you ever read the water margin? Even if you haven't read the water margin, you should have read the 10 deadly sins, right? Hundreds of years ago, Erniang's son knew about selling human meat buns. Now this group of people, and with the advancement of the times, it is not impossible to make canned human meat." Yu Hengyi still felt that it was unlikely, and retorted, "It is still too exaggerated to kill people and make canned food. Even if there was a similar situation in the water margin, I still think it is an artistic process. Did we meet two eaters before? Humans and demons? Did they have to hide in the sea because of cannibalism? So how dare the space do such a thing blatantly?" Yu Hengyi's meaning is very simple. There is no such thing as cannibalism, but all cannibals are sneaky and can be discovered at any time. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for an organized place to produce canned human meat. This kind of violation of human ethics it is bound to be spurned by countless people. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Who knows? When we enter this base and see the situation with our own eyes, we will know whether it is true or not." That's right, a bunch of aborigines didn't even understand farming, so they might not be able to see it clearly. Maybe they saw kangaroo meat or monkey meat being made into cans, so they misread it and thought they saw the situation of cannibalism. Yu Hengyi started talking to himself when Li Jiyui was driving the car. He kept observing the surrounding situation, always on guard for possible dangers. He was ready. As soon as he saw someone, he would immediately call for the hero to spare his life. After continuing to drive for half an hour, a dozen people suddenly emerged from the grass on both sides, all holding rifles in their hands. Judging from the style of the rifles, they should be weapons left over from World War II. Instead of being destroyed, it was sold to other countries ever since. In advanced places, weapons have been updated, but in backward areas, they can only buy weapons that have been eliminated by other countries. This is the case in Tasmania. Stop the car and raise your hands, otherwise, we're going to shoot. A group of gunmen pointed their guns at Li Jiyui, and threatened the people on the carriage to come down. Li Jiyui had to get out of the car, and then explained, "I'm going to enter your base now, I won't hurt you, don't worry." A strong man came over, threw the gun to his side, punched Li Jiyui in the face, and then said fiercely, "You still want to hurt us? It's terrible, take him back. Lock it up." After hearing this, more than a dozen people around cheered and rushed up, first tied up Li Jiyui, and then someone checked the items on the car, but was surprised to find that there were noodles and meat in the car, and even found dozens of furs, and then rummaged down to find cigarettes and candles. "Oh, God bless, look what we found. This is really a fat sheep with so much property on it. If the boss knows what we have gained today, he will definitely reward us. Cheers, it has been a long time since I had such a rich harvest. This is simply a great gift from heaven." The leader was the strong man who beat Li Jiyui. He didn't take it lightly, but looked at the items in the car and asked, "Did you get this by hunting yourself? You only have one gun, how did you kill so many?" "Of wild dogs," Li Jiyui quickly said. "I still have two companions, they are right behind. Let me tell you, it's best to let me go, otherwise, when my companions show up, you will definitely be beaten." Boom. Hearing Li Jiui's threat, the strong man punched him hard, causing Li Jiui to fall to the ground in an instant. Cough. Cough. Bah. Li Jiui's half-face was swollen at that time. He spit a little blood on the ground, but found something more in his mouth. Spit on the ground. A molar fell to the ground. One of Li Jiui's teeth was knocked out with a punch, and the other teeth on the left side of his face were also loosened. Now, Li Jiui didn't dare to speak wild words anymore. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, why don't you come out? These people are definitely robbers. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Li Jiui fell to the ground in misery, and began to pray for the appearance of Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi in his heart. Li Jiui believed that as long as Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi appeared, the situation here would be rewritten in an instant and he could be saved. However, Li Jiui lay on the ground and waited for 2 minutes, but still did not wait for the two to appear. People didn't see this scene at all. Take it back. Doesn't it mean that there are two companions? One escorts, and the others follow me to guard here. The brawny man said arrogantly afterwards. The young man threw Li Jiui onto the carriage, and then drove the carriage towards the base. Li Jiui couldn't wait for the reinforcements to appear, and he couldn't help guessing in his heart, damn it, did these two bastards escape? How is this possible? They are betraying their companions. When Li Jiui found out that he couldn't wait for Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to appear, he already felt that he had been cheated, and Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi didn't want to stand up at all, but in fact, Shen Feng has already made a move. Shen Feng, who is hiding in the woods, saw the watchtower not far away. There are two guys on it holding a telescope to observe the surroundings, and there is a copper bell on the side. Once the enemy is found, immediately the bell will ring, considering that he would be discovered once he showed up. Shen Feng didn't act rashly, but waited until Li Jiui was taken away, then sneaked quietly, and came to the bottom of the watchtower without anyone noticing, walking all the way blind spots to avoid being seen. Wind of Fury. Shen Feng cast his power in an instant and killed the two people on the watchtower. The two people were still watching the road to the east with binoculars, wanting to see if there were any prey coming from here passed by, but suddenly felt severe pain all over his body, and when he realized it, his head was falling down. Shen Feng rushed to the top of the watchtower, looked at a group of robbers hiding in the grass not far away, and then gestured to Yu Hengyi in the woods. Yu Hengyi saw Shen Feng's gesture, and immediately started to act. A group of robbers were still hiding in the tall grass on the side of the road and observing the road in the distance, but they didn't realize that the watchtower behind them was empty. At this moment, Yu Hengyi came from the woods on the other side of the road. Voice, are you waiting for me? The robbers couldn't understand Chinese, so when they suddenly saw someone appearing beside them, they were immediately frightened, and then pointed their guns at Yu Hengyi. 5 times the gravity. Yu Hengyi didn't make a move, but once he made a move, it was a unique move, and the gravity increased instantly. A dozen people were pressed on their bodies by the strong gravity, and they couldn't move at once, and couldn't even pull the trigger. Wow! A group of robbers immediately wanted to call for help. They didn't know what kind of magic this young man who suddenly appeared beside him had, but he suppressed himself in an instant, feeling heavy on his body, as if 5 or 6. It's like a strong man sitting on himself. Shen Feng lay on the watchtower, and said lazily, hurry up, we have to save Li Jiui. If the translator is dead, it will not be easy to find next time. Yu Hengyi nodded, and then began to ruthlessly crush the person to death with gravity. It took a few minutes, but it was different to do it directly. Yu Hengyi stepped forward and stepped on the chest of the leading strong man. With a sound of cracking, the ribs and sternum of the strong man were broken in an instant, and the bone spurs pierced into the heart, causing the strong man to die instantly in the next 10 seconds or so. Yu Hengyi stepped on it continuously, as easily as stepping on potato chips, killing all the robbers. After the robbers were dealt with, Yu Hengyi and Shen Feng met and rushed towards the distant base. This is a base built by the sea, with cliffs on both sides, and a road passing through it. It used to be a tourist town. The beach has a beautiful view, but now, the outside of the town has been blocked by a low wall. On the wall are concrete spikes with many glass bottle fragments stuck on it. If you want to cross the low wall, you will be cut all over by these glass fragments. There are watchtowers on both sides of this base. Whether someone appears from the east or west, they will be seen by the watchtowers on both sides. As for the woods in the north, they will not be paid attention to. Shen Feng climbed over the wall from the site and entered the base. and felt a burst of shade right after he landed. Looking around, there was a dense hemp forest here. Z asked, "Do people in Australia know how to weave linen? Why do they grow so much hemp?" Shen Feng shook his head. As far as he knew, it probably wasn't like this. Then, Shen Feng tore off a hemp leaf, put it under his nose and took a deep breath, with a happy expression on his face. This expression looked ecstasy. Then he asked, "Got it?" Shen Feng has already probed to this point. How could Yu Hengyi not understand? He is a person with 12 years of education. His IQ has never been bad. Yu Hengyi looked at Shen Feng's actions in surprise, and stammered, "Is this poison, drug?" Shen Feng threw the leaf away, shrugged and replied, "Yes, that's the thing. I thought North America sucked this thing, but now it seems that Australia is the same." Shen Feng doesn't think that these people grow hemp to eat hemp seeds, and it is impossible to make clothes with fibers. In the end, there is only one possibility left, for fun. Next, the two continue to sneak into the town. There are many people walking around in this town, but some of them are working hard. There are people fishing on the beach in the distance, and there are generators chug-chug inside the town. There is also the sound of the machine clicking, and there is a 5-story luxury villa in the distance, and there is a faint singing. Let's go. Let's go to the factory first. Shen Feng called Yu Hengyi to set off. Yu Hengyi followed and slowly approached the factory, walking to the window and taking a look. Yu Hengyi could never forget what he saw. The factory is a place where meat is processed, and there are robots in it. However, in the distance, on the iron chain, there are naked 2-legged sheep hanging. There are villains holding butcher knives. They first peel the skin, then break the bones, then cut the meat, and then place the meat add seasoning into the machine, start the machine, and the tin cans will be produced continuously. The number of 2-legged sheep can be seen as dozens, but it is unknown how many of them died tragically. Shen Feng turned his head away after taking one look, but Yu Hengyi couldn't help but take a second look, and the shadow in his heart lingered after this look. Wow! A minute later, Yu Hengyi vomited it out directly. This was due to a psychological effect. After seeing the terrifying scene, his stomach was churning, and his entire outlook on life had collapsed. Shen Feng carefully patted Yu Hengyi's back, making Yu Hengyi spit it out more comfortably, and then said, "Don't watch it. If you continue to watch it, you won't be able to eat for 2 days, as long as you know that this place exists." Yu Hengyi was vomiting all the time. After vomiting out the contents of his stomach, there was obviously nothing in his stomach, but he was still retching. The sound of vomiting alarmed the personnel in the factory, and the group rushed out immediately, but saw 2 Asian faces, and immediately asked in English, "Who are you? What do you want?" A cold light flashed in Shen Feng's eyes. Since he has been discovered, there is no need to keep pretending. Go to hell. I was originally a madman in Yazhou, and today I saw against human relations. I drew my sword with enthusiasm, slaying demons and saving the common people. Shen Feng said coldly, and then, 3,000 wind blades in the air condensed, facing everyone in the factory, flying out. In Shen Feng's eyes, these people no longer have the qualifications to live. Chapter 434 Punish you on behalf of God. The wind blade flew into the factory, pierced through the human body, and killed everyone. When the wind blade hit the machine, countless sparks flew out immediately. Although there were only more than 30 workers in the factory, Shen Feng didn't care about this, and summoned 3,000 wind blades to attack in one breath, and a group of staff were immediately shot and received by the wind blades. The movements on the factory side immediately alarmed gang members from other places, and the gang immediately rushed towards the factory with guns and weapons. "Xiaoyu, how is it?" Shen Feng asked with concern. "It stands to reason that you have seen a lot of corpses. Why is your ability to bear it worse now?" Yu Hengyi wiped the stomach acid from the corner of his mouth, and said uncomfortably, "I don't feel anything when I see the dead body, but I can't stand that these people actually killed people to make canned food. Did they say that Westerners are religious? Jesus, did you teach them to eat people? More indigenous than the natives?" Yu Hengyi just met the Aborigines of Tasmania 2 days ago. Although these Aboriginals are backward, they don't know how to farm, and they barely make ends meet, but even so, the Aborigines don't eat people. Civilized white people dare to cannibalize people blatantly. From this point of view, Yu Hengyi is more pleasing to the eyes of the Aborigines than gang members. Don't look at these people's bright clothes, but what they do is outrageous. Hands up, we're going to shoot. A group of young people rushed to the factory and surrounded Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi. They had never seen these two strange faces, although they didn't know how they were. Comes in, but grabbing is always right. Yu Hengyi now has nothing in his stomach, and his body is much more comfortable. As long as he no longer sees the situation inside the factory, he won't feel anything. Brother Feng, leave it to me. I want to kill people. If I don't kill people, I won't get rid of my hatred. Yu Hengyi's eyes flickered coldly. After seeing the situation in the factory just now, his heart was full of hostility. You can only vent it, and the way to vent it is to kill someone. Anyway, for something that violates human relations, if you kill it, you will kill it. This is to eliminate harm for the people, not to harm this guy. After finishing speaking, Yu Hengyi rushed out, and the young men quickly opened fire. They wanted to capture them alive, but if the other party threatened them, they could only shoot and kill them. Bang! Bang! The fiery bullets were fired. Yu Hengyi predicted the movements of these gangsters. He went up with a sliding shovel, and while dodging the bullets, he also knocked down the gangster. Not all of these gangsters have guns in their hands. A large part of them hold swords, including chopping knives and watermelon knives, and some even hold folding chairs in their hands. Shen Feng thought for a while. Since Yu Hengyi wanted to vent, then he didn't have to get involved, and then cast accompanying like the wind to disappear in place instantly, and he himself turned into a breeze and walked towards the tall building in the distance. The boss of the guild lives in the most luxurious place, and he could still hear the singing faintly before. How can ordinary people have the opportunity to listen to the singing? Yu Hengyi did not use supernatural powers in the battle, but only used fists and feet, punching to the flesh, and relying on his own strong physique to attack. Only by doing it himself can he truly vent his emotions. When a large amount of adrenaline is released, people's emotions will be further enhanced. Catharsis at Yu Hengyi's level. He could take someone's life by reaching out, grabbing a little guy's head and twisting it gently. He could directly break the opponent's cervical spine, and once he grabbed the enemy's neck, he could cut off the opponent with just a little force. In the face of absolute power, skills are no longer important. Every part of the body can kill. The members of the guild came from far away, and the number was increasing, but no one could hurt Yu Hengyi. The more people came, the more ruthless Yu Hengyi became, dancing with fists and feet. Speed and strength, killed on the spot. And Shen Feng rushed to the vicinity of the villa. Half a minute later, climbed over the wall and entered the yard, and then quickly approached. There are many women in the villa, and many of them are still locked in the house. These women have been tortured miserably, and only the top few women look decent. It can be seen that women with higher status, the house you live in is taller. After Shen Feng finished his observation, he went directly to the main entrance, kicked the door open, and walked in. There were a lot of people in the villa. Many of them were still in disheveled clothes, and they were coming out of the rooms on the first and second floors. There were also people in charge of guards. When they saw the main entrance, they were suddenly kicked open, and then these people immediately took out their weapons. Someone just pulled out a pistol and fired for these people. Killing people is just a very easy thing. Just pull the trigger. As for the people who are killed, they should be sent to the factory. In short, how dare they break into the headquarters of the gang? Then you must die, no matter who it is. Shen Feng sneered, and cast the Wind King barrier. In an instant, barriers appeared all over his body, directly blocking the flying bullets, and the bullets immediately embedded in the barrier, making it impossible to approach Shen Feng at all. This scene was watched by everyone, and he immediately showed an expression like seeing a ghost. Why did the bullet stop suddenly? Also, how come there are Asian faces here? Whether it is Australian Aborigines or white people appearing here, it is very reasonable, but now, it is unthinkable for an Asian face to appear here. HMPH, shooting as soon as we meet is really in line with my expectations of you. Shen Feng sneered. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng also fired dozens of wind blades mercilessly. The wind blades easily penetrated the bodies of this group of people, and blood gushed out. These people wanted to shoot, but in the end they didn't. He died with his head tilted. Supernatural being. He is a supernatural being, and we are not his opponents. Those who were lucky enough not to die woke up and immediately understood what they saw. The other party must be a supernatural being. There may be other explanations, and only supernatural beings can do this. The person's scapula was pierced, and the arteries and veins were not injured. Although there was still blood flowing out of his body, the amount of blood loss was very small compared to other people. He recognized Shen Feng's body. After the real identity, he immediately ran upstairs, not daring to stay at all. Shen Feng was not in a hurry. He first killed all the gang members on the first floor, and and then walked to the second floor. Perhaps he was notified that there were more than 20 people with rifles guarding the second floor. Aiming at the stairs, Shen Feng just leaked his head, and the group shot instantly. Shen Feng deployed the Wind King barrier again, and the bullets flew over and were blocked by the barrier. These bullets could at most create cracks on the barrier, but they couldn't penetrate it afterwards. The wind blade continued to attack, and these little minions were easily killed afterwards. The young men were all terrified by the sight in front of them. They all wondered what they saw and why blood holes suddenly appeared on their bodies, as if invisible swords had pierced their bodies. And they couldn't continue to think anymore. As the blood flowed from their bodies, the vitality of this group of people also disappeared little by little. In the end, their vision became dizzy and they lost all consciousness. Shen Feng continued to go up to the third floor and the fourth floor. Anyone who dared to attack would be killed. Shen Feng also opened the doors of the surrounding rooms and let the women in these rooms go. When he came out, although he couldn't understand what these women were saying, Shen Feng could see the gratitude on their faces. Finally, when he reached the fifth floor, Shen Feng received something that could threaten his life, a howitzer. Shen Feng had just reached the fifth floor, and the people hiding on the first floor aimed at his head and fired. The large caliber shells hit the Wind King barrier and penetrated the barrier in an instant. Fortunately, Shen Feng's reaction was quick. Backing away in an instant, his enchantment could only block the bullet's attack, and it couldn't easily resist the large caliber grenade with huge kinetic energy. Holy fellow, you still hide such a good thing. You almost fell into your trap. Shen Feng was taken aback, and then stopped being a living target, accompanying. Like the wind, Shen Feng cast supernatural powers on his body in an instant. His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed up in the blink of an eye. At this time, at the end of the passage on the fifth floor, 5 or 6 people were holding submachine guns and the howitzer is waiting. Eye of the hurricane. While dodging, Shen Feng summoned a whirlwind. Today is different. Shen Feng used to use the eye of the hurricane to sweep around 3 or 4 meters, but now, after Shen Feng casts the ability, the maximum coverage can reach more than 30 meters. It is simply a small tornado, and its destructive power is astonishing. A whirlwind appeared in the hall, and all the sundries flew all over the place. The 6 people at the end of the corridor couldn't open their eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, countless sands would blow into their eyes. Pata, the window glass in the living room suddenly shattered, and the glass couldn't withstand the strong air pressure, and burst open instantly. The few people at the end of the corridor sensed the danger. Ever since they knew that this was an attack by a supernatural being, they fell into deep fear. There are only a few hundred supernatural beings in the world, very few. Nia doesn't have any supernatural beings, but now, why are there supernatural beings here? Can you really beat yourself? Several people who were in a desperate situation shot. Bullets and cannonballs were shot out. Shen Feng hid in the corner, opened the Wind King barrier, but kept the eye of the hurricane. Under the gust of wind, the bullets swept across fly. The exquisite decoration on the 5th floor was smashed immediately. Whether it was expensive sofas, luxurious carpets, or branded furniture, they were all smashed under the bullets. Shen Feng seized the rare gap, hid in the dark and fired 50 wind blades. The few people hiding in the high place are already the last remaining gangsters of the gang. The beauties they captured were specially for them to play and vent, but now, they were pierced by wind blades. Why? Why did you appear here? The boss of the gang saw Shen Feng's true face before he died, and couldn't help asking, but he spoke English. Shen Feng couldn't understand what the other party was saying, but this didn't prevent him from questioning righteously. You think that if you hide at the southernmost tip of Australia, on a deserted island, no one can see what you do? Is it here? Let me tell you, I am destroying you on behalf of your god. At this time, the boss of the gang also lost too much blood and died. The submachine gun in his hand fell to the ground, and the bullets of the submachine gun had already been fired. Shen Feng opened the door of the villa and rescued the locked-up women. Some of the women thought that Shen Feng was the new ruler. After all, gang fights are still very common in foreign countries. Boss, there is a choppy woman grabbing Shen Feng's palm and stuffing it to her chest. As the saying goes, a hero is saddened by a beauty. No matter how brave a man is, he will eventually fall into the broad and soft bosom of a woman. Whether it is ancient or modern, whether it is the East or the West, such things have always been common. Faced with a woman's actions, Shen Feng quickly withdrew his palm. Although the touch was indeed soft and warm, he didn't want to have anything to do with these women. Where is your prison? Here? Prison. Do you understand? Shen Feng asked, and the lack of a translator resulted in the current situation. He talked to Duck, although he could hear what the other party was saying, but he couldn't understand it. These women in the villa couldn't understand what Shen Feng was saying, and looked at Shen Feng blankly. This is the disadvantage of not being able to communicate. Facts have proved that knowing a foreign language is very important. Chapter 435 The Arrival of the Little Ice Age. Shen Feng wanted to know the information about this town, but he couldn't get any information from a group of women. While hesitating, a group of women caught a gorgeously dressed lady with a long skirt on her body, wearing a lot of jewelry on his body, and he could smell the perfume on his body before he got close. The group of women pointed to the noble lady, and then pointed to the gang boss who had lost too much blood and died on the ground. It was obvious that the two were in the same group. Shen Feng waved his hand, signaling these women to deal with it themselves. While he searched in the small town, he had to find the prison, otherwise, without an interpreter, he would not be able to understand the situation, and the slaves in the small town were also stunned by the sudden change. They didn't expect that the miserable life that they thought would never change was suddenly saved. Two powerful Asians appeared here. Kill gang members when they see them. Even if these vicious guys have guns in their hands, these two people can still kill them in just 1 hour. The gang members who were pressing on the slaves were basically killed. When these slaves saw someone saving them, they all joined in and took the initiative to catch the scattered gang members and send them to Yu Hengai. In front of him, Yu Hengai didn't talk nonsense anymore. As long as the slaves sent them over, he would grab them and break their necks. Shen Feng also found the prison surrounded by a group of people. This is a remote building. It may have existed as a high-end hotel before, but after the apocalypse, it has become a place for gangs to detain people. Anyone who dares to oppose them are all locked up here. Shen Feng kicked open the door of the cell and began to look for Li Jiyui. The group of people in the prison could no longer recognize their human form, and they were basically men. In addition to torturing women, men are also tortured, but in prison it is purely physical torture. Mr. Shen, I'm here. Woo woo, why are you here? Li Jiyui got out from the crowd, and when he saw Shen Feng, he was as moved as if he saw a relative. When he was locked in the prison, the whole person has lost all hope, because I heard that people in the prison are often sent to the factory. After inquiring, I found out that the factory is specialized in making canned meat. At this moment, Li Jiyui thought that he would turn into hundreds of canned food for storage. Woke up. Li Jiyui, I said I would protect you. Why don't you believe me? Am I here now? Shen Feng said flatly at this time. In order to show his close relationship with the noble superhuman, Li Jiyui hurriedly stood beside Shen Feng, and shouted loudly to the prisoners and slaves around him, now, all eyes are on me. The one standing beside us is a supernatural person from the mighty northern hemisphere of China, the noble city lord of Yazhou, the ruler of the wealthy side, the dragon of the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, the leader of a powerful army, the savior everyone is looking forward to seeing, Shen Feng. A series of titles were placed on Shen Feng's head. For foreigners, the more titles, the stronger the person. Shen Feng also didn't understand what Li Jiyui meant by the long string. He was probably introducing himself, and then pressed his hands in the air twice to show his low profile. However, the enthusiasm of the slaves could not be restrained. They were all decent citizens, but because they hid from zombies and mutant beasts, they were finally caught by the vicious gang and forced them to work forcibly, fishing and planting every day. If he is disobedient, he will be served with a whip. If the slave is beaten to death, he will be sent to the factory. Among them, the women who were caught were even worse. They were all locked up and allowed to be married by members of the gang. Part of the leader's chassis. As for the 5th floor, that's where the gang boss can stay. Now that everyone was freed, the slaves cheered loudly for their benefactor. This made Shen Feng feel embarrassed. He was obviously fishing for fun and looking for a radio station to enforce the law. Later, he started killing because he couldn't understand the gang's behavior. Unexpectedly, he just saved a bunch of poor people. This is the unintentional insertion of willows and willows. Li Jiyui came to Shen Feng's side and explained, Mr. Shen, you don't know, this gang is really hateful. They are just robbers, and more than 100 people in their gang have been doing bad things since they mastered guns. As long as you're caught by them, it will be miserable, and fortunately you came to save people. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, it's not important anymore. At this time, you can find supplies for me first. In addition, Explain our identities and let people here choose their own way of life. I won't care about that. Help people live and die. Shen Feng also gradually realized that something was wrong. A group of rescued people looked at him with fanaticism in their eyes. Shen Feng could understand why these people were excited. In order to become an object of worship, it seems that he wants to make himself the leader, so Shen Feng immediately asked Li Jiyui to explain the situation. What joke, are you kidding? Shen Feng, is going back to China, so he doesn't have time to stay on an island to protect these foreigners, so what if they admire him a lot? Say no. In fact, Li Jiyui wanted to stay here by himself. It would be even better if he became the leader. He could command so many people without any worries. It was a heavenly life. However, Li Jiyui also knew that he did not have this ability, so he immediately translated Shen Feng's words. Our great Mr. Shen Feng will leave after staying in this small town for 2 days. Please don't bother him. In addition, your future path needs to be chosen by yourself. A group of people lamented, as if they couldn't believe what Li Jiyui said. Foreigners all worship superheroes, and firmly believe that when disasters occur, superheroes will appear and save them. Now, they think that superheroes appear, although they are from China, but this does not prevent them from continuing. The reason is very simple. Superheroes will protect themselves. Shen Feng ignored what these people thought, and walked out of the prison with Li Jiyui, ready to find something that could be used. It stands to reason that there are factories processing canned food here, so there must be enough gasoline. If you have gasoline, you can drive cars and sail boats. Look around, where's the gasoline? I don't think there's too much of it. I want as much as I have. Also, go and ask if there is a radio station. Shen Feng said bluntly, as if treating Li Jiyui as a subordinate. People come toward her. Li Jiyui quickly followed suit and asked others about the supplies in this town at this time. Yu Hengai ignored other people's obstruction, and approached Huamelin with a torch in his hand, as if he was going to burn this place, but the survivors hurriedly stopped him. But the two sides did not understand each other, so there was a stalemate for a while. Living Shen Feng came over and asked, Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Yu Hengai, as a vigorous young man, pointed to the hemp forest, and said righteously, Brother Feng, don't stop me, let me burn these harmful things. Don't forget, in modern times we are burned by these things. What a disaster. Today I will follow the example of Lin Zexu in selling cigarettes in Human. After finishing speaking, Yu Hengai was going to burn all the hemp forests, and use actions to prove his determination. Naturally, a good man in China must attack the harmful things that make people mentally addicted and physically weak, so as not to be called East Asia by other sick man. Shen Feng quickly grabbed Yu Hengai's arm and asked, Xiao Yu, have you been to high school? Nonsense, I'm an authentic high school student. If the apocalypse didn't come suddenly, I would be a college student now. That is to say, I was unlucky and encountered the apocalypse in my 3rd year of high school. Yu Hengai said bluntly. Yu Hengai is not timid about his academic qualifications. He knows how strong he is, and if he takes the college entrance examination normally, it is not difficult to get into university. After all, most of the people who can go to high school are able to go to college. University specifically refers to undergraduates. If it is a junior college, Yu Hengai can pass one of the exams. Did you really go to high school? Then tell me, what did Lin Zexu do when he was in the gunpowder? Did he burn it? Shen Feng continued to ask, isn't it? Yu Hengai asked back. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly at this time. High school students don't know everything, so he explained, if you burn this forest, all the hundreds of people here will be all high. Burn it with fire? It would be easier if you cut it up and threw it into the sea. Yu Hengai lowered his head and thought about it carefully, and found that this is indeed the truth. It was indeed a joy to burn it, but what about the smoke afterwards? At that time, the smog will cover the town, and it is unknown how many people will be poisoned by the smog. I understand, I'll cut down the trees right away. After Yu Hengai realized what he did wrong, he immediately changed his strategy. Just like what Shen Feng said, he cut down these trees and threw them into the sea, and now they will be completely wiped out. Get rid of these harmful things. Yu Hengai was also confused for a while, and even forgot how to use hemp, and almost did something that didn't meet his qualifications. When everyone saw Yu Hengai put down the torch, they felt relieved. They were not stupid, they all knew what would happen if Yu Hengai really lit the fire, so they tried their best to prevent it. After Yu Hengai started cutting down trees, Some of these people felt it was a pity, but more people didn't dare to stop it. Obviously they also knew the harm of hemp at this time. Li Jiyui came over with an old man. This old man still had a beard on his face, but the beard was all white. He didn't look particularly strong, but he wasn't thin either. Mr. Shen, when I was looking for gasoline, this old man kept pestering me, saying that the Ice Age is coming, and we need to prepare early. I have no choice but to bring him here. What should I do? Li Gewu said helplessly. The Ice Age? Isn't that what happened tens of millions of years ago? Now that global warming is about the same, what are you talking about the Ice Age? Shen Feng also felt strange when he heard Li Jiyui say this. Could this old man be crazy? Right, the old man also knew Shen Feng of Shen Feng. He was a powerful supernatural being from China. If he asked him for help, he would definitely be able to get help. Therefore, the old man asked Li Jiyui, you tell this distinguished Chinese guest my identity. I am a meteorologist. I will not lie. I can prove what I said. Li Jiyui explained to Shen Feng. He said he was a meteorologist. Shen Feng asked, what does the Ice Age mean? Li Jiyui acted as a translator again, but he was obviously not a professional translator, and many of the proper nouns could not be translated at all. The seasons of the year on the Earth are regular, and the temperature and light in each season are different, and from a longer period of time, the global temperature change is also regular. Every few hundred years, the whole world will suddenly become colder. This is the Ice Age. Li Jiyui stumbled into translation. Shen Feng frowned after hearing this translation, and said, Li Jiyui, did you translate it wrong? What Ice Age? Little Ice Age. Shen Feng understood the meaning of Ice Age entirely by relying on the meaning of the whole sentence. It turned out that Li Jiyui's level was not good enough. After all, it was a temporary translation, and many proper nouns could not be interpreted in Chinese at all. Li Jiyui nodded awkwardly. It should be. Shen Feng continued to ask, how do you know that the Little Ice Age is coming? The old man explained, because the volcano has been emitting a large amount of acid gas in the past 2 years. Due to the situation of zombies and mutant beasts, almost no one pays attention to the situation of the volcano. However, the gas emitted by the volcano can prove that the Little Ice Age has arrived. The global temperature will suddenly drop, and snowstorms and droughts will occur frequently. When Shen Feng heard this explanation, he couldn't help thinking of it. In other words, due to the arrival of the Little Ice Age, there were only floods in summer last year, which caused both Jinxiang and Jianghui to be flooded. The annual temperature is also getting colder every year, which is really possible. Chapter 436 I learned 70%. There are many Little Ice Ages recorded in history. The demise of many dynasties is related to the Little Ice Age. The most notable example is the Ming Dynasty. The 50-year Little Ice Age dragged a powerful dynasty to its demise. There are other factors, but the emergence of the Little Ice Age is definitely a major factor that led to the demise of the Ming Dynasty. And how did the Little Ice Age appear in this era? The meteorologist explained that it turned out that at the end of the Ming Dynasty, a volcano in Southeast Asia suddenly erupted. The local indigenous people recorded this scene, and rumbling thunder could be heard on islands hundreds of miles away. In fact, it was a volcanic eruption. A large amount of volcanic ash and a large amount of gas were discharged into the atmosphere, and the global temperature also dropped instantly, which caused the Great Famine in Scotland and Europe, and also caused perennial crop failure in the northern regions in the Ming Dynasty. So, the Little Ice Age is really an unfortunate disaster? Damn, why did it catch up with the Little Ice Age at this time? Shen Feng was a little depressed. The end is coming, the zombies and mutant beasts have not been resolved, and the Little Ice Age has begun. Here comes disaster after disaster. When he was in Yazhou, Shen Feng had heard that the Little Ice Age might be coming, but there was no substantive evidence to prove this, so Shen Feng didn't pay much attention to it. But now, meteorologists use volcanic eruptions to explain that Shen Feng also saw a lot of gas erupting from the volcano with his own eyes, which made Shen Feng have to believe this. Shen Feng then asked, then how long will this Little Ice Age last? It can't last 50 years like it did hundreds of years ago, right? The old man speculated. This is to calculate the total amount of gas emitted by the volcano. I don't have any data to calculate it now, so I don't know, but under normal circumstances, it will take about 20 years. For you supernatural beings, in other words, this time will pass quickly. 20 years, that's a long time. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly after hearing about the time of the Little Ice Age. Shen Feng himself will not be affected by environmental changes, but there are still millions of people in the Yuzhou area. These people are all counting on food for their livelihood. Once the climate changes, there is no doubt that famine will appear. By the way, what's your name? How do you call it? Shen Feng asked quickly. He was very polite to scientists. After all, a great man once said that science and technology are the primary productive forces. It has a powerful force, the old man replied. My name is Slok, you can just call me Slow. I want to ask you to take me out of here and go to a safe place, is that okay? Shen Feng asked back, do you think I will definitely take you out of here? I am not a kind person, Slaughter quickly said. I have seen you supernatural beings from China with my own eyes, and I have also seen you saving the slaves who have fallen into hell. I believe you are a good person, and, with my knowledge, I can definitely help you. You guys, I know a little bit about the geography of the world in addition to the weather. The old man also obviously saw that Shen Feng was going to leave here, and tried every means to find Shen Feng to talk about the Little Ice Age. In fact, it was to win Shen Feng's favor. It would be even better if he could be taken away from here. I like to hear what you say, so let's take you with me. Maybe there will be places where you can be used, and you are not missing. Shen Feng is not familiar with the geography of Australia, although there are maps in hand. These maps are only approximate, and the situation that the locals can grasp is clear, or the geography level of meteorologists is very strong. After all, climate and terrain are inseparable. If you are not good at geography, then don't even think about learning climatology. Yu Henggai has also quickly chopped off the hemp planted in this small town, and then threw them all into the water. As long as the tide ebbs, the seawater will take away all these harmful things, and other people will also. They all rushed into the factory and threw all the cans made in the factory into the sea. The way of survival in the small town is very simple, relying on water to drink, and usually relying on fishing for a living. It just so happens that this small town is also in a traffic artery, and the road around the island passes here. As long as you set up road cards, you can start robbery. Eat fish when it is available, and if you can't eat fish, you can only eat canned food. The survivors deeply resented the factory in this small town, and smash all the machines. This was not relieved, and then they started to dismantle the factory abruptly. Thousands of people have been killed in this factory. It can be said that it is full of crimes. For this kind of place, even if it is set on fire, it will not relieve the anger. Shen Feng had all the corpses in the villa thrown out, and then he lived here. He was going to see if he could find any good things in this small town. Li Jiyui did not disappoint Shen Feng, and quickly counted them. The supplies were returned later. Mr. Shen, I found the yacht. There is still a lot of gasoline. I heard that several gas stations here have been robbed by this gang. No wonder there is so much gasoline here. Now we can sail. Li Jiyui said excitedly. This is good news. Although Shen Feng got a gasoline boat before, the gasoline was too low to drive a long distance, so Shen Feng gave up driving the boat and chose to go ashore. Go forward, now that you have enough gasoline, you can continue on the boat. What about the food? Is there enough food? Shen Feng continued to ask. Li Jiyui replied, there is only salted fish and potatoes, there is no other food, and all the canned food is thrown away. It is impossible for us to eat these canned food, right? Everyone knows that there is likely to be the same kind of meat in the can, and as long as there is a bottom line, people will not eat it, so no matter how much the can is, it must be destroyed. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said to Li Jiyui, I forgot to tell you one thing, that is, after eating enough mutant beast meat, you can become an evolutionary and your physical fitness can be strengthened. It fell out, but as long as it evolves, it can grow teeth again. When Li Jiyui heard this, he immediately became excited. After he was punched, one tooth on the left side of his face was broken, and the rest of the teeth were loose, and his cheeks were also swollen. I thought it would take many days for me to recover, but now that I got the news from Shen Feng, my heart suddenly moved. Mr. Shen, now Li Jiyui asked tentatively, the wild dog on the carriage is a mutant beast. Go eat it. Everyone's physique is different. Some people can become evolutionaries after eating 2 or 3 caddies of meat, while others can only eat 20 or 30 caddies. Evolution, you were skinning dogs last night and didn't eat much meat. If you want to become an evolutionary, you'd better eat more. Shen Feng said lightly. After Li Jiyui got Shen Feng's permission, he immediately walked in the direction of the carriage. preparing to become an evolutionary person immediately. If he had strong power, he would never be easily defeated by others in the future, and Shen Feng was also compensating Li Jiyue. He had been beaten severely. If he didn't compensate him a little bit, he might not be obedient in the future. When I become an evolutionary, at that time, I must make all those who look down on me pay the price, and as long as I find a safe place, I will enjoy it. Li Jiyue was thinking as he walked with. Perhaps it was because of the supper he ate last night. After eating 2 caddies of wild dog meat, Li Jiyue suddenly fell into deep sleep. Go in a room and check the time. It is already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you won't be able to go far on the road, so it's better to take a rest. Previously, Shen Feng had asked Li Jiyue to explain his purpose to the people in this small town, saying that he would definitely leave, and the survivors had no choice but to follow the arrangement, and these people still wanted to stay here live. Among other things, you can support yourself by fishing every day. If you have the opportunity, you can cultivate fields and grow potatoes. There is no problem with eating. Tasmania is isolated from the world. As long as zombies and mutant beasts do not attack the town, then they can live forever. During dinner, Yu Hengai insisted on showing Shen Feng a hand. He has been eating the big pancakes fried by Shen Feng for the past 2 days. If you find it, you will be able to show your might. Brother Feng, do you know that donkey meat is burned in the north? Yu Hengai asked directly. Shen Feng nodded and said, although I have never eaten it, I have heard of the reputation of donkey meat burning. What's the matter? You know how to do it. Yu Hengai nodded seriously, and said, I haven't done it, but there's a bounding man opposite my house. He opened a restaurant and sells it. I also saw him do it. How smart I am, I have already learned his craft 70%, if you don't mind, I'll make it for you. Shen Feng shrugged and said, if you can do it, then you can do it, but we don't have donkey meat here. Yu Hengai pointed to the carriage in the yard, and said, isn't there a horse here? Horses and donkeys are relatives, and they taste similar in taste. Don't worry, leave today's dinner to me. After finishing speaking, Yu Hengai went out. Judging by his posture, he was about to kill the horse after he was on his way. The poor horse was as miserable as the protagonist who killed the donkey. He worked hard for humans, but it was useless to wait. At that time, it will be solved by humans with a knife. Shen Feng sat in the living room and found some magazines in the living room. Although they were all in English, there were still a lot of pictures. I couldn't read the text, but I could look at the pictures. When I had nothing to do, I read magazines to relieve boredom. This is a fashion magazine. The pictures are all handsome men and beautiful women, wearing all kinds of trendy clothes. There was a neighing sound from the horse outside the window. Yu Hengai raised the knife and killed the horse. He brought fresh horse meat into the kitchen of the villa. In the villa, the 5th floor is occupied by Shen Feng. No one has any objections, and they dare not have any objections. After all, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai are the strongest. If they really fight, they will kill this little boy. The hundreds of people in the town are not a problem. Below the 4th floor, other people live. Many of these poor women have lost their husbands and children, and they don't know where to go in the future, so they have to continue to live here, and they can live every day at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu Hengai appeared with a large plate of noodle cakes and beef. Shen Feng glanced at it, laughed immediately, and asked, you have learned 70% of it secretly, right? Why do I think the remaining 30% that has not been learned is the essence? The horse meat brought by Yu Hengai looked like a piece of white flowers, without marinating or coloring, except for the salty taste. Almost only the original taste of horse meat was left. Looking at the fire, that is, the dough, which was hard and completely it was steamed without fermentation, and when it was opened, there was not a single air hole in it, and some unsteamed gnocchi could still be seen. Yu Hengai didn't expect that he would make it like this for the first time in the kitchen. He had been watching the chef making it all the time. It looked so simple, but why did he make it like this? Brother Feng, it's not that I'm not good at cooking, but that this horse is not good. This horse is too old, the quality of the meat is not good, and the water source here is not good. As a result, I can't steam the steamed buns for half a day. Yu Hengai started to be honest. Anyway, the car overturning this time is not my problem, it must be the problem of horse meat and water. Shen Feng shrugged and said helplessly, as long as you can eat, on a whim. Yu Hengai asked, Brother Feng, tell me, if I show my hand to Sister Qin after I go back, will she fall in love with me? Isn't there a saying that goes like this? Want to grab someone's heart, Then first grab the person's stomach, Shen Feng said helplessly. Don't be ashamed of your level. After you get married, let Qin Qi cook. She is gentle and lovely, and she can definitely cook. Don't get involved. When eating, just praise her a few words. Chapter 437 The Consequences of Humility. After dinner, Shen Feng found a room to sleep in. There was no game console or manga here. Shen Feng was very bored and couldn't find anything to do. Apart from sleeping, there was nothing else he could do. If you found a radio station, you can try to contact Zhonghua, but the space is too poor, let alone a radio station. Even a game console can't be found. Yu Hengyi was similar. After this not-so-good dinner, he found his bedroom and went in to stay, standing on the balcony, holding a ruby necklace in his hand in a daze, wondering if Qin Qi thought he was dead. Are you still grieving for yourself, sister? Qin, don't worry, I will definitely go back and find you. Yu Hengyi put the necklace away and went to sleep. Shen Feng has fallen asleep here. He is not particularly worried about Yuzhou. The reason is very simple. Yuzhou now has enough supernatural beings and soldiers, and there are basically no zombies and mutant beasts in the surrounding area. What could threaten the safety of Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan? I just need to find a radio station and send a telegram to the China region, and then I can tell them my news. If you have no worries in your mind, you will naturally fall asleep faster. If you worry about trivial things all day long, you will easily suffer from insomnia. However, at this moment, squeak, there was a sound from the door, and someone opened the door and walked in. Shen Feng was very alert and woke up immediately. Who is it? Shen Feng asked directly. At this time, a female voice came, but it was in English, and Shen Feng could not understand it. Duh. Duh. The woman walked over slowly, and the moonlight outside the window shone in. Shen Feng also saw the true face of this woman clearly. She didn't carry any weapons on her body, so she couldn't possibly pose a threat to herself in the middle of the night. This woman broke into Shen Feng's bedroom, and Shen Feng also guessed the other party's purpose. It doesn't matter whether the East or the West are the same, a single man and a widow are in the same room, especially in the dead of night. If nothing happens, it's not normal, and Shen Feng didn't understand what the other party was up to. The woman was wearing a dress, even though it was a dress, but it couldn't even cover her thighs, and her two long legs were exposed outside. She approached Shen Feng with loose hair, wearing high heels on her feet, walking on the floor, and said da 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 sound. While walking, there is still a fragrance coming out, and the perfume has been sprayed. Get out. Stop. I don't like you. Shen Feng didn't know who this woman was, and then issued an order to evict her. At this time, the woman ignored these things and began to take off her clothes on her own, and at the same time said in broken Chinese, please take me away. Shen Feng understood why this woman found him. It turned out that he wanted to take her away from here. It was really a good plan. When he found out that he was going to leave the island with an old man, he immediately moved his mind. She didn't knowledge reserve. Chinese is not good, but want to leave here. The only thing that can be traded is the body. Shen Feng sat up from the bed, pointed to the room on one side, which was the bedroom Yu Hengyi had chosen before, and said immediately, go this way. Find someone else, don't look for me. The woman said, I just came out from the side. Fuck. You are too open, you can do anything. If Yu Hengyi has already agreed, don't come to me, understand? When Shen Feng heard this, he didn't know what to say. After looking for Yu Hengyi, and then looking for myself, they all said that foreigners can let go, but now it seems that they are more than just let go, they are completely shameless. The woman quickly defended, that's not the case, he asked me to come out and find you. The woman stuttered and her tone of voice was not very good. Obviously she didn't understand Chinese very well, but her expression was still very clear. Yu Hengyi rejected her and recommended Shen Feng, which was equivalent to kicking the ball to Shen Feng. Feng's feet. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said in his heart, Yu Hengyi, you are a real loser. It's not worth it if I refused, and I've even left the trouble to me. Shen Feng didn't say much, and pushed the woman out, already carrying two burdens. If there were more people on board, the burden would be even heavier. The woman didn't care about her face anymore. The experience during this time has made her realize that if she can't find a safe place to take shelter, women will be miserable. Don't look at the fact that the gang has been wiped out now, but wait until Shen Feng is gone. There will be other people who have guns, and these people will continue to forcibly occupy themselves, So this place cannot continue to stay. So, the woman wrapped herself around Shen Feng's body, rubbed the soft parts of her body continuously, and said, "If you can't take me away, please make me a strong person, just like the one by your side today." Translate, like him, I can do anything. It's still summer in Tasmania, and Shen Feng didn't wear too many clothes when he was sleeping, and now he was entangled by a woman for a while. He is a young man with a vigorous body, and his hormones are also exuberant. But the body now, Shen Feng knows the real purpose of this woman. If she can't be taken away by herself, she will become an evolutionary. Fortunately, she knows that Li Jiyui is evolving. She guessed that Shen Feng has this ability, so she found it come up if it's the meat of mutant beasts. Shen Feng is not uncommon. The meat of mutant beasts is very important to others. For Shen Feng now, the effect of enhancing abilities is already negligible. In addition to replenishing physical strength like food, there is no other use. Can you really do everything? Shen Feng asked back. The woman nodded quickly, ready to continue as she spoke. Shen Feng said hastily, "Go and close the door." The woman obediently complied. Shen Feng doesn't know much about foreigners. Perhaps the one he knows the most is Tifa. After all, the 3D area can't live without Tifa, just like the West can't live without Jerusalem. Regardless of the East and the West, and regardless of age, the preferences for women have never changed. The click-through rate is the most real reaction today. The woman in Shen Feng's room has blonde hair, snow-white skin, and a proud figure. I don't know how long the gentle time will last. The next morning, after Li Jiyui woke up from the bed, he immediately felt refreshed. He touched the left side of his face. The swelling had disappeared, and the knocked-out teeth really grew back. This made Li Jiyui feel refreshed. "I'm very happy, it's a blessing in disguise. Although I was punched, I have become an evolutionary now, stronger than before. Hey, I'm an evolutionary too. Now that I'm so powerful, it's time for me to bully others. No one can continue to bully me." Li Jiyui cheered. Li Jiyui felt a powerful power in his body, and his speed has also increased a lot. He can also achieve the speed that only professional athletes can achieve afterwards. Li Jiyui immediately walked to Shen Feng's bedroom and began to knock on the door. "Mr. Shen, I have become an evolutionary. When are we going to leave?" Not long after, the door of Shen Feng's room was opened, and a woman wrapped in a bedsheet appeared in front of Li Jiyui, with her blonde hair hanging down, and her smooth shoulders could still be vaguely seen. Corinna showed a charming smile, and then said in English, "The great supernatural being in China is still sleeping, come back later." Looking at this posture, Li Jiyui seems to have disturbed Mr. Shen's good business. It's normal to think about it carefully. Everyone has desires. Shen Feng has shown a peaceful side before, and he can let go of the aborigines who rob him. Over them, they did not violate the conditions of the indigenous patriarch, but patiently made a deal. If even a beautiful woman can refuse, then there is really no desire and no desire. Only a saint can do this, right? I see. I'll come back later. Li Jiyui was about to leave immediately. However, at this time Shen Feng's voice also came from the bedroom. "Li Jiyui, cut off the hind legs of the wild dog on the carriage and give it to her. We will be ready to go after breakfast. When we set off, get slowed on." Shen Feng and Corinna fooled around all night, and finally experienced the exotic customs. No wonder those higher-ranking officials in the Tang dynasty always like to raise orchids in their residences, or because of cultural differences, Chinese women always let go. No, on the contrary, these foreigners don't have the slightest psychological burden. Seeing that Shen Feng had woken up, Corinna approached, ready to say something. Shen Feng waved his hand, pointed to the door, and motioned for Corinna to leave. Corinna didn't dare to go against Shen Feng's wishes, but luckily she got what she wanted. As long as she can become an evolutionary, she doesn't need to watch the other man's expression turn pale, so she immediately put on her clothes and left here. Shen Feng walked out the door and came to the living room, but saw Yu Henggai with dark circles under his eyes. He was sitting on the sofa in a daze. When he saw Shen Feng appearing, he shook his head and let out a sigh. "Oh, Xiaoyu, didn't you sleep well last night?" Shen Feng asked casually. Yu Henggai said angrily, "Someone is shaking the legs of the bed, creaking. Wow, I can't sleep." Shen Feng sat beside Yu Henggai, put his arms around his shoulders, and asked with a smile, "Then do you regret it? You know, if you didn't push her over last night, it would be yours, don't you? Get angry, next time." When I get a better base, I'll find one for you, Yu Hengyi turned his head and said, I'm different from you. I'm a very loyal person. I've sworn that I only like Qin Kui in my life. Therefore, it's impossible for me to be tempted by other women, and you don't have to. Find it for me, I can't accept it. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng also began to persuade Yu Hengyi, saying, you can't think like this. From time to time, when you are away from home, you need to vent out your physical needs, the hostility and depression in your body. For other women, play it's just for fun. When you go home, you are still a good husband, and you are still a loyal person who is loyal to love. Shen Feng saw Yu Hengyi's attitude. Such an innocent young man was very similar to himself. However, Shen Feng himself had already done this kind of thing, so of course it was impossible to admit that he had done something wrong, so he began to try every means to drag Yu Hengyi into the water. If Yu Hengyi agrees, Shen Feng will just prove that his rhetoric is correct. Unexpectedly, facing Shen Feng's seductive fallacies, Yu Hengyi said righteously, if you are wrong, you are wrong. Even though you are my big brother, I can still tell the difference between right and wrong. Don't even think about it. Bewitch me, my love does not allow a little flaw. In short, I won't talk nonsense about what happened last night, but you'd better restrain yourself. Shen Feng shrugged. He didn't expect to be taught a lesson by Yu Hengyi, and he is really not qualified to educate Yu Hengyi in love. After all, Yu Hengyi is dedicated, while he himself is indecisive. He is obviously married and still dating other women. Something involved. I'm going to cook. How about stir-fried horse meat? I can't say anything else. The taste is definitely better than yours. Shen Feng got up and went to the kitchen, and Yu Hengyi nodded, then leaned on the sofa. Yu Hengyi regretted it. What he regretted was why he chose to stay next to Shen Feng's bedroom. Last night he heard the sound of panting in the middle of the night, and now he couldn't sleep at all. The picture of Qin Kui appeared in his mind from time to time. From time to time, imaginary pictures appeared, and then he began to fantasize about the scene after he and Qin Kui got married. Suddenly, the picture in his mind changed to that of the bridal chamber, and the panting of the bedroom next to him came again. The two images began to overlap. Shen Feng, you bastard, you almost tarnished my pure and innocent feelings. Yu Hengyi thought silently in his heart. Chapter 438 Crow and number 039, S Mouth. The periphery of Tasmania is basically seawater. Occasionally, one or two small islands can appear. The area of this island is comparable to that of Treasure Island, but the degree of development is obviously not good enough, and the population of the island is not much. Hundreds of thousands. After the end of the day, the population of the island dropped sharply to around 20,000, and many of them were natives. The Aborigines on the island have basically learned to grow crops. Some grow corn, some grow potatoes, and some even grow cassava. On the wide ocean, Shen Feng sailed around the big island in a boat. The boat was 8 meters long and more than 3 meters wide. It used to be the exclusive navigation tool of the rich, and they could directly reach the private islands by boat. In Shen Feng's hands, it became a navigation tool. The ship carried a lot of gasoline, which was packed in tin barrels. Shen Feng speculated that the gasoline he carried was enough to support his voyage to Southeast Asia. In addition to gasoline, the boat also carried 2 bags of flour and 50 caddies of salted fish. If you save some food, you can still survive for a week. The meat on the wild dogs was also decomposed and sprinkled with salt. It is being exposed to the sun on the deck. In the hot summer, it is not easy to store meat, so it can only be made into bacon. Shen Feng stayed in the cabin and sailed. In the team of 4, only Shen Feng could sail. Yu Hengyi is from the north, and the north lacks water resources. He grew up in an inland city, so basically Shen Feng never knew how to sail a boat before, but he learned how to do it in Jiangyang. After all, both Jiangyang and Yuzhou are on the banks of the Yangtze River at this time. Li Jiyui asked curiously, Mr. Shen, why didn't you take the woman from this morning with you? Do you want to change every time you arrive at a place? Don't talk nonsense. I will only bring useful people with me. In the morning, this woman just wanted to become an evolutionary. I made a deal with her. As for bringing her, it is obviously impossible. It is too burdensome. It's useless. Shen Feng explained while sailing. So, that's the case. Mr. Shen is really restrained. I thought you would often change the female companions around you. Li Jiyui continued to flatter. Having said that, Li Jiyui is still a bit sour. If he wants to become an evolutionary, he has to be beaten severely to get the meat of a mutant beast as compensation. As a result, women are different. They only need to find a strong man and spend a night with him, can become an evolutionary. This is the gap brought about by gender. Shen Feng smiled and said, "Is this considered restraint? Then those guys who never touch women all their lives, aren't they saints, Mr. Shen, where are you going in the end? Can you take me to Zhonghe? I heard that it is very safe there. If I go there, I don't need to face dangerous situations all day long." Li Jiyui said at this time asked carefully. Shen Feng glanced sideways at Li Jiyui, but did not answer. Li Jiyui was scared by Shen Feng's eyes. He didn't know why, but he was afraid of Shen Feng's eyes. Although the other party didn't say anything, he seemed to be stared at by a fierce beast. Mental stress. Yu Hengai interrupted at this time. China is a safe environment created by the Chinese people. You are an outsider and want to live in China. It is not that simple. Apart from being able to translate, what skills do you have? Hearing what Yu Hengai said, Li Jiyui immediately realized why Shen Feng didn't answer his question, because he felt that he was worthless to take back. Therefore, Li Jiyui quickly defended himself, saying, "I can be an interpreter, can't I?" Yu Hengai couldn't help but sneered, "It's not that I look down on you. Your translation level is just passable. You don't know many terms and you can't translate them. It's better not to go to Zhonghe at your level. Zhonghe has its own excellent ones. Translator, then. I am an evolutionary now, I can fight for you, and it must be beneficial to take me to China." Li Jiyui continued. Yu Hengai felt even more ridiculous at this time, and said directly, "You are so naive. Do you think evolution is very rare? Let me tell you, the more than 10,000 soldiers under Shen Feng are all evolution. There are 80,000 to 90,000 mercenaries outside the city who are evolutionaries. Are you stronger than them? Don't be ridiculous." Li Jiyui suddenly felt lost. He only knew that China was very powerful, so it was also the safest place. As long as he could reach China, he would definitely be able to avoid constant struggle in the apocalypse. As a result, it seems that a person like himself who is incompetent, for Shen Feng, it was completely worthless. No wonder Shen Feng never answered at this time. Shen Feng said, "Li Jiyui, after you arrive in Australia, you can find a place to live by yourself, and I will find a better translator to work for me. During this period of getting along, you yourself cherish it." Hearing this, Li Jiyui felt even more uncomfortable. It turns out that the two supernatural beings he has followed these days are not considered teammates of the two? How could this be? How can I accept that I have put in so much time and energy and will be abandoned when I reach my destination? Shen Feng looked at the old man sitting on the chair on one side again. He was staring at the sky in a daze, and Sloat couldn't understand Chinese, so he didn't understand the conversation of the other three people at all. "As for you, you can stay with us for a while longer," Shen Feng said lightly. Sloater turned his head and looked at Shen Feng with a blank face, very puzzled. Between Tasmania and the Australian mainland, there is still a wide strait, and it is difficult to reach the destination in a day. Therefore, Shen Feng asked Slot to help formulate the route and prepare for sailing between the straits. "Find an island to rest halfway and arrive in Melbourne in 2 days," Slotko said to Shen Feng. "I suggest that we rest in Tasmania for a while, because I have observed signs of storms, and it is January, and the southeast trade winds will pass through during this time. The eastern part of Australia, moreover, has now entered the Little Ice Age, and the storm will be very severe, and it will be bad if you encounter a storm while sailing at sea." Afterwards, Li Jiyui needed to translate these words to Shen Feng. When Shen Feng heard that a storm was coming, he couldn't help frowning and asked, "When will the storm end?" Sloater quickly said, "I can't guarantee this, because I can't get data from weather satellites, and Australia doesn't have its own satellites, but it will be much safer to wait half a month before crossing the strait." Shen Feng was not very happy when he heard this suggestion. "So what if it is January now? I have lost contact with Yuzhou for more than a month, and now I need to report to my family that I am safe. After half a month, won't it take longer to go home?" Yu Hengai also said to Shen Feng, "Brother Feng, when we arrived in Tasmania a few days ago, we didn't encounter any storms. At most, we encountered heavy rain. I believe our luck will not be so bad. It's just a matter of days. As long as we take risks, we won't necessarily encounter danger in these 2 days." Shen Feng was persuaded by Yu Hengai, and he thought in his heart, it only takes 2 days to cross the strait, As long as you take risks, you can pass it. By then, when you arrive in Melbourne, you only need to find a radio station to send a telegram to China. Don't be so frightened. Afterwards, Shen Feng immediately said to Slock, slow, you just need to make a route. As for when to sail, we will consider it. Sloat had no choice but to make a route for Shen Feng, starting from the northern seaport of Tasmania, passing through 2 large islands in the east, and finally arriving in Melbourne. Residents, if there is a storm, they can still avoid the storm on the island 2 days later. Shen Feng sailed directly to the northern seaport of Tasmania. Thousands of zombies could still be seen in the port. There were many containers in the port, and all the ships disappeared without a trace. Most of the ships were driven away by the survivors. Shen Feng stood on the deck and looked at the sky. There was no cloud in the sky. Under the scorching sun, the temperature here could reach 30 degrees Celsius. It seems that there will be no storms today. Get ready to set off and reach the Australian mainland as soon as possible, so you can feel at ease as soon as possible. Shen Feng immediately set sail and headed north. Yu Henggai was also very relieved. Looking at the hot weather and seabirds flying by from time to time, he couldn't help but said, let me just say, how can our luck be so bad? Or is this old man too nervous? So he listened to it a long time ago. It is said that Australia is very dry, and there are a lot of deserts, so it is impossible to have too many storms. Looking at the cloudless sky, Slaughter relaxed a little from the tension in his heart. According to the season, the monsoon from the southeast is about to blow. Once a storm occurs, there will often be typhoons in the coastal areas, and waves 2 or 3 meters high can be seen on the sea. For the small boat I am on, this is a disaster. Fortunately, the current weather conditions are good, and the storm will not appear for a while. Shen Feng officially crossed the strait by boat. It was still scorching hot weather when he set off. He thought that everyone could reach the other side in this kind of weather. As a result, within an hour after leaving the sea, a cloud suddenly drifted towards this place in the eastern sky. Coming over, the blazing sun was blocked, and a burst of shade enveloped the sea. Then, there was a breeze blowing from the southeast. Gradually, the wind speed became stronger and stronger, and there were undulating waves on the sea surface. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Slot grabbed Li Jiu's shoulder and said to him, hurry up and tell these 2 Chinese supernatural beings that a storm is coming. We have to reach the nearby islands as soon as possible. Keep going. Now is the harbinger of the storm. We can't take any more risks. Li Jiu was also very afraid of death, so he quickly told Shen Feng about the current situation. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing angrily. Damn, what kind of luck is this? It can meet with storms. After speaking, Shen Feng sailed at full speed towards the nearby islands, preparing to escape the storm on the islands. 20 minutes later, the waves on the sea were churning, and the waves slammed on the gasoline boat in bursts of storms. There was also rain falling from the sky. All 4 of them hid in the cabin. Shen Feng controlled the gasoline boat to cut through the waves, but fortunately, the hull was very strong. Ups and downs in the wind and waves, but there is no damage. The storm came as soon as it was said. The wind howled, and the waves rolled up and hit the yacht, causing the yacht to shake constantly, so that people on board could only hold on to the things around them to stabilize their bodies. The door of the cabin had been closed. Otherwise, as long as the hatch door is opened, the sea breeze will bring countless rainwater into the cabin. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Feng saw the looming island in the distance. There were houses on the island. As long as there were houses, they could temporarily shelter from the rain. There is no unparalleled road. I knew that luck would not be so bad. Spirited up, Shen Feng drove towards the island. However, at this moment, the yacht sailing in the sea suddenly bumped into something, made a dong sound, and the hull shook. Brother Feng, you have to hold on tight. This is our only boat. If it hits a rock and runs aground, we will be doomed. Yu Henggai quickly said to Shen Feng. The current sea is rough, and hitting a rock at this time will be a big problem. Up. Shen Feng said helplessly, how do I know where there are reefs? There is no sonar on board. Even if there are reefs on the bottom of the sea, I don't know. Before the words were finished, the hull shook again. Boom, the hull seemed to hit something again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Alligator. While Shen Feng was sailing, the hull kept bumping into hard objects, causing the hull to sway continuously. Seeing that he was still several hundred meters away from the island, the hull kept hitting hard objects. Now Yu Henggai was completely stable. Can't stop, brother. Feng, can you not lose the chain at a critical moment? If the boat leaks now, we will all go into the water. Yu Henggai said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll slow down and drive slowly, it won't collide too often. Shen Feng said hastily. Slaughter on the side looked puzzled, and said in English, I didn't hear that there are many hidden reefs near this island? How could this be? After Shen Feng slowed down, the yacht finally did not collide with the surrounding objects, but suddenly there was a sharp squeak sound from outside the cabin, and then the ship stopped moving forward. Shen Feng guessed, most likely a problem with the propeller. Li Gui, go out and have a look, and see what terrain is around you. Shen Feng commanded. After all, Shen Feng is not a professional repairman. He can only drive the boat, but not repair it. The engine on the boat is still running normally, but the propeller is on strike. He doesn't know what's going on, so he can only instruct Li Gui to go out and observe the situation. Li Gui was also very helpless. He opened the hatch and went out. Within 2 seconds of going out, all the clothes on his body were wet. The railings on both sides slowly approached the stern, and while approaching, they looked at the constantly churning water. I didn't expect that after I became an evolutionary, I would be the lowest level person, and I would be sent to do such a dangerous thing. 2 hateful monkeys, when I find a safe place, when I have a real backer, I must take revenge on you. Li Gui thought silently in his heart. Previously, Li Gui was really grateful to Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, but recently, when he realized that he was dispensable to Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, his mentality changed. He is now an evolutionary now, and with a gun in hand, as long as you go to a safe place, you can find a base to take refuge in, and you can be reused. At that time, you don't have to look at other people's eyes and act. The so-called Shengmi and fights Michu is probably the same reason. When Shen Feng rescued Li Gui, he was grateful, and after giving him the opportunity to evolve, Li Gui's gratitude became even deeper, and after learning about Shen Feng after Feng would not take himself to China, he began to resent Shen Feng. Why didn't he take himself to China? Obviously, it's a piece of cake for you, but you don't agree, which means looking down on me over the past 2 days. Li Gui didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face, but in fact, the resentment in Li Gui's heart deepened every day. When Li Gui came to the stern of the ship, he looked into the sea and was shocked. Where is there any hidden reef in the sea? Now only black shadows can be seen in the sea. These black shadows are wandering in the sea, and one of them has even bit the stern of the ship. Mr. Shen, it's bad. There are monsters in the sea, huge monsters. Li Gui shouted loudly as he ran back. After hearing Li Gui's yell, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were taken aback immediately. Huge monster? Could it be that a giant sea beast appeared? But the sea area here is not deep. How could sea beasts appear here? Don't these sea beasts worry about being stranded? Shen Feng rushed out of the cabin and came to the deck. Looking at the black shadow under the water, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then said to Yu Henggai beside him, I was almost scared by Li Gui, a person who has never seen the world. The animal that is only 7 or 8 meters was frightened like this. What a huge monster. I thought it was a sea beast coming. Yu Henggai also saw the animals in the sea. They were long strips, with limbs visible, but they were not big, about 7 or 8 meters long. They might be huge to others, but Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had also seen the real ones. Among the sea beasts seen in God's domain, the body length of the sea beasts is usually 300 to 400 meters, and the mutant blue whale is even 1 kilometer long. This is the real giant monster, brother. Feng, the propeller is bitten. I can't turn it. I'm afraid they were the ones I hit before. What should I do next? Yu Henggai asked. Shen Feng frowned and thought for a while, then said, if it doesn't work, I can only swim to the island, mainly in the sea, where I can't use my abilities. Otherwise, these animals are nothing to worry about, brother. Feng, you really know how to joke. Do you know what you are talking about? Both of us are not good at water warfare. Once we fall into the water, we will be slaughtered. Let alone going to the island, I am afraid that we will be attacked as soon as we enter the water. Yu Henggai immediately objected to Shen Feng's suggestion. Yu Henggai knew that Shen Feng could walk on water, and he could escape from the surface of the water at critical moments, but he couldn't do it himself. Once he got into the water, he would be attacked by things in the water. To be on the safe side, he still couldn't take risks at this time. Shen Feng could only spread his hands and said, "Then there is no other way. Wait for the things in the sea to bite through the boat and leak, and then everyone will fall down and swim together." Shen Feng is not talking nonsense when he said that he wants to swim, but the propeller is broken at present. It is impossible to move forward, and it is impossible to get rid of these monsters. The final result is also predictable, that is, under the constant attack of animals in the sea, the ship in the end, if the water leaks, you will still fall into the water at that time. It is better to swim earlier, and you may be lucky enough to get ashore. Yu Hengai couldn't refute it either. It seemed to be the case. Shen Feng then talked about his thoughts with Li Gui and Slaughter, wanting to see their opinions. Li Gui and Slaughter refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding? If you want to swim to the shore, not to mention how to swim in the storm, let's talk about monsters in the sea. If you are caught up by monsters, you will definitely die. Moreover, Slot is already in his 50s, an old man. His physical strength may not be able to last for the remaining 300 or 400 meters at the moment. Shen Feng couldn't care about these two ordinary people anymore. The safety of himself and Yu Hengai was the most important thing, so he directly picked up the binoculars and looked towards the shore of the island in the distance, trying to find a suitable place to land. For an ordinary person, it is best to be able to reach the shore. If not, it can only be said that life and death are fate, and wealth is in the sky as a result. Shen Feng suddenly saw black logs on the shore, and many of them were still moving. After a closer look, he found that they were crocodiles, all of which were over 5 meters tall. Damn! It's impossible to go ashore. There are crocodiles on the shore. I didn't expect it. This island is the lair of crocodiles, and this old friend Si Luo made a random route. Now everyone's only way out is gone. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, thinking that everyone would risk their lives in the end. Maybe they could go ashore and survive. Now it seems that there are hundreds of crocodiles on the shore. All of them are huge, and it is easy to eat a person. Maybe the animal in the sea is a mutant crocodile. What should we do? If we had known earlier, we should have waited for half a month until the storm had passed before sailing. It's all your fault. You insisted on hurrying. Now everyone will be buried here. In desperation, Li Gui he couldn't help but start complaining, and he couldn't care less about continuing to please Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, and his tone became impulsive. Shen Feng didn't bother to talk to Li Gui. He was just a temporary translator, and the targets of decision-making were always himself and Yu Hengai, so there was no point in complaining, since he wouldn't listen anyway. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengai, pondered for a moment, and said, "Xiao Yu, listen to the elder brother and give me your ruby necklace." Hearing this, Yu Hengai became anxious, clutching his pockets, and said, "No, this is a token of love between Qin Kui and me. It can be used when I propose. How can I get it for you? If you want it, find it yourself." Shen Feng quickly explained, "Xiao Yu, you misunderstood me. I mean, you give me the necklace and let me give it to Qin Kui. You see, in this situation, I can walk on water. I live. The chances of surviving must be higher. If I survive and return to China, I will definitely do what I say, and help you hand over the necklace to Qin Kui, so that you won't be able to let her go even if you die." Yu Hengai lost his temper because of Shen Feng's cruel analysis. It seems that Shen Feng was right. Among the people who are most likely to survive, it must be Shen Feng. Can also walk. This. Yu Hengai hesitated and took out the ruby necklace from his pocket, ready to hand it to Shen Feng. Fortunately, at this time, Slaughter picked up the binoculars and looked at the crocodile on the shore, recognized what it was, and said quickly, "This is a crocodile, a very territorial animal. We broke into them, that's why they are attacked. As long as we leave, they won't chase us." Li Gui quickly translated this sentence. Hearing this, Shen Feng said helplessly, "The propellers are all bitten. How can we leave? There are still crocodiles biting the boats now." Slot thought for a while, pointed to the salted fish and wild dog meat in the cabin, and said, "Hurry up and throw all the meat on board, and use food to lure these crocodiles." At this moment, everyone is in despair. If there is any solution to the crisis around them, then everyone will desperately grab it. Li Gui didn't hesitate, grabbed a basket of salted fish and went to the deck, and started to go to the deck. Dump food in the sea. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai looked at Li Gui's movements and didn't stop him. It's just salted fish, it doesn't matter, as long as fresh water isn't poured down, then it's fine. Everyone who drinks water can resist for 6 or 7 days, and salted fish like this it's okay if you don't eat the stuff. The plan to dump food into the sea really succeeded, and the crocodiles began to bite the salted fish in the water one after another. Even the crocodiles on the shore saw this scene and jumped into the water one after another, scrambling for food from the yacht. No crocodiles continued to attack the yacht, and hundreds of crocodiles began to compete for food. Yu Henggai also threw the marinated wild dog meat on board into the water, and the crocodile competition became more joyful. The attack did not continue, and the yacht did not leak. The situation seemed to be improving, but hundreds of huge alligators were vying for food. For a while, all the crocodiles were around the yacht, and it was impossible to leave. Gasoline. Pour the gasoline into the sea too. Slaughter anxiously saw the 2 large barrels of gasoline on the boat. He knew that this was precious fuel, but for the sake of his life, he didn't care about it now. Yu Henggai opened the gasoline tank, and then poured gasoline into the sea. The pungent smell permeated instantly, and everyone on the boat couldn't help but cover their noses. Shen Feng grabbed another barrel of gasoline and poured it down. The 2 barrels of gasoline were poured into the sea and immediately floated on the surface of the sea. The crocodile in the sea wanted to go to the surface to breathe, but he accidentally inhaled the gasoline, and his lungs were severely injured immediately. It is so corrosive that most people would perforate their stomachs if they drank it, let alone accidentally inhale gasoline. Seeing the unfavorable crocodile, Shen Feng immediately dispersed, and Shen Feng took the opportunity to cast a supernatural power. The east wind is mighty. The east wind has never been, and with the help of the prevailing southeast monsoon at this time, the yacht sailed westward, and the crocodile did not chase it, but returned to the island to continue resting. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on the elder brother, don't you think so? Shen Feng hooked Yu Henggai's shoulder and said with a smile, "You can't be relied on at all." Yu Henggai threw Shen Feng's arm away, and said angrily, "I almost believed your nonsense just now, so I handed over the necklace to you. Also, we are still floating in the sea. Let's talk after we get out of the crisis." Chapter 440 Unfavorable Years. The storm lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Under the strong wind, many coconut trees on the coast were almost blown close to the ground. The houses by the sea were hit by the wind and rain one by one, and the sea storm also caused a tsunami. Nearby areas in Australia suffered the tsunami hit. Houses were blown down. For Australia, the inland is very dry, and the place with more rain is basically the eastern coast, and the greatest development opportunities are along the coast. Therefore, no matter Melbourne, Canberra, or even Sydney, they are all built in the southeast coastal area. As a result, the most developed area was hit by a tsunami, and the situation that was not well off suddenly became worse. Survivors in Australia had to live in the mountains. Maybe there were mutated beasts in the mountains, but at least they would not encounter tsunamis when they lived in the mountains. But in the boundless sea, Shen Feng and his party are still drifting. The propeller is damaged, the ship can't move forward. Shen Feng also lost his direction, and he doesn't even know where he is, so he simply stays in the cabin all day doing nothing. As for himself, if it means where it drifts to. The fleeting time is bad. I and the sea seem to be born at odds. Every time I am on the sea, I will never encounter any good things. I was swallowed by sea beasts before, but now I can only drift. It seems that I need to avoid going to sea in the future. Shen Feng leaned on the chair in the cabin and talked to himself. Yu Henggai took another chair, put his legs on the bridge, put his hands on the back of his head, and said lightly, "Isn't there 3 spots of water next to your last name? It stands to reason that you should be the most suitable for this sea." "That's right, how could there be a mismatch? GZ is clearly the name. Who asked you to solve the surname? My single name is the word Feng, which is next to the word wood, which means that I should be down to earth, stand on land, and thrive like a maple tree. And the other half is the word Feng, combined with the Sun hexagram in the gossip. The character should be docile. This is the correct answer. From this point of view, I should always stay on land." Shen Feng said lazily. Yu Henggai was also aroused by Shen Feng's words, and immediately said, "Then I am called Henggai. How can I explain this? It seems that I have nothing to do with the 5 elements and gossip, right? Well, it's probably to make you stronger. As for the implication, I'd better ask your parents when you get home." Shen Feng said with a shrug. Slop can observe the sky outside the window. He is a meteorologist. He likes to put a few bottles on the deck every day when he has nothing to do to speculate on the amount of precipitation. Over the past few days, Slout has a heavy heart. We caught up with a heavy rainfall that has never happened in 50 years, and our luck is really bad. Lee Gui translated this sentence. That's really lucky. We have caught up with the bad weather that we don't see in 50 years. God has eyes and specially targeted us. Shen Feng said helplessly. There is not much food on the boat. If you look at the stock at the time of departure, the food is definitely enough. Unfortunately, everyone encountered a crocodile at sea and had to use food to track the crocodile. In the end, there was only one person left on the boat. The bag of flour is gone. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are still big eaters. Each of them can eat 10 caddies of flour a day. After 5 days, the flour pockets are empty. Get ready to fish in the rain, otherwise, there will be no food. Li Gui suggested. Shen Feng shook his head, leaned on the chair, and said lazily, "No, I can survive by drinking water, fishing and so on. You can go by yourself." Now that the boat is facing the attack of a storm, it is obviously impossible to get much out of fishing. Even a day or two of small fish can't satisfy Shen Feng's hunger, so Shen Feng chooses to lie still on the chair. Yu Henggai was similar, saying, "You can't die of starvation if you eat twice. Now that it's raining and there's no shortage of fresh water, we brothers can last for 10 days and a half. Li Gui lost his temper by these two supernatural beings. If the two of you can handle it, don't you think about whether others can handle it? How selfish. Afterwards, Li Gui went to the deck in the rain, ready to fish. No matter what, the most important thing is to be full. There is an alcohol stove on board, and you can barely drink hot water and eat cooked food. I can feel my stomach nowadays." Li Gui has more and more dissatisfaction with Shen Feng and Yu Henggai in his heart. How long does it take to hate someone? Li Gui didn't know it before, but he knows it now. When he really hates someone, it only takes one sentence. When I find a place with a background, you just wait for me, and I will definitely let you see how powerful I am. Li Gui thought silently in his heart. During Li Gui's 2 hours of fishing on the boat, he failed to catch a single fish. Instead, his whole body was drenched in rainwater, and the temperature in his body was also constantly losing temperature. In stormy weather, it is really not suitable for fishing. The heat of the fish coming up is not as much as the heat lost now. Li Gui became discouraged, put away his fishing rod and prepared to return to the cabin. But at this moment, Li Gui saw the long black line on the sea surface in the distance, and immediately became energetic. Is this the coastline? Such a long coastline is either in Tasmania or in mainland Australia. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, we are about to reach the land, come and see. Excited, Li Gui quickly called Shen Feng and Yu Henggai. After Shen Feng and Yu Henggai walked out of the hatch, they found that it was indeed land. Shen Feng didn't rest anymore, and immediately cast his supernatural power to push the ship closer to the land. 2 hours later, the yacht ran aground, still 20 meters away from the shore, and the four had no choice but to disembark from the boat and swim ashore with the necessary items. After arriving on the shore, the most important thing is to find a place to shelter from the rain. There are lightning and thunder in the sky, the rain keeps sloping down, and the ground is muddy. The four of them braved the rain and marched forward. Shen Feng walked in the front, observing the surrounding situation, and finally a small path was found, which proved that there were people living nearby at that moment. The four of them walked along the path and found a garden. This was an orchard with apple trees planted. On one side of the orchard was a factory building, which was probably built to store apples. Shen Feng kicked open the door, walked into the factory building and saw more than 20 mice ran out along the mouse hole. There was thick dust on the ground, and there were many spider webs in the corner of the room. It was obvious that no one has lived in the place for a long time, and there is no furniture in the factory building, but there are many tools such as carts, ladders, and baskets. Looking at the current situation, Shen Feng said, "Take a rest, see if you can find a raincoat, and go to the orchard later to have a look. Maybe you can eat apples." Yu Henggai searched in the factory building and found a huge tarpaulin. When the tarpaulin was lifted up, a black mamba jumped out instantly. Shen Feng shot out a wind blade and cut a black mamba into 2 pieces. The black mamba lost his strength and fell to the ground, but he was still twisting his body at this moment, and he didn't die for a while through. Damn, I was shocked. I didn't expect there were animals in the factory. Yu Henggai was still in fear. He didn't pay attention to whether there was something under the tarp just now, and he was almost bitten by the black mamba. If he was bitten, he might not be able to carry it, but thanks to Shen Feng's quick reflexes, he was able to keep himself. Shen Feng came over, stomped the black mamba to death, and then said, "Don't let your guard down. There are a lot of poisons in Australia, whether it's snakes, scorpions, or spiders. Basically all of them are poisonous. If you get bitten, I can only take your ashes back. Australia has the most poisonous species in the world. The reason is that Australia is too hot. The metabolism of animals is very fast, which is conducive to the synthesis of protein, and many venom components are protein. Therefore, Australian venomous snakes the number far exceeds that of other places, even if there are more poisonous species in the sea than other places." Yu Henggai thought for a while and said, "There must be too many rats in the factory. The black mamba wants to come in and eat rats, so I just happened to meet them. It's really bad luck." "Bad luck is also a kind of luck, so stop complaining and go pick apples later," Shen Feng said with a smile. At this time, Li Jiyui removed some wooden boards in the factory building, lit a fire in the factory building, and stood beside the fire to keep warm. He fished in the rain for 2 hours, but he didn't get anything. At this time, there is no other way but to warm the fire to let the heat rise. Yu Henggai rested for a while, cut out a small piece of tarpaulin, put it on his body, and went to pick apples. Shen Feng took out a map and discussed the current location with Slaughter. Mr. Slot took a look at the map. Compared with the environment he saw along the way, he seemed to see a lot of forests. Although there are apple orchards here, the location is remote. Except for the necessary fruit farmers who will appear here, under normal circumstances not many people live here, and most of them are in the south of Australia. Thinking of this, Slaughter pointed to the Nullarbor Plain and said, "We are probably within this range, and I don't know the exact location. We can only find a conspicuous road sign to really determine the location. If you want to go to Melbourne, just go east along the coastline. Of course, if you find a boat, it will be faster." Li Jiyui endured the cold on his body and continued to translate. Now he doesn't want to be abandoned, and he still has to rely on Shen Feng, so he can only show his own value. Shen Feng looked at his current approximate location, frowned and said, "Now we can only go east. Who let Australia have ports in the east? There are also ports in the west, which led to Europe and Africa. If you want to find a ship, you can go to the west," Slaughter said quickly. Shen Feng thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "No, if you go from the west, it's too far away, and you have to detour half of the Australian continent to reach Southeast Asia. Besides, the resources in the west seem to be poor, and Australia's developed areas are in the east." As soon as these words came out, Slaughter couldn't continue to persuade him. One of the reasons why he attached to Shen Feng was to find a safe place to spend the rest of his life. As for whether he was in Eastern Australia or Western Australia, it didn't matter. And he didn't know where to find a safe base. Soon, Yu Henggai came back with a lot of green apples in his arms, and said as he walked, "I can't find any overripe apples. The overripe apples were either eaten by birds or fell under the tree. Eat some green apples. The taste is a bit worse, but you can eat it." Shen Feng picked up an apple and took a bite. The taste was sour, his teeth became soft after eating too much, but there was no other food right now, so he could barely fill his stomach. It's not easy to grow apples in an orchard that hasn't been taken care of for 2 years. If there are fruit growers here, we can eat red apples with ripening agents. Shen Feng said, helplessly eating the green apple in his hand. Shen Feng thought of the apple tree in Fengshan Palace. The apple tree he brought back is always delicious. After all, it is a mutated plant. The fruit it produces is sweet, and it bears fruit every day in spring, summer, autumn and winter. You can eat it by yourself. The endless apples can still be sold. Thinking of this, Shen Feng also misses his family for a while. When it rains, it is not conducive to travel, especially Shen Feng has no food supplies here, so he can only stay in the apple orchard and wait for the rainstorm to subside. It took me a week to wait. This time the storm lasted for half a month, and half of Australia seemed to be covered by rain. Australia, which was originally extremely hot, also had a bit of coolness. It is obviously not good to always eat apples for a week, especially green apples, which are particularly sour. In order to eat some fresh food, Shen Feng chose to go hunting, wearing a tarp, walking like flying, and found the Australian specialty, kangaroo. Chapter 441. Do you understand the purple air coming from the east? The Australian continent is a very magical place, because the development trajectory here is different from other continents. In places such as the African continent and the Eurasian continent, mammals are of the viviparous type, but Australian animals are different. Australian mammals are marsupials. There are rats in Eurasia, and there are kangaroos in Australia, there are bears in Eurasia, and there are wombats in Australia, there are wolves in Eurasia, and there are thylacines in Australia. It can be said that most mammals will have an extra pocket when they arrive in Australia, and the pouch is often filled with animal cubs. When it comes to Australia's representative animals, basically everyone thinks of kangaroos, and a few people think of koalas, or koalas. Shen Feng saw kangaroos on a grassland, and immediately became happy. He said in his mouth, "I have heard that kangaroo meat is edible. I haven't eaten it yet. I want to try it today." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng rushed towards the kangaroo in an instant. This kangaroo is a mutated kangaroo with tight muscles all over its body. Instead, it jumped towards Shen Feng, clenched its front paws into a fist, rushed to Shen Feng, and punched Shen Feng. The mutated kangaroo is obviously more courageous. It does not hide when it sees the appearance of humans. It seems that it is because it has gained a lot of power after the mutation, so it is confident that it can beat the humans in front of it. Just look at the muscles of its arms and swing. The strength of the fist must have exceeded 1 ton. Facing the fist of the kangaroo's attack, Shen Feng quickly dodged to dodge. Although the kangaroo's speed and strength were strong, in front of Shen Feng, this strength and speed were still far behind. When kangaroos find that the enemy is dodging away, they are not in a hurry. When retracting their fists, they support the ground with their tails and kick their legs off the ground. Use this attack method to specifically attack the enemy's lower 3 lanes. Shen Feng jumped up from the ground with a move of plucking green onions on dry land, and jumped more than 5 meters high, followed by a move of Wind of Fury. Dozens of wind blades flew towards him. The kangaroo's intuition was not good. No feeling the danger, there was a chaotic sound of chi-chi-chi on his body, and the vital parts of his body were also pierced by countless wind blades. In the end, his heart was pierced by wind blades, and he lost too much blood and died miserably. Shen Feng ran across the field with a kangaroo on his shoulders, and returned to the factory with a kangaroo weighing more than 900 kilograms, saying, "Brothers, look what good things I brought you." When Yu Hangai saw the prey on Shen Feng's shoulder, he was pleasantly surprised, and said, "Eating apples these days made my teeth sore. I'm still the big brother, and he came back with the prey so quickly. Where did you find the kangaroo?" "What, on the prairie 30 kilometers away. This kangaroo is planning to fist fight with me. It really doesn't know how to do it, and it doesn't take me seriously at all." Shen Feng said with a little complacency, "That's right, only you can go back and forth quickly at such a fast speed. It seems that the hunting task will still be handed over to you," Yu Hangai said while putting the kangaroo down. "First, peel the kangaroo's fur and remove it a thigh, grilled over a fire. The 4 of them are already hungry and dizzy after eating vegetarian these days. If eating fruits can fill them up, then each person in Baodao would be full by 18 caddies of pineapples per day. Without enough starch supplementation, no one would be able to just rely on fruit to get full today. The kangaroo meat is grilled on the fire, and the fragrance is gradually diffused. This kangaroo has undergone long-term exercise, and the meat on its body is very well proportioned, neither fat nor thin. Bubbled up and eventually dripped into the fire." Yu Hangai rummaged through his luggage, wanting to find some spices, but only found salt and pepper, in addition to sauce, and felt deeply regretted. "It's a pity, there is no chili noodles, and there is no cumin, so much less flavor," Yu Hangai said regretfully. Shen Feng also interjected, "Be sure to bring chili and cumin with you when you go out next time. I found that to survive in the wild, you can basically only eat barbecue. If you only put salt in barbecue, it will be completely tasteless. The best is to put 10 sangxiang, bring one." Shen Feng can hardly stand the daily life of plain barbecue. It has no taste at all. How can it be compared to eating barbecue in China? Order hundreds of meat skewers, and 2 bottles of beer. That is a day like a fairy. Come on, I don't want to go far next time. I would rather fight bloody battles on the battlefield than eat this kind of primitive barbecue in the deep mountains and old forests. Yu Hangai quickly refused. If he had experience in the wild, this time is enough. He didn't want to encounter any more similar situations. Shen Feng thinks about it too. This kind of life of being hungry and full in the wild is better if you don't come here. Isn't it good to stay at home and eat Zinchi's delicious food? A single kangaroo thigh is not enough for several people to eat. The main reason is that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai have big appetites. Others are eating slowly, but these two are only wolfing down. They also consume the most energy every day. Naturally, they need it now. Add more ever since, with the efforts of Shen Feng and Yu Hangai, half of the kangaroo was eaten by them. To be honest, the taste of kangaroo meat is average, similar to mutton, and even inferior to mutton. No wonder there was no large-scale breeding before. This taste is not so prominent, and it grows slowly, so it is not necessary to raise it no matter how bad the taste was, it was still meat. After a few people had eaten their fill, the rain had stopped in the evening, and the storm that lasted for half a month finally ended. Although the sky was gloomy, in Slopko's eyes, the weather is already very good, and strong light can be seen on the far horizon, which means that the clouds will end soon. Take a rest for the night and get ready to go. Shen Feng said to the people beside him, Brother Feng, we'd better find a way to speed up tomorrow. After arriving in Melbourne, we still need to look for radio stations and boats, and collect some food. After all, we will waste several days when we arrive in Melbourne. Yu Hangai hurriedly said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng glanced at Li Jiui and Slaughter who were on the side, and said helplessly, There is no way. The speed of the two of us is not bad, but the speed of these two people is not good enough. While Shen Feng was talking, Slaughter suddenly fell to the ground and fell into deep sleep. It seems that this old man is about to evolve. By tomorrow, he can barely keep up with us, right? Yu Hangai saw the old man suddenly fell into deep sleep, and also understood the old man's current state. After eating the meat of the mutant beast, he also started to evolve. Shen Feng looked at the remaining half of the kangaroo and asked, What about the kangaroo meat? It seems that it is not easy to preserve. Forget about making smoked meat. Yu Hangai suggested, Then go pick some cypress branches and leaves. I'll build a kill. Li Jiui, go and cut the kangaroo meat into strips. Don't be idle. Shen Feng thought it was good, and directed the two people around him. Yu Hangai went directly to collect cypress branches and leaves. Smoked meat cannot be smoked with any kind of smoke. The best way is to smoke with the smoke of cypress branches and leaves. The meat that can be obtained in the end also has a delicate fragrance. If you use eucalyptus leaves or something to fumigate, if so, harmful substances are all attached to the meat. Shen Feng took advantage of this time to build a kiln. There are many wooden boards in the factory building. The kiln has 2 floors. The lower layer is used to stack charcoal fire and cypress branches and leaves. The upper layer is sticks, and the kangaroo meat is cut into strips and hung up there. When the time comes, just put the cypress over the charcoal fire to close the kiln and let the smoke fumigate the kangaroo meat. Yu Hangai quickly returned to the factory building with cypress branches and leaves. The most trees in Australia are actually eucalyptus. This tree can release toxins in the soil and kill the surrounding trees, so it expands quickly. Moreover, the bark of eucalyptus contains a lot of eucalyptus oil can easily catch fire. However, after the fire is over, the eucalyptus can grow quickly immediately, so in the end there are a lot of eucalyptus in Australia. Brother Feng, I saw koalas in the woods just now. I wanted to grab 2 and bring them back to show you, but I found out that a little koala was actually eating the excrement of the big koala, so I lost interest immediately. Yu Hangai casually talked about what he saw just now. While placing the cypress leaves, Shen Feng explained to Yu Hangai, the reason why the little koala eats poop is because the stomach of the little koala cannot digest the eucalyptus leaves. If they are eaten raw, they will be poisoned to death. You might find it funny to get some colonies from your parents' droppings to decompose the poisonous eucalyptus leaves, but that's the koala's helplessness. This is really a lot of experience. I didn't expect such a cute animal as a koala to be so disgusting. Yu Hangai muttered the next day, when everyone was about to set off. Sloth had already woken up. He was an old man in his 50s. Fortunately, he was in good physical condition and survived the evolution. After obtaining enough virus protein, he also became an evolutionary. Old man, are you foreigners in such good health? You are in your 50s, and you can become an evolutionary. Your physical fitness is not bad. Shen Feng said to Slot with a smile. Li Jiui quickly translated the meaning of Shen Feng. Slaughter quickly said, In fact, I often work in the field, and I often do mountaineering. I keep exercising all the time, so my body will be better. Otherwise, some elderly people would have collapsed long ago. Shen Feng nodded and said, "Let's go." The crowd then headed eastward, following the path if there was a path, or going into the mountains if there was no path. There are many forests in the southeast of Australia. After all, the monsoon brings abundant precipitation every year. Compared with the Great Desert in central Australia, this place is a good place. The clouds in the sky have also dispersed, the sun shines on the ground again, and the forest is muddy. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi led the way, walking in the front, holding sticks in their hands, pushing away all the weeds and branches around them. What has to be done is that there are too many poisons in Australia. If you are accidentally bitten by a viper or viper, you can basically say goodbye to this world. Therefore, the two need to make sure that there is no poison on the way forward of poison. After walking for 2 hours in the woods, the four of them found the road. The road in the true sense is an asphalt road. Although the road surface is not maintained frequently, it is difficult for vegetation to grow on the asphalt road extended toward the east. According to my speculation, this road is likely to lead to Melbourne. As long as we follow this road, we will be there. Slaughter said hastily. If you find a road, the road ahead will be much easier. It is always energy saving to follow the road. Otherwise, you have to beware of possible poisons while looking for directions and roads in the forest. It is very difficult to move forward. However, at this moment, Li Jiyui pointed to the distant sky and said, "Look, have the clouds in the sky turned red?" Shen Feng hurriedly looked towards the eastern sky, only to find that the clouds in the sky had turned red at some point, but it was clearly noon now, so it was impossible to see the morning glow at this time. What a fuss! Isn't it because the clouds have turned red? This is auspiciousness, do you understand? Forget it. What auspiciousness does a group of foreigners know? Just follow us obediently. Yu Hengyi glanced at the sky. Don't care, isn't it just that the clouds turned red? Refraction of light causes this. Li Jiyui didn't dare to raise opinions on Yu Hengyi, so he could only move on, but he had been carefully observing the sky, and his intuition told him that this scene was absolutely abnormal. The clouds are getting redder. Mr. Shen, shall we wait and see? Li Jiyui continued. Everyone stopped on their way and looked at the sky. The clouds that were originally reddish before had turned blood red. Yu Hengyi is still insisting on his point of view. What do you know? This is a good omen. I left Hangu Pass in the west, and the purple air came 90,000 miles to the east. Right now, there is a crimson red in front of us, which reflects our red heart like a flame. Continue walk, okay, stop talking nonsense, I also feel something is wrong. Shen Feng interrupted Yu Hengyi's words. He felt that the temperature around him was getting higher and higher. Chapter 442 Xiao Yuan. Do you feel that the temperature around you is getting higher and higher, and it's over 30 degrees now? Shen Feng said to the three people around him. Yu Hengyi looked up at the sky, found the position of the sun, frowned and said, "Isn't it already noon? The sun is right above our heads, and the sun shines directly on the ground. It's normal for the temperature to be higher, isn't it? No, don't forget, it was still raining yesterday. There's so much water in the mountains. The water hasn't evaporated yet, and the temperature won't be so high." Shen Feng said seriously. Yu Hengyi thought for a while and said, "Otherwise, I'll explore the road and see if there is anything ahead. If there is no danger, we will return immediately." Shen Feng also intends to agree with Yu Hengyi's suggestion. When facing an unknown danger, one must not act recklessly, otherwise, once encountering danger, everyone will not be able to run away. However, Slaughter suddenly said, "Mountain fire, this is a mountain fire, let's run." Mountain fire? How is it possible? Just after the heavy rain, the mountain fire erupted immediately, which is unreasonable. Shen Feng did not believe that it was a mountain fire. Slaughter quickly explained, "I have lived in Australia for more than 50 years, and I know this best. Every time it comes to winter, there will be wildfires in Australia. In 2000, the mountains in Australia, the fire will save millions of kangaroos and koalas, and there are many eucalyptus forests in Australia. The bark and leaves contain a lot of oil, just a little. At the moment, as a local, Slaughter has already spoken, so there is no problem with his credibility." Shen Feng also feels that the surrounding temperature is gradually rising. If he continues to move forward, he may encounter a wildfire. Go back. Retreat. Shen Feng immediately announced the order without hesitation. "Brother Feng, if we retreat, the distance we traveled today will be useless, and we will be back to the original point." Yu Hengyi was a little unwilling. Life is the most important thing. When we go back, we must either find a car and cross the grassland in the middle of the country, or find a boat, sail to Melbourne, and walk in the woods on foot. What if we encounter a real wildfire? Shen Feng endured. I can't stop teaching Yu Hengyi a lesson. I always want to go back sooner, but I have to do this under the premise of ensuring my life's safety. Yu Hengyi had no choice but to follow Shen Feng's orders. He also knew that he would be stubborn sometimes. He didn't follow Shen Feng's advice when he was on the island and ate poisonous wild fruits. He couldn't move for half a month. Now is not the time to be opinionated. Although Yu Hengyi didn't say anything, he admitted in his heart that Shen Feng was more considerate than himself, and it was the most appropriate way to follow his advice. Not long after the four of them retreated, there was a whistling sound in the forest. Looking in the direction of the sound, they could see wild boars, mice, and rabbits running crazily in the woods, and monkeys on the trees. The squirrels were moving, and many animals formed a beast tide. Whether it was the mutated animals or the non-mutated animals, they were all running like crazy. It seems that the wildfire is real, and the scale is very large. All these wild animals have started to flee for their lives. We can't delay. Shen Feng said quickly. The intuition of beasts is stronger than that of humans at certain moments. After all, humans have survived in society for a long time, and many receptors have degenerated, but wild animals need to keep themselves alive in the wild, so the receptors are very weak. Keen, observing the surroundings at all times, and running away as soon as any adverse situation is found. Now, seeing the hordes of beasts around him, Shen Feng also knew that there must be a mountain fire. The four of them are also very fortunate that they did not encounter a wildfire when they were going forward, and now they will probably not encounter a wildfire during the return process. However, after running along the road for 2 roads, the woods on both sides of the road were all on fire. When I came here, I didn't see any fireworks at all, but just after returning, the mountain fire was ignited behind me. Damn it, which bastard is plotting against us? He even set our retreat on fire. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing angrily. Originally, the four of them wanted to go back the same way. After all, the way they came here was not on danger, so it must be safe when they go back, but now the way back has been cut off by the mountain fire. Yu Hengyi also felt that it is impossible for a fire to break out in the forest for no reason, especially on the way back. Suddenly there is a mountain fire blocking the way. Maybe an enemy is setting the fire secretly, trying to use the mountain fire to wipe himself out in the forest. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, what should we do now? The mountains are full of fire, or we should dig holes and hide underground. Li Jiyui suggested to Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi. Now I don't know how much the forest is on fire, so Li Jiyui can only come up with an idea. Isn't it that this oil can insulate heat? Wouldn't it be safe to hide underground? Why the frantic escape? Shen Feng shook his head lightly and said, impossible. We don't have so much time to dig caves. Besides, if we hide in the caves, the oxygen will be consumed, we will be suffocated to death. Have you heard of beggar chickens? The way to make beggar chicken is to wrap it in yellow mud and throw it into the charcoal fire to roast. Then, what should we do? Our escape route has been blocked now, and it is impossible to go back the same way. Li Jiyui was still flustered. Shen Feng pointed to the guide and said, now, we are rushing towards the sea. According to my guess, we are only a few kilometers away from the sea. As long as we rush into the sea, the mountain fire will not do anything to us. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng opened the way first, and hundreds of wind blades flew out, cutting out a passage in the forest in an instant, and the four of them ran towards the south continuously. As a result, the spreading speed of the mountain fire was not slow. 1 second ago, I saw only a small flame, and the next second, a huge fire dragon rushed over from the forest. Where the fire dragon passed, the surrounding trees instantly disappeared. Burning. There are too many eucalyptus trees in Australia. As long as there is a wildfire, the woods will be ignited immediately. Although the ground is muddy, under the hot flames, the water is constantly evaporating, and the black smoke in the woods is mixed with white smoke continue to fill the air. The billowing black smoke means that the branches containing moisture are burning, and the thick white smoke means that a lot of water vapor has been evaporated. Shen Feng didn't dare to look back anymore. He wholeheartedly opened up the road and headed south. The surrounding branches were constantly cut off, and he didn't care whether there were poisonous snakes and the dead branches and leaves on the ground. Now it's important to escape, and the mountain fire has spread behind him. Once a mountain fire occurs, it takes a lot of energy to extinguish it, especially in the forest, where there are trees and combustible materials everywhere. When a flame appears, a sea of fire will appear immediately. The trees in the forest are not short of oxygen. After burning, the flames go straight into the sky and can rise up to 20 meters. Helicopters flying in the sky have to worry about being burned by the flames. The scorching heat was already burning the backs of the 4 of them, and the 4 of them could only continue to flee for their lives. In the face of natural forces, the supernatural beings could only run away, and only the supernatural beings who controlled the flames could escape in this situation. If they survive, like Xiao Sheng and Kei Yiming, the 2 of them can stay in the sea of fire without any problems. Of course, once they lack oxygen, they will still die. After running for half an hour, the 4 finally rushed out of the woods. Outside the woods was a shoal with many reefs, but the soil had already been washed away by the sea, so there were no conditions for plants to grow. There was no grass growing on the shoal, and the waves were still there. In the crash wash the shore, I finally escaped. If I find out who set the fire, I will never spare him. Shen Feng said viciously. Yu Hengai was also filled with righteous indignation, and said, the awareness of forest fire prevention in foreign countries needs to be improved. If you dare to set fire in the mountains in China, you should be prepared to be imprisoned. There is a wisp of smoke on the mountain, and you have been squatting in the cell for more than 10 years. This is not an exaggeration at all. The 4 people who escaped from the woods found the reef, sat on the beach and began to rest, seeing that the flames in the forest could not spread to the beach, so they were already safe. Li Jiyui found a pile of firewood. After lighting the fire, he took out the bacon from his backpack and grilled it. He marched for a whole morning, exhausted a lot of energy, and he was already hungry at this time. Slaughter grabbed Shen Feng's arm, pointed to the sky with the other hand, and said, look, we found the guy who set the fire. Shen Feng couldn't understand English, but he still looked in the direction pointed by the other party. He didn't know if he didn't see it. When he saw it, he was startled. There were a group of birds in the sky with flames in their beaks, and they were throwing them into the forest. Where did the fire fall? The flames spread everywhere immediately. Damn, what kind of bird is this that can set fire? Doesn't it mean that humans are the only animals that can use fire? Shen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yu Hengai also looked at the flock of birds in the sky, and finally solved the case. No wonder his back path was also blocked by wildfires. It turned out that some birds dropped the kindling from the sky. Damn it, this bunch of beasts are abominable. Setting fire at this time, isn't that blocking our way forward? Yu Hengai also cursed angrily at this time. Sloat could also explain the reason, and Li Jiyui acted as an interpreter while nibbling on the bacon in his hand. It turns out that humans are not the only ones who can use flames on the earth. Apart from humans, Australian birds called Xioan can also use flames. Throw the burnt branches into the woods, and when the fire breaks out, the animals in the forest will naturally be burned to death. Only then does Xioan appear to pick up animals to eat, and Xioan is setting fires everywhere now, probably because she was so hungry during the 1.5 months of stormy season. So after the rain stopped, they set out to set fires collectively, creating a large number of mountain fires. The red clouds in the sky that everyone saw before were actually the clouds that were dyed red by the light of the flames. When a large forest was on fire, the entire surrounding sky would be blood red. Hey, the sky has no eyes. We will encounter such things. Now when we go to Melbourne, the roads are blocked, and if we are not careful, we will encounter wildfires. What should we do now? Yu Hengai was speechless. Australia is really a weird place. The animals are so different, and they even learned how to set fire. It's really a chicken thief. You said before that the purple key came from the east, but now why is it that the sky has no eyes? Why do you look more like a person from Sichuan province than me? The stunt of changing faces is so powerful. Shen Feng couldn't help but tease. Nonsense. Ziki came from the east only for me to encounter it, buddy. What I encountered was a disaster. The two cannot be compared. Yu Hengai shrugged. Shen Feng looked at the map, thought for a while and said, since you can't go to the east for a while, then change your direction and go to the cities in the west. There are also port cities in the southwest of Australia. Perth and Fremantle, although they are not comparable Canberra and Sydney, but since it's a big city, it won't be too bad. Yu Hengai also came over, looked at the map in Shen Feng's hand, saw the locations of the two cities, and couldn't help frowning. If you go back to China from here, half of the Australian mainland is separated. Isn't it too far? There is no way but to take a long detour. However, the great man once said, defend in order to attack, retreat in order to advance, turn sideways in order to face the front, take a detour in order to go straight. The world does not depend on your the will is the transfer. You want to do this, but you can't do it all at once, and when you come back in a circle, the matter will be done again. Shen Feng said helplessly, having said so much, why don't we take a long detour? That's all, let's take a detour. Sooner or later, I will kill these Xiaoyuan. Yu Hengyi was also very upset. The shortest way back home was given by a group of birds. It was broken, and I was forced to take a long detour, which was uncomfortable. After resting at the beach for a while, everyone headed west along the coastline. Chapter 443 Sudden Betrayal. After confirming the route, the four of them headed towards Fremantle, a city in the southwestern part of Australia. They dared not enter the forest for fear of accidentally encountering another wildfire. Who knows where and when Xiaoyuan will set fire. In order to avoid being burned to death, it can only be done with caution. After walking along the coastline for 2 days, the four of them saw a town that probably had tens of thousands of people living there, but now it was full of zombies, including many mutated zombies, including 3 tank-type zombies. And it's a tier 3 tank zombie. There are zombies. Good news. This means that there may still be supplies in this city. Shen Feng saw the city, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If there were people living in the town, then the supplies must have already existed. It was looted, and at this time, there are still zombies in the town, which means that a lot of supplies can be found. Then, what are you waiting for? Go. Li Jiyui, Siluo, you two go to collect supplies. Brother Feng, let's kill zombies. Yu Hengyi immediately became excited. As long as he can find supplies, he will go to Freeman. My journey is much simpler. Let's go. It's been a long time since we did anything. Now it's time to show the real fighting power of our supernatural beings. Shen Feng also laughed. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi have been living in the sea since the battle with sea beasts, and they have not experienced many battles. Although they eradicated the villains in an evil gang before, that was not a real battle. The two of them personal strength is completely crushing for a group of ordinary people. Now, there are tens of thousands of zombies in the town, which can be regarded as a real challenge. After all, tens of thousands of zombies gathered together, that was also a small wave of corpses. The two rushed out desperately, leaving behind Li Jiyui and Slaughter to follow slowly. Slaughter has never seen the true strength of Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi. Now he is also very curious. Is it as powerful as in the legend? When he was wondering, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi immediately used their abilities to open the old man's eyes. After Shen Feng rushed out, did he make any movements on his body? But with a thought, hundreds of thousands of wind blades flew towards the zombie, and the zombie's body suddenly burst into streaks of blood, like blood-red flowers. It kept blooming, and the zombies rushed towards Shen Feng head-on, but they didn't even have the qualifications to reach Shen Feng. No matter how many zombies rushed towards Shen Feng, they would eventually fall at Shen Feng's feet, and Shen Feng rushed into the crowd of zombies first, forcibly fighting a bloody path with a wind blade. After the zombies formed a siege, Shen Feng immediately cast Eye of the Hurricane to bounce off all the zombies within a dozen meters, and none of the zombies could get close. Yu Hengyi on the other side didn't give up much. Compared with Shen Feng's lightning-like charge in the enemy's formation, his attack method was much more unpretentious. He used 5 times the gravity to suppress it while walking. They would kneel down in an instant, and eventually their internal organs could not withstand the huge pressure and ruptured, and they died miserably. Seeing the scenes that appeared in front of him, Slaughter's eyes widened. Is this a supernatural being? Are all supernatural beings this powerful? The appearance of each supernatural being able to kill at least 10,000 zombies is really terrifying. If only I could become a supernatural being, I also want to have such a powerful power. Slaughter murmured. Li Jiyui looked at the old man beside him, and said in his heart, just dream, even I will be abandoned. You, an old man, will be kicked away mercilessly by them sooner or later. Do you still want to become a supernatural person? In your next life, you will still be a supernatural being. Possible, but in the end, Li Jiyui still didn't say what was in his mind, but said patiently, let's go search for supplies. It's best to find a local map, as well as cars and gasoline. There are quite a lot of supplies. Li Jiyui also knows where to find supplies. In the place where survivors live, it is completely impossible to find supplies. Unless it is a transaction, A certain amount of supplies can be obtained from others, but not many, and the supplies are the most. The place is still a town full of zombies regardless of the fact that there are often zombies in towns. This also means that no one can take supplies away from zombies, even if it is stealing. They must not take too much away. Therefore, places with zombies are actually full of opportunities and challenges. If you defeat the zombies, you will naturally have everything. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi displayed their supernatural power, and directly killed the entire town, killing 80% of the zombies, and the remaining 20% of the zombies did not sit still. They did not show Shen Feng any shortcomings or loopholes, turned around and ran after leaving this small town where they have lived for a long time. The zombies also have basic intelligence. Compared with the way they didn't understand anything 2 years ago, these zombies have learned how to survive, and they will run without hesitation when they encounter danger. In fact, the fastest escaping zombies are mutant zombies. The speed zombies run the fastest, followed by the strong zombies. In the eyes of the mutant zombies, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi are completely demons. Slaughtering zombies, no zombies can spend 2 rounds in front of these two people, and usually they will be killed immediately after they meet. Phew, it's boring. I ran away so quickly. This reminds me of the battle a year ago. When I was in Yanjing, I saw zombies under the city wall hundreds of miles away. My legs were so excited that my legs went weak. Yu Hengyi wiped the sweat off his face and said. When Shen Feng was said in this way, he also remembered that during the defense of Yanjing, the endless zombies spread towards the city wall like a tide, and thanks to the gathering of millions of troops, the walls were constantly spraying flames. Otherwise, Yanjing would really have maybe conquered. Come on, foreign countries are basically sparsely populated. It's still too difficult to meet a big scene like Yanjing, and we can't beat it. Shen Feng shook his head and said. Yu Hengyi thought for a while and said, have you forgotten about India? Their population is larger than ours, and they also have more planes. It is not impossible for foreign countries to encounter such a big scene as us. Also, if we are in India and Dudu now, it will be easy to go home. From Bangladesh directly to northern Myanmar, to Yunnan province, we will return to Yeshao by boat. Now we are separated by the vast sea. Going home, the first thing to do is to go to sea. Shen Feng said with a shrug. Yu Hengyi nodded. If he was living in the Eurasian continent, it would not be difficult to go home. In the past 2 months, he could go back by just running, but he ended up in this isolated Australia. The most lonely continent. If you want to go home, you still have to go to the vast sea and countless islands. Li Jiyi was lucky. He found a car shop in the small town. These cars were brand new and had hardly been driven. There were gas stations around. Thanks to the zombie guards, there was still a lot of gasoline in the gas station. It can be used after it comes out. It is added to the car, and it starts on the spot. Mr. Shen, we can drive now, and the speed to Fremantle will be accelerated. Li Jiyi immediately reported the good news. The old man on the other side also found a good thing, that is the roadmap of Australia, which was drawn 2 years ago. All the routes in Australia can be found on this map, and the location of the town is also marked on it. The map shows, there are still 300 kilometers to reach the destination. There is still a lot of flour here, we can make bread. Li Jiyi found a supermarket. The food in the supermarket was basically eaten by zombies, but there was still a warehouse in the supermarket. There are instant noodles, flour, and a lot of cooking oil in it. With these things, it can last for half a year without any problem. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, empty all the food on the curry side of the warehouse, and we will drive forward with a pickup truck covered with a tarpaulin. These grains are hard currency. Li Jiyi turned his eyes and said to Shen Feng, Mr. Shen, I think there is too much food here. Why don't you use 2 carts to pull it? If a cart breaks down on the road, you can replace it. Shen Feng nodded in agreement, and said, that's it, I'll smoke a cigarette while you carry it slowly. 4. The 2 evolutionary followers, Shen Feng commanded them without any psychological burden. Just leave the work of carrying food to the people below. Shen Feng found a pack of cigarettes and walked to the side. Yu Hengyi followed quickly and said, is it fair for you to smoke alone? I'll accompany you for one too. I've only heard of those who accompany drinks, but never those who accompany cigarettes. Shen Feng smiled, and went to smoke with Yu Hengyi, and he was very relaxed when smoking. I just hope that the journey will be smoother this time. 10 days ago, I said I was going to Melbourne, but the road was full of heavy rain and wildfires. It's just that God is targeting us. Now go to Fremantle, don't go out. What's wrong? Yu Henggai said, exhaling a smoke ring. Originally, Yu Henggai didn't know how to smoke, but after getting along with Shen Feng these days, he found that smoking can relieve fatigue. He didn't know if it was an illusion or psychological comfort, so he took advantage of the opportunity to learn to smoke. He stood aside with Shen Feng, staring at Li Ghost and slow at work like villainous overseers. All the food in the supermarket was moved to 2 pickup trucks. Shen Feng also decided to take advantage of this time to set off and reach the destination early so that he could get in touch with Zhonghe as soon as possible. Shen Feng drove a car with Yu Henggai sitting next to him, and the other car was driven by Li Jiyui with Slot next to him. The 2 cars found the road and set off immediately. There were toll roads on both sides of the road. For Australia, it is now a thriving time, and there are also a lot of rabbits and kangaroos on the grassland while driving. Li Jiyui suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Mr. Shen, you go first, I'll go to relieve you, and I'll catch up with you right away." Shen Feng didn't have any doubts either. He stretched out his hand out of the car window and waved his hand, signaling Li Jiyui to take it easy. Afterwards, Shen Feng continued to move forward, but slowed down, waiting for Li Jiyui to catch up. But Shen Feng waited for a full 20 minutes, but he still couldn't see Li Jiyui's pickup truck appearing from the rearview mirror. Brother Feng, Li Jiyui hasn't caught up yet, is he in trouble? Yu Henggai asked casually. Shen Feng thought for a while, and thought it was very possible, and said, "It's not impossible. If you untie your hands, you will squat down." At this time, a cobra suddenly emerged from the grass, looking at a large white thing in front of you. "I don't know. What is it? Maybe I just took a bite." "Then turn around and go back and have a look. How can we communicate without an interpreter by your side?" Yu Henggai was also aroused by Shen Feng's teasing, and couldn't help but start worrying about Li Jiyui's safety. Interpreters and meteorologists can't accident. Shen Feng hurriedly returned to the original road, but found Slotik, who was tied up by the side of the road. After seeing Shen Feng, the old man twisted his body quickly, but his mouth was blocked, so he couldn't call for help. "Slow, what's wrong with you? Why were you tied up?" Shen Feng and Yu Henggai hurriedly got out of the car, and now there was no trace of Li Jiyui's car around, and they didn't know what happened after the rag was removed from Slot's mouth. He was finally able to speak, but he couldn't speak Chinese, and kept saying, "Li Jiyui, Li Jiyui." Shen Feng looked at the ruts in the grass on the side. The ruts of the pickup truck stretched out to the distance. If it was robbed, it was impossible for Li Jiyui to be taken away. Moreover, there was only one rut. In this way, the matter was very simple. Yes, Li Jiyui betrayed this traitor. After I catch up with him, I'll cut him into pieces. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, what he hates the most is someone who betrays him. If he wants to leave, at most Shen Feng won't happy, but now this is a naked betrayal, and people who betray themselves must not live in this world. Chapter 444 Misunderstanding. Shen Feng never feels afraid of the hail of bullets from the front, but if a knife appears from behind, he often shudders. Often the enemy in the front is not the most terrifying, because the person standing behind with the knife wants all actions, causing more damage than 10 enemies. Li Jiyui betrayed us and took away a car full of food. I'm going to hunt him down. You guys are waiting here for my good news. Shen Feng said decisively, just about to leave. Yu Henggai stopped in front of Shen Feng, and said seriously, Brother Feng, you are confused now. Don't be impulsive. Our most important purpose now is not to kill the traitor, but to find the radio station as soon as possible. No, is it just a loss of a cart of food? It's okay, we still have it in the cart. You don't understand, it's not a question of food anymore, it's a question of principle. I hate people who betray me the most in my life. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, after speaking, Shen Feng was ready to catch up. With his current speed, he was on the grassland. No matter what kind of car it is impossible to surpass his speed, but there is no mark on the grassland now. How do you chase after it? After you catch up? Did you waste a day? We are looking for a radio station now, Brother Feng, bear with it. Next time I see Li Jiyui, I will help you avenge good. Yu Henggai hastily persuaded Shen Feng. Yu Henggai also doesn't want Shen Feng to be delayed by trivial matters. Isn't he just running away with an ungrateful guy? It's not worth wasting my time for such a petty traitor. The loss of a cart of food is nothing more than the loss of a carload of food. As long as I put aside my face, it's nothing. Shen Feng took a deep breath. Although he hated the traitor very much, in order to get in touch with the country as soon as possible, he could only temporarily put this matter aside. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, endure the calm for a while, and take a step back to open up the sea and the sky. Don't be confused because of this incident, okay? I'll listen to you this time. Go to the radio station first. Next time I see Li Jiyue, I'll kill him. Shen Feng said coldly. Yu Henggai never expected that Shen Feng would hate the traitor so much that he almost ruined the original plan because of such a villain. If Yu Henggai learned about Shen Feng's handling of Renjing, he might be even more surprised, because after Shen Feng captured Renjing, he bled Renjing every day, but he didn't give him a good time. Evolved people recover quickly, so they won't die even if they bleed every day, but they have to endure great pain all day long. Shen Feng took slack in the car, and the three continued to move towards Fremantle, which can lead to Cape Town, the Gulf of Aden and Jakarta. With the existence of the port, the population here is relatively large. If there are more, there will be more natural survivor bases. One day later, Shen Feng came to the vicinity of this port city, but found that there were a lot of zombies in the city. The number was at least 300,000. Even Shen Feng and Yu Henggai couldn't rush in casually. 300,000 corpses must be dealt with by the army. The power of the individual is negligible in the tide of corpses. Brother Feng, this city hasn't been recovered yet. Did you come here by mistake? Otherwise, go to boss. Yu Henggai suggested. Shen Feng looked carefully in the suburbs, but did not agree. Suddenly, Shen Feng used binoculars to see a building on the mountain in the distance. This building was built on the mountain. If he only saw the building, Shen Feng would not care so much. After all, rich people have their own villas and even houses outside the city. In the manner, it is normal for a place like this to have buildings on a mountain, but Shen Feng also saw a wall on the mountainside. The fence is very new, and it looks like it has just been built, and it hasn't even been painted with lime mortar. The bricks and stones are all exposed to the air, but there is no lichen and moss. A path leads straight to the top of the mountain. Looking around, one side is the sea, and the other side is a cliff. If you want to go up the mountain, you can only go through the path. Look, is this place easy to defend but difficult to attack? Shen Feng pointed to the mountain and asked Yu Henggai in slaughter. Yu Henggai looked at it, nodded in agreement, and said, "That's right. Do you think there are people on this mountain?" "That's right. This mountain is really too steep. If I'm looking for a base around the city, this is the first choice. If I can see the situation, others will be able to see it, so there must be someone on this mountain." Shen Feng analyzed calmly. Yu Henggai agreed with Shen Feng's decision, but he thought of other questions. "Brother Feng, we don't have an interpreter now. After we find the base, we don't understand the language. How can we communicate?" "Communication. Do you need to worry about it? As long as you find a base, there is always a way. I don't believe that there is not one person who can understand Chinese among hundreds of people." Shen Feng doesn't care about translation, although his side English is not very good, but China is powerful, and other countries have also learned Chinese one after another. In order to do business with China, Shen Feng felt that as long as they found enough people, they could always find another translator. As he said that, Shen Feng also looked at the old man on the side. This old man can be considered a meteorologist anyway. When he arrives at the base, he can also be used as a mascot, and he can also communicate a little at critical moments. The three of them then drove towards the building on the hill. When they got nearby, Shen Feng saw some monitors on both sides of the road. The cameras of these monitors were still moving. Obviously someone was manipulating them. "Someone is peeping," Shen Feng whispered to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai also discovered the monitors on both sides, which proves that there are indeed people on the mountain. Otherwise, there would be no continuous power supply in the apocalypse. A path leads straight to the top of the mountain. The path is very narrow. Although there are steps, it can only accommodate two people walking side by side. There is no road leading to it. But at the end of the path is a wall and a big iron gate. "You two wait here, wait for me to rush up and communicate with them, so as not to accidentally hurt them," Shen Feng said as he got out of the car. Yu Henggai leaned on the co-pilot and said, "Then be careful. If you need support, call me." Shen Feng didn't talk nonsense, nodded at Yu Henggai and walked up the steps. The speed gradually increased, accompanying like the wind was performed, and his body was like lightning, rushing towards the wall halfway up the mountain. At this time, behind the fence, A dozen soldiers with submachine guns were watching the surveillance monitor, and they were still muttering, "Brothers, be alert, there is a car coming towards us, it is not ours. Seems to be an Asian face, be careful, don't be cowardly when you fight." The soldiers stood behind the fence and encouraged each other. There were more than 5,000 people in the base. Although it looked like a lot, the number of people who could fight was seriously insufficient, which was only a few hundred people, and the guns could not do it every day. Personally, so once a stranger appears, the people in the base will immediately become vigilant. The soldiers stared closely at the monitors. On both sides of the path, there were more than a dozen monitors staring down. No matter who passed the path, they would definitely be photographed by the monitors. However, when several people looked at the screen on the monitor, all the shots flashed by, and they could only see a black shadow disappearing in an instant. If they continued to observe, there was nothing on the monitoring screen. Is the monitor broken? Why is there no picture? The dozen or so soldiers were stunned. Why couldn't the monitor capture the picture? While several people were tinkering with the computer, a voice suddenly came from above their heads. Does anyone speak Chinese? When these people heard strange voices and words, they immediately became nervous. When they looked up, an Asian man they had never seen before appeared here. As for what the other party said just now, no one understood. Shoot. The leader gave an order, and aimed the gun at Shen Feng with his men, preparing to shoot Shen Feng first. Standing on the wall, Shen Feng wanted to find someone who could speak Chinese to explain his purpose, but he didn't want his voice to scare the group of people below. Seeing these people pick up their guns and start aiming at him, Shen Feng quickly dodged. The bullets flew out continuously, but Shen Feng left the wall one step ahead of time and landed in the yard behind the fence. The people present were all ordinary people, and only the leading captain was a second-order evolutionary. Everyone couldn't see Shen Feng's movements clearly. In their eyes, Shen Feng just disappeared in an instant. It was because Shen Feng's speed was too fast, so these people's eyes couldn't capture these images accurately. It seemed as if the enemy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shen Feng appeared behind these people and continued, "I just want to have a friendly exchange with you. If you shoot again, I will not be polite." Although Shen Feng is here to find a radio station, he shouldn't conflict with the people in this base, but if there is a real fight, Shen Feng will not let others bully him. It's a pity that people don't understand the language. The Chinese spoken by Shen Feng fell into the ears of these people, but they couldn't understand anything wrong. Immediately, these soldiers turned their guns and aimed at Shen Feng. The bullets continued to pour out now. Shen Feng was really angry, and he dared to shoot without saying anything. "Did you really think I have no temper?" Shen Feng then cast a company like the wind, and while dodging bullets, he rushed directly into the crowd, kicked the leader down with a whip kick, and with a crack, the person's left arm was on the spot. Was kicked off, and then, Shen Feng continued to dodge in the crowd. Shen Feng's physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his eyes are good enough to capture the trajectory of bullets. After rushing into the crowd, he kept attacking with his fists and feet. More than a dozen soldiers all fell to the ground, rolling their arms and legs. Their hands and feet were all interrupted, and they couldn't move at this time. The gunshots alarmed other people in the distance, and more soldiers approached this side, calling out to their companions as they approached, "Enemy attack, all men follow me to the battlefield, women hide." In just a few minutes, more than 100 people rushed out of a building in the distance, all holding guns, and some of them even held mortars. Seeing this group of people appearing, Shen Feng prepared to communicate patiently, so he said, "I am not an enemy. Do you have anyone who can speak Chinese? Stand up and be an interpreter. I just want to borrow the radio station." Shen Feng originally thought that there must be someone who could speak Chinese among so many people, but he was wrong. He was surrounded by more than 100 people, and most of them pointed their guns at Shen Feng. In the center among the more than 100 people, a few people were whispering. They thought it was people from other bases who came to grab the territory, so they rushed forward with great fanfare. In the end, they found that things didn't seem to be what they imagined. Their enemies were nothing more than an Asian, but, then again, even if the opponent is only one person, his combat power is particularly strong. 15 people fell on the ground, and these soldiers were all knocked down by the Asians in front of them, so they must not be underestimated. For a moment, the situation fell into an eerie tranquility, and neither side made any moves. Shen Feng got a little impatient and asked, "Is there anyone who understands Chinese? Can you stand up?" This group of people still didn't move at all, They still surrounded Shen Feng in the center at this moment. The team leader on the ground spoke up, and he shouted in English, "What are you waiting for? Go up, this is the enemy, shoot, shoot quickly." A group of men were also awakened by the captain's words. Yes, why hesitate? This enemy indeed rushed into the base and injured his own people, so he must be the enemy, shoot. Someone yelled loudly, and then, more than 100 bullets shot out from the muzzles, and they started attacking Shen Feng again. Chapter 445 The Unrestrained Woman. More than 100 people surrounded Shen Feng in a semicircle, and then opened fire. Bullets were fired from 3 sides, and Shen Feng had to dodge. Most of the bullets were dodged by Shen Feng, and a small number of bullets that could not be dodged were also blocked by the Wind King barrier, making it difficult to cause damage. I didn't want to kill people at first, but now it seems that I still need to find a radio station by myself. As for you, let me die. Shen Feng murmured in the barrier afterwards. Shen Feng first used the move Dong Feng Mighty, and the strong wind swept in, blowing up countless dust on the ground. Most people were blinded by the sand, which made the group dare not shoot casually. I couldn't even open my eyes, so I couldn't shoot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng was also ready to strike. Countless wind blades gathered in the air and were about to fall at this moment. A voice suddenly appeared in Shen Feng's mind. Lord Fengshen, please stop, my subordinates didn't do it on purpose. Shen Feng was very puzzled. It stands to reason that after his Wind King barrier was opened, the sound waves were blocked by the barrier. It is impossible for the sound to reach his ears, but how could there be a sound at this time? After hesitating, Shen Feng stopped his hand. The condensed wind blade was still suspended in midair and might fall down at any time. He is still observing the situation. A figure rushed over in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman. She was dressed boldly, because except for 3 points covered, there was no clothing at all. No, except for these 3 points, she still has gloves on. Shen Feng, please forgive my subordinates, please don't kill them, I am willing to apologize to you. After the woman appeared, a voice was transmitted to Shen Feng's mind, but strangely, she did not speak. Afterwards, the woman still yelled at the surrounding group, and under her yelling, the group put away their weapons. Seeing that the crisis around him has been resolved, Shen Feng also dispersed the Wind King barrier around his body, and then said, I don't know how you talk to me, I need a translator now, you can understand my word. The woman nodded without hesitation when she heard what Shen Feng said, and replied in Chinese, Hi, Shen Feng, I have heard about your deeds before, I can speak Chinese, and I can be your translator. Excuse me, do you need us to do anything? After living in Australia for such a long time, someone finally heard about his reputation. Shen Feng also had to lament that it was not easy. After 2 months, someone finally recognized him. Successful people know themselves, right? I need to use the radio, and I need to get in touch with Zhonghua. Can you help me with this? Shen Feng asked immediately. Shen Feng now just wants to report his own information to Yazhao. After so many days, most of his family members think he is dead, and they don't know if they will be very sad, but as long as he can send back to his family information, then you can tell them about your current situation. The woman nodded quickly and replied, Of course, I have not only a radio station, but also a signal tower and a generator. You can even make a video call with Zhonghua. After getting this answer, Shen Feng was very happy, and now he finally found a way to contact China. What luck, there are 2 of my companions at the bottom of the mountain. They are staying in the car. I want them to come up as well. Shen Feng continued, No problem, I'll send someone to meet them right away, but it's better to hide the car nearby. The road on the mountain has been blocked for a long time, and it's impossible for the car to come up. The woman quickly agreed, and then opened her mouth to tell the surrounding. The man went down the mountain to meet the remaining 2 people. It can be seen that this woman has a high prestige in the base. After she spoke, the people under her immediately started to act. Some of them took away the 15 wounded on the ground on stretchers, and more than 20 people were go down the mountain. Mr. Shen Feng, I saw your name on the death list in Zhonghua's announcement earlier. I thought you were dead, but why did you appear here now? Are you performing some secret mission? The woman said. It seems that this woman took Shen Feng as a secret mission, so she appeared in Australia after feigning death. Shen Feng had a question mark on his face. Death list? I should be missing. They didn't find my body. How could they declare me dead? I was blown to the island by a storm before, and Yu Hengyi was by my side. Is he on the list too? That's right, Mr. Yu Hengyi is also on the death list. The woman replied, by the way, I don't know your name yet. Are you a supernatural being? Shen Feng remembered at this moment that he hadn't asked the other party's name yet, which seemed too rude. The woman also quickly replied, my name is Fesaya. I used to study in China and lived in China for a while. I have a Chinese name called Wang Jiao. You can call me by my Chinese name. Now we are here waiting for you. The appearance of your companion. Shen Feng nodded, looked around. There was a sun umbrella under the tree, and a one-legged table. Sitting under the sun umbrella while waiting for Yu Hengyi to come up, Shen Feng couldn't help but look at Wang Jiao. He didn't expect that there was a woman in charge in this base. The other party's voice suddenly appeared in his mind before. Knowing how it's done is really cool. Wang Jiao has long golden hair, which hangs down and covers her back. Her skin is brown. She looks like a Caucasian face, but her skin is darker. This probably has something to do with her clothes. The bikini she was wearing couldn't block the sun's rays at all, and the ultraviolet rays on the beach were very strong. Over time, she got tanned. It seemed that in the eyes of foreigners, this was a healthy complexion. Wang Jiao also noticed that Shen Feng was looking at her, but she was not shy. Instead, she straightened her chest, stretched out her hand to brush away the hair next to her ear. Her upper body shook, and suddenly the waves were rough. Shen Feng quickly looked away. After all, he is a well-educated Chinese youth who knows very well the principle of seeing no evil. Although it was deliberately dressed like this by others, he couldn't just look at it unscrupulously at this time. Yu Hengyi and Slaughter from the foot of the mountain also came up. Behind them, a group of people followed. They carried supplies such as rice noodles on their shoulders. In addition, there were instant noodles and canned food. These foods appeared in the eyes of everyone. Everyone's eyes became hot immediately. Shen Feng also introduced to Yu Hengyi and Wang Jiao at this time. Get acquainted, this is Yu Hengyi, my brother, and this is Wang Jiao, the owner of this base. Yu Hengyi also felt exaggerated when he first met Wang Jiao. If he saw a woman dressed like this on the beach, it would be normal. Isn't she just wearing a bikini? But now, she is in front of a large crowd, surrounded by at least 100 people. Under such circumstances, she can still dress so revealingly. Her psychological quality is really strong. Hello, I'm Yu Hengyi. Yu Hengyi politely extended his hand, ready to shake hands, but at this time, Wang Jiao embraced Yu Hengyi's arm instead, and said, I've heard about you for a long time, and I've seen you on the news before. Looking at it now, Mr. Yu is even more handsome. Yu Hengyi didn't expect the other party to be so bold. He hugged his arm when they met for the first time. He immediately pulled out his arm and stepped back, saying, I have a girlfriend, please don't do that. Wang Jiao was stunned for a moment, then remembered, and explained with a smile, I was negligent, and now I am abroad. It is very common for me to dress like this, but it should be rare for you in China. Yu Hengyi nodded. Wang Jiao pointed to the building in the distance, and then said, please come with me, I will find a place for you two to live, and if you want to contact Zhonghua, I will take you to the contact room later. Yu Hengyi was also very happy to hear that he was able to contact the country, and hurriedly followed. Wang Jiao explained to Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi while walking, Fremantle is very hot, especially in summer. The temperature can reach up to 40 degrees Celsius, and it is very uncomfortable to wear thick clothes, so, wear the same clothes as me. There are a lot of people who wear simple clothes and put sunscreen on their skin to avoid UV burns. Yu Hengyi looked around while walking, and found that it was indeed the case. Many children were running shirtless on the street, wearing only a pair of shorts, and many other women were working in the sun, and most of them wore vests and three-quarter-length pants. The thighs are exposed. There are still quite a lot of buildings on the mountain, mainly villas, and the highest point is a manor. There is actually a spring in the manor, and the spring water flows into the pool, and then flows down the mountain. This place is quite nice, with beautiful scenery. Do you live here? Shen Feng asked casually. There are grape trellises in the manor, and bunches of grapes are hung on it. Many of these grapes are already ripe, and someone is picking grapes, and many people in the distance treat Wang Jiao very respectfully. Obviously, Wang Jiao is in these. There is a high prestige in people's minds. If I could live in this manor in the past, I would never dare to think about it, but now it is the end of the world, and the owner of the manor is dead. I brought more than 5,000 survivors here and regarded it as the base. This manor has become my home. You two are very distinguished guests, and by the way, the old man behind you, all live in my home. I will let the servants serve you." Wang Jiao explained as she spoke. A smile appeared on Wang Jiao's face. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with her current life, and she didn't seem to be worried about the end of the world at all. It's right to think about it carefully. Wang Jiao got a big manor in the apocalypse, and she was served by countless servants. As long as there is no huge disaster, she can continue to enjoy it. Such a good life is thanks to the gift of the apocalypse. In the center of the manor is a large villa of 400 square meters, 6 stories high, and the white walls are spotless. It can be seen that this is the best place to live. There are more than 20 rooms on each floor. There is also a home cinema, gym, and study room. Behind the villa is a swimming pool. Foreigners are very obsessed with swimming pools. Anyone with a certain status wants to build one swimming pool. Wang Jiao led the 3 of them into the villa, and said at the same time, "I've ordered your supplies to be stored in curry, and you can take them away when you leave." Shen Feng actually planned to use these materials to exchange chips for using the radio station, but Wang Jiao didn't seem to care about the materials in Shen Feng's hands at all, and Shen Feng didn't bother to mention it at this moment. 3 men came down from the upstairs, wearing suits and leather shoes. After seeing Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, their faces immediately showed dissatisfaction. Looking back, they found the old man slaughter, and they immediately felt dissatisfied, more angry. "Honey, it's fine if you want to bring these 2 young foreigners back, but why are you showing up here with the old man? How is this possible?" These men immediately complained to Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao quickly comforted, "My 3 little sweethearts, how can I like them? They are all my friends. They are only living here temporarily, and they will leave after a while." After finishing speaking, Wang Jiao gave each of the 3 men a kiss. At this moment, the 3 men left contentedly, and when they passed by Shen Feng's side, they showed provocative expressions. "Fuck, it's amazing." Yu Hengai couldn't help but swear when he saw this scene. It is understandable for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but now, after seeing this scene in front of him, his whole body is not good. Are all people so open? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Counterfeit. Yu Hengai was shocked when he saw how intimate Wang Jiao was with the other 3 men. He never thought that foreigners would be open to such a degree. Shen Feng explained to Yu Hengai in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, don't be so surprised, aren't there just 3 men? Just think about it, men can have multiple female partners, and now that the end is coming, women can naturally have multiple partners. Male companion, Yu." Hengai reluctantly accepted Shen Feng's explanation. Although it was the first time he met Shen Feng, the other party was at least the owner of this base. It's not an exaggeration to be a bit privileged, right? However, at this time Wang Jiao suddenly turned around and said seriously, "Not 3, I have 28 husbands." Apparently, Wang Jiao heard Shen Feng and Yu Hengai's whispers. After all, she is a supernatural being with sharp 5 senses. Fuck. Yu Hengai swears again. He is so shocked that he can't say anything else. He has no other choice but shock. The corners of Shen Feng's mouth also twitched, showing an expression of disbelief, which was really unheard of, and this level of openness was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Wang Jiao took Shen Feng upstairs and explained, "The reason why you are surprised is because you have long been machismo in China, and the idea of 3 wives and 4 concubines is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so you think women are accessories, but this is nothing more than a product of a patrilineal society. Looking forward, it is a matriarchal clan. Women are the leaders of the tribe, and men are consumables. From this point of view, what I did is not wrong. Why only men can 3 wives and 4 concubines, what about women?" Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were speechless. It seemed that this was the case, but the matrilineal clan was long gone. Could it be that Wang Jiao wanted to turn back the clock on history? Wang Jiao brought the 3 of them to the 6th floor. From here, they could look down and see the beautiful scenery. The sea was in the distance, and the blue ocean was presented in front of everyone. "You guys are living here these days. By the way, do you want to be served by a beautiful woman? It's that kind of very exciting service. You probably haven't seen it before. If necessary, I can arrange it. Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Yu Hengyi quickly said, no need, we don't need it, really? What a man who doesn't understand romance. Wang Jiao smiled. Shen Feng glanced at Yu Hengyi, and said in his heart, this kid is really a pure boy, but it is also because of his personality that Qin Kui likes him. So, what about the young man? If you don't like the little girl, do you need the young man's service? Wang Jiao slapped her head, remembering something, and quickly asked the two of them. Yu Hengyi's face was full of black lines, and he said, no need. Instead of talking about these trivial matters, it is better to take us to the liaison room. We just want to get in touch with Zhonghe as soon as possible. What I believe in is monogamy, and love should be loyal, right? Okay, you follow me, and I'll take you to the liaison room. Wang Jiao was not angry when she was refuted, because she knew that the two people in front of her were both strong and could not be offended, and she was only a third-order person. People with supernatural powers are not suitable for fighting, so they can only obey the other party's orders. The liaison room is actually next to the villa, in another building of the manor. Next to it is the signal base station, and in the distance is a huge wind generator, which supplies the entire manor with electricity. Walking into the liaison room, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi immediately saw more than a dozen people surfing the internet. They were collecting all kinds of information on the internet, and quickly printed them out after collecting. However, most of these information were news about the Northern Hemisphere. It may be difficult to contact Zhonghe, because Zhonghe's network has a wall. If you don't go over the wall, you can't get in touch? Why don't you call? Wang Jiao suggested. Of course, Shen Feng felt that it was fine, so he could make a call, as long as he could send a message to his family. However, the phone was not connected. It turned out that Zhonghe had turned off the function of receiving incoming calls from abroad. Except for specific numbers, calls could not be made at all. I can't get through the phone either. Send a telegram. The relevant department will definitely receive it. Shen Feng couldn't make a call, so he could only give up the option of making a call. Previously, Shen Feng had a satellite phone in his hand and could directly call the headquarters, but now ordinary phones abroad cannot do this, so Shen Feng had to choose to send a telegram. Shen Feng read the content of the telegram and asked the person in the liaison office to send it. The Chinese liaison office. Please know, I am Shen Feng, and I have Yu Hengyi by my side. The two of us did not die. More than 2 months ago, we were swallowed by a sea beast, and then escaped to the sky, but ended up living on an island. Now we are here. When we arrive in Fremantle, Australia, please tell our family members the news of our safety. In addition, if the Chinese side has spare capacity, please send a plane to pick us up. Over. Shen Feng drafted such a telegram. The contact person sends it out immediately, and the next thing is to wait for the reply. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi sat in chairs and began to discuss Zhonghe's reaction to receiving this information. Brother Feng, I think, once the Chinese side hears the news that we are still alive, they will definitely be shocked, and they will send a plane to pick us up next. Yu Hengyi first said with a smile. Shen Feng also leaned on the chair and said, yes, the two of us are strong survivors from the naval battle 2 months ago. The headquarters must take us back as heroes. When the time comes, get off the plane. That is, the reporters and the media are interviewing, and within a few days, our deeds will spread all over the country. Yu Hengyi suddenly felt distressed, and couldn't help but said, but I'm not very good at interviewing. When the reporter asks some tricky questions, how can I answer them? Isn't that simple? Then use some cliches to say it, but in the end, saying it is tantamount to not saying it. Brother, can you teach me? Shen Feng nodded and said without hesitation, no problem. When the time comes, you can say that dialectical thinking is needed for this problem. What is dialectical? It means that you can't think about the problem in one way of thinking, and you can come out like this. The conclusion is wrong. We need to explain this problem in a clearer and more philosophical way. Having said that, when faced with this problem, we do feel very tricky and hardly know how to do it. However, there is no limit the way of man, the way is thought out by man. Even in despair, we can't give up. As long as we are willing to think, as long as we dare to practice, then nothing can stop us. We never lack the courage to face problems. Yu Hengyi listened carefully and nodded from time to time. In his opinion, this is the correct nonsense in the legend. He clearly said a lot of things, but in the end he still didn't express any point clearly. Shen Feng is so good, it's a pity not to take the exam for the method of answering. The two waited at the liaison office for 2 hours, but they couldn't wait for Zhang He's reply. They couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Could it be that Zhang He didn't receive this telegram? It shouldn't be. Shen Feng thought for a while, and could only instruct these people in the liaison office, saying, if the Chinese side replies to us, then let us know immediately, without any delay. These people in the liaison office nodded to show their understanding. They could understand Chinese. Next, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi went to eat. The lunch was very sumptuous: pumpkin pie, fried mashed potatoes, vegetable salad, caviar, fried fish with sauce. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi felt okay after eating these meals. At least they were decent food. The taste couldn't be compared with Chinese food, but it was still pretty good. There was no reply in the afternoon. For dinner, I ate mashed potatoes, pumpkin pie, vegetable salad, caviar, and fried fish. Damn, can't you change the taste if you eat fried fish and mashed potatoes every day? Yu Hengyi couldn't help complaining. Shen Feng shrugged and said, you're still picky, and you don't even look at what's planted on the mountain. It's not pumpkins and potatoes. It's our luck to have vegetable salads. It's not okay to be picky now, Yu Hengyi muttered. I used to eat fish every day on the island, and I felt like throwing up when I smelled the fish. I didn't expect to come to this base, and there is still fish, so there is no other food. At this time, someone from the liaison office ran over, found Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi and said anxiously, Zhang He replied to our telegram, but we don't understand it. Please go and have a look. As soon as Shen Feng heard that Zhang He had replied to the telegram, his spirit immediately came, and he immediately took Yu Hengyi straight to the destination. The first thing was to find the telegram sent back and read it. The content of this telegram is very simple, with only 7 words on it. If the sky has love, the sky will also grow old. Yu Hengyi looked at the simple 7 words on the telegram, his face full of confusion. Then he looked at Shen Feng and asked, Brother Feng, what does this mean? Why don't you answer us directly? Shen Feng stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said, this should be the right sign. As long as we answer the next sentence, it will be regarded as the right sign. Yu Hengyi quickly said, then hurry up and match the code. Don't stand still. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, put down the telegram, explained to Yu Hengyi, and said, the last sentence is simple, but there are 2 answers to the next sentence. One is that the right way in the world is vicissitudes of life, and the other is that the moon is like nothing and the moon is long and round. Tell me, which sentence should I answer? Yu Hengyi stopped talking. He didn't expect that there would be 2 answers. When faced with 2 answers that are likely to be correct, it would be difficult to make a choice. Choosing the right way in the world is vicissitudes. This sentence is powerful, and the possibility is greater. Yu Hengyi said to Shen Feng after hesitation. Shen Feng also nodded at this time, and replied, it's exactly what I want. So, Shen Feng asked someone to send the answer this time. Zhang He replied quickly, but the tone in the telegram was very strict. We don't know what you want to do, but you need to be punished if you pretend to be a hero of our country. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, we have found and are currently on the way back home. As for you liars, don't try to deceive us any longer. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were dumbfounded when they saw this telegram. Pretending? How did we become fakes? What does this mean? We are on our way back to China? Who said that? Now we are still trapped in Australia. Yu Hengyi looked at Shen Feng. Shen Feng was also very puzzled, and had a bad guess in his heart, and quickly said, I think it is very likely that someone is pretending to be the 2 of us and returning to China, and these 2 people have gained the other's trust first. This explains, it must be like this. Yu Hengyi immediately panicked. Although he couldn't believe it, he had to contact the country as soon as possible to explain the matter clearly. Ever since, Yu Hengyi immediately said, hurry up and send a telegram to Zhang He. The speed must be fast, and the content should be written. The 2 people you found are fake. The real Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi are still in Australia. If you don't believe it, send a plane. Come pick us up. The people in the liaison office quickly sent a telegram to Zhang He, trying to clarify the matter, but the telegram from Zhang He never came back. Yu Hengyi was in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. Shen Feng sat on the chair and was silent for a moment, then said, Xiao, calm down, think carefully. What are these 2 people doing pretending to be us? Why can they deceive the Chinese people? And, how did they do it? Yu Hengai also followed Shen Feng's thinking, and then said, "They pretend to be us, and they must use our identities to do bad things. You are the lord of Yazhou City, and I am a member of the Ability Management Bureau. I have very different identities important, so, let's wait for one night. If China doesn't reply to our telegram all night, then we will leave tomorrow and go straight to Cape York, Australia, and find a boat to return to China," Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai never imagined that there would be a day when they would be impersonated. Moreover, it was unclear who was impersonating themselves, and the two seemed to be in a fog. Chapter 447 The Bold Boy. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai have been staying together since they were swallowed by the sea snake, and there is almost no chance of separation. They also know that the people around them are absolutely impossible to be counterfeit, they are absolutely genuine, but now there are two. The guys are going back to China. They pretended to be their own Shen Feng. Once they go back, they will use their fake identities to do evil. What if senior sister and Chaoyan are cheated by these two fakes? No, we must stop this. Shen Feng only needs to think that Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan might be cheated by these two fakes. Blindfolded, the whole person felt a burst of fear. Yu Hengai was similar. If his family didn't recognize his identity and was deceived? What if Kim Kui was also deceived? In the evening, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai found Slack in the room, and they brought Wang Jiao with them, and asked Wang Jiao to be the interpreter. The shortest route to Cape York, we will start tomorrow and go straight to the destination, and we will arrive within 2 days. At that time, we will put you in this city called Cairns, understand? In fact, Slaughter thinks that staying in the current base is good, and the basic security can be guaranteed, but now he dare not go against Shen Feng's intention, and he carefully observes the expressions of Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, knowing that the two of them are in a bad mood at this time. They dare not touch bad luck at the moment. Sloth has just drawn 2 lines on the map. He is still very clear about the geographical situation of Australia, but he will arrive at Cape York within 2 days, so it is obviously a risk. 2. If we want to reach Cape York within 2 days, then we need to cross the Great Sand Desert and the Victoria Desert. Bring plenty of water and gasoline, and have to drive at night. This is possible within 2 days. To reach the destination, after all, there is no highway in the desert, so we can only travel day and night. However, I don't know whether there will be danger in the desert, Slaughter said directly. Wang Jiao also quickly translated what the old man said. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai frowned as they looked at the great desert stretching across central and western Australia. Time. If you want to reach your destination quickly, it seems that the only option is to take risks. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengai and asked, "Xiao Yu, what do you think?" Yu Hengai nodded seriously, and said, "Adventure. We must expose the true face of the counterfeit, and find out who is behind the scenes manipulating all this. The only way to do this is to return to China quickly. If you don't get a reply tonight, you can directly contact us tomorrow morning." Set off, that's a good sentence. We must set off tomorrow. Even if it's a big desert, we must go for it. As for the gasoline and water sources, Wang Jiao, please forgive me. Return home. Wang Jiao also quickly agreed and said, "No problem. Besides, if you need an interpreter, I can also arrange for someone to go with you." A few people from my side originally lived in Cairns, but they had no chance to go back. There the family is also there, and if I need to take them out, I can arrange it. That's fine. It just so happens that the translator on my side also escaped. Please pay attention to me. If you see a guy named Ngino driving a pickup truck in the future, just kill him. I don't have time to fix this traitor. Do me a favor. Shen Feng said casually. Wang Jiao quickly nodded in agreement, and then went to look for an interpreter, without any intention of stopping Shen Feng. Both Shen Feng and Yu Hengai were very worried about the situation in China. They seemed to be in a fog, completely unable to see the situation around them at all. Who is pretending to be themselves, and why? Who is manipulating all this behind the scenes? Xiaoyu, no matter what happens next, we must hurry up and go back to China, and we must use the fastest speed to dismantle the counterfeit products. Next, speed is the most important thing. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Yu Hengai nodded with a serious face. After sleeping all night, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai didn't fall asleep much. Before they knew there were counterfeit goods, both of them thought that China must be extremely safe. After all, the problem of zombies has been solved in China, but now, for some reason, there is a crisis lurking under this tranquility. It is like a mountain pressing on him. It is impossible to fall asleep no matter what. In the morning, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai got up when the sky was just dawn and the ground was still dark. They woke up Slack in the other room, and Wang Jiao also found a boy at this time. Isn't this a child? Can he also serve as an interpreter? Shen Feng looked at the boy sent by Wang Jiao. He was only 1.4 meters tall, and he was thin and sallow dead. Wang Jiao quickly explained, I can guarantee that he is already 14 years old and capable of taking care of himself. He traveled here with his father before, but his father was killed by zombies. Now he wants to go back to Cairns to find his mother. Take him with you. The young man also quickly said in Chinese, I can take care of myself, I can guarantee this, and I also eat very little food, so it won't consume too much of your supplies. Just take me with you. I am very happy. Obedient. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and explained, this is not a question of whether to take you with you, but a question of danger. Both of us are supernatural beings, but we have no experience in crossing the desert. If we encounter danger, we will not. I will definitely protect you. However, Shen Feng's persuasion did not dispel the boy's idea of going home, but made him more determined. In order to be able to go home and find my mother, I would rather die in the desert, but I must go back, the boy said firmly. Both Shen Feng and Yu Hangai were moved by the boy's words. It is not easy for a 14-year-old kid to go to the desert with him, and not care about the dangers in the desert. All right. Then, since you're not afraid of death, then follow us, but I don't guarantee that I can protect you well. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, as if he had agreed to the boy's request. The team was ready, and Shen Feng led his people to set off. There were 4 people in the car, including young and old. In front of the car were Shen Feng and Yu Hangai in the driver's and co-pilot's seats, and 50-year-old Slot sat in the middle row. There was also a 14-year-old boy, whose name was Lucas. Shen Feng felt that it was not easy to pronounce, so he gave him a Chinese name, Lu Zhenqi, so that the name would be much louder. There are food, gasoline and water in the truck. Water is the most important thing. It is difficult to find water in the desert. Once they lose their direction and cannot get water, everyone will die. Even when he was sitting in the car, the old man was still clutching the cross and praying, God bless, let us reach our destination smoothly. I beg for a safe base to live on. I don't want to die like this. Shen Feng drove towards the distance, and his speed had soared to 120 yards. Fortunately, he was in the plains of Australia, and there was a flat river around him. Looking around, he could have a panoramic view of dozens of kilometers. Brother Feng, let's switch cars to save you from being too tired. Although I haven't passed the driver's license test, I have also driven a car before, so it will be fine. Yu Hangai suggested to Shen Feng. Shen Feng nodded, agreed, and the car drove directly into the grassland. Fortunately, the grass is not particularly high, 50 or 60 centimeters, which can block some small animals, but it cannot block the sight of everyone in the car. The grassland is very quiet, and occasionally you can see snakes and rabbits coming out of the grass, but kangaroos are not very common. Maybe these kangaroos do not live in this area. It took Shen Feng 5 hours to drive all the way, but he still didn't leave the grassland. Although the distance on the map is not big, it is not the same when he actually drives and runs. At this time, it was already noon, and everyone was hungry, so they got out of the car to cook. In order to show that he was a useful person, Lu Zhenqi even helped to light the fire and dug wild vegetables in the grass. He found more than a dozen kinds by himself. Local wild vegetables. Shen Feng didn't know whether these wild vegetables could be eaten, but seeing Lu Zhenqi's serious look at this time, he chose to believe that these herbs were not very poisonous, so just eat them. Next, Yu Hangai started to cook porridge. Whether it was wild vegetables or dog meat, they were all chopped up and thrown into the pot for cooking. Added a little salt. The appearance was very poor. It looked like pig food, gray-green, slimy, and just edible. Let's eat. Shen Feng looked at the vegetable porridge in the bowl and shook his head helplessly. This is the result of letting Yu Hangai cook. Not only is it unpalatable, but it is also ugly when eating. Lu Zhenqi devoured it. It was just a simple porridge, but he drank it with great relish. By the way, he also licked the bowl clean. This bowl didn't need to be washed, because there was no grain of rice on it. Boy, don't eat so fast, there are more here. Yu Hangai was a little surprised when he saw that there were people who ate faster than himself. It was just a bowl of porridge, why should he be so impatient? Lu Zhangqi looked at Yu Henggai in surprise, and asked, "Can I still have a second bowl?" "Of course, you can scoop it up if you want. Speaking of which, haven't you been full in your base? Mashed potatoes and pumpkin pie should be enough, right?" Yu Henggai asked by the way while filling the bowl with porridge. Lu Zhangqi said, "Pumpkin cakes and mashed potatoes are only eaten by soldiers, women, children, and the elderly can only eat wild vegetables and salted fish, and even bread can only be eaten off scraps. The fuzzy kind, Wang Jiao looks beautiful. I didn't expect her heart to be so vicious. She actually gave the people below such poor food. She really is the most poisonous woman." Yu Henggai laughed, shaking his head while laughing. The leaders are all similar, and they are all oppressing the bottom for their own enjoyment. Shen Feng looked at the map while drinking porridge, and did not participate in the discussion between the two. He was thinking about which route he should take next to get the shortest time, but at this time, Lu Zhangqi was angry, and explained to Yu Henggai, "You can't slander our leader. Our leader is very gentle. When our base had no food to eat, it was the leader who took people to the big fish. In the end, enough fish was brought back to survive the famine, and she is not the bad person you imagine." "Really? Then how did she let the soldiers eat better than you? Why did you leave the base again?" "It's not because you can't eat enough in the base." Yu Henggai said disapprovingly, "That's because people often want to hurt us, so in order to protect us, fighters must maintain their physical strength and must eat enough food every day." Lu Zhangqi continued to explain, Okay, even if your leader is a good person, I won't argue about it, but next, no matter when, you are not allowed to leave our team, otherwise, we will not be able to protect you in case of danger." Yu Henggai didn't want to fight with this. The child continued to argue, so he had no choice but to give in. At noon, a group of people continued on their way. Finally, at dusk, they saw more and more sparse grassland, and the green in the distance became less and less. Finally, what they saw was yellow sand, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. "Let's continue on our way while it's still dark. After it gets dark, we can cook and rest for a while. Xiaoyu, let's drive the car instead." Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai also agreed. He opened the car door, climbed on the roof, got into the trunk of the car, checked the fresh water in the car. It was all right. 300 liters of water is enough for a week, more than enough to cross the desert. As for the food and gasoline in the car, it is also sufficient. However, when Yu Henggai checked the supplies in the truck body, he found that the sand dunes in the distance seemed to have moved a bit. When he looked carefully, he found that the sand dunes hadn't moved at all. Is the mental pressure too great? Why are you so blind? Yu Henggai said to himself. Chapter 448 Quicksand Spectre. After a whole day of driving, Shen Feng and his team came to the desert. Just entering the desert, everything was fresh. Under the setting sun, the sand dunes seemed to be dyed red. After the mountain fell, the desert instantly became pitch black. The pickup has not yet gone deep into the desert, and there will be some rainfall every year, and the surrounding lights can still illuminate the black shadows in the desert. These black shadows are very tall. As long as you look carefully, you will know that they are all cacti, and only in such arid areas can there be so many cacti. Some of these cacti can even grow up to 10 meters high. Shen Feng found a relatively leeward place and got out of the car to cook. There was solid fuel in the car. After lighting the fire, he could cook food. If he stayed in the desert, he could not find wild vegetables, so Shen Feng could only cook meat porridge. Use luncheon meat and dog meat to make porridge. The taste is just that, not delicious. It can barely fill the stomach. I have been on the road for a whole day, and I have to keep going. Shen Feng also feels a little tired, especially because there is a teenager in his car. Fourth, most of the nutrition can't keep up, so I haven't grown my body since 2 years ago. With this in mind, Shen Feng said directly, "Everyone, let's take a break and leave in an hour." After speaking, Shen Feng spread a cloth on the sand, lay down on it and got ready to sleep. Yu Henggai was helpless. Originally he wanted to continue to leave after eating, but Shen Feng had already said so he had no choice but to obey. Yu Henggai went to the side of the car and touched the hood, and found that the hood was very hot. After all, it had been driving continuously for more than a day. After such a long period of friction, the engine generated a lot of heat. Lifespan is definitely not a good thing. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Lu Zhangqi said hastily. Lu Zhangqi has been holding back his urine for a whole day. He was worried about delaying time because of urinating, but he never dared to say it. Now he has a rest time, and he is also ready to find a place to urinate. After finishing speaking, Lu Zhanqi walked towards the sand dunes on one side, and Yu Hangai hurriedly said, "Boy, what are you doing? It's upwind over there. Do you want us to smell the smell from the downwind side?" Lu Zhanqi also reacted, and quickly turned around and walked towards the sand dunes on the other side. If it is excreted at the upwind outlet, when the wind blows, all the stench will come to the downwind outlet. Lu Zhanqi has no experience of traveling in the wild before, so he doesn't understand this at all. At this time, he was reminded by Yu Hangai a little. Shen Feng lay on the ground, opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky, thinking about his relatives in his hometown, not knowing how their lives are going, or whether they will be deceived. Shen Feng didn't fall asleep all night, and after a whole day of stressful travel, Shen Feng is now in a trance, and fell asleep unconsciously. However, at this moment, Lu Zhanqi's cry for help came from a distance. "Help! Help! There are monsters!" Both Yu Hangai and Shen Feng have keen hearing, and they started to act the moment they heard the cry for help, especially Shen Feng, who woke up instantly when he heard the cry for help in the distance, and then cast accompanying like the wind and moved towards downwind. Rushed out. Shen Feng's speed was so fast that he disappeared on the spot almost in the blink of an eye, and then Yu Hangai told Slok, "Old man, you stay here for me and keep an eye on the car and supplies." Afterwards, Yu Hangai didn't care whether the old man understood his instructions, and immediately turned around and rushed out following Shen Feng. When Shen Feng arrived at the place where he called for help, he saw that Lu Zhanqi was falling to the bottom of the sand. His whole body was sunk in the sand, only his head and hands were exposed, but the sand had already submerged to the position of his chin. Mr. Shen, save me quickly, I don't want to die. Lu Zhanqi was still a child, and when he was about to be dragged under the sand, he cried for help with tears all over his face. When Shen Feng saw the scene at this time, two words appeared in his mind: quicksand. I have long heard that quicksand is the scariest thing in the desert. When there is an underground river under the desert, as long as the underground river starts to flow and drive the sand to flow, the originally hard sand will immediately become fluid. No matter it is human or other animals, if they are submerged in quicksand, they will definitely die. Shen Feng quickly cast walking on water, using the wind to support his body, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Zhanqi's hands, and said, "Where's the monster you just mentioned? Why didn't I see it?" When Shen Feng came here, he only found Lu Zhanqi, who had fallen into the quicksand, and did not find any monsters around him, so Shen Feng was very worried. Did the monster hide? Lu Zhanqi quickly explained, "It's just under the sand, and now this monster is still grabbing my foot, it hasn't let go yet." Shen Feng couldn't believe it. What kind of monster could hide under the sand? Desert worm? But doesn't this thing only appear in the game? Shen Feng grabbed Lu Zhanqi's hands and lifted them up, but failed. Lu Zhanqi didn't move at all. He was obviously not big and looked very thin, but he couldn't bring him to the ground at all. Lu Zhanqi cried out in pain, "Mr. Shen, I'm about to be torn apart by you, don't use any more force, otherwise, I will be cut into two pieces." Seeing the situation in front of him, Shen Feng was immediately at a loss. Now that the enemy was hiding under the sand and grabbed Lu Zhanqi's feet, it was impossible to rescue him. The moon had also come out at this time, and the desert was silvery white. Shen Feng looked around, but he couldn't see anything except the cactus. Now, Shen Feng didn't know how to find the enemy. Fortunately, Yu Hangai was in a hurry at this time. "Come over." While running, Yu Hangai shouted, "Brother Feng, I'm here, where's the enemy?" As Yu Hangai ran, the sand began to vibrate. Suddenly, there was movement under the sand, and there were bumps in the sand, and these bumps were still approaching Yu Hangai, as if something was under the ground. As if moving, the place where this bulge passes, the sand also bulges in a line. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng quickly reminded, "Be careful underground, the enemy is underground. Change the trajectory." Yu Hangai looked around in a daze, and suddenly saw a trail spreading from a distance, and immediately became careful. When the bump under the sand appeared beside him, Yu Hangai directly dodged the bump with a lazy donkey rolling. However, the bump on the ground seemed to be able to turn. Suddenly, the bump changed its course, turned a corner on the ground, and suddenly approached Yu Hangai on the ground again. Yu Hangai continued to dodge, avoiding the bump on the sand, while Shen Feng watched this scene from the side, and his doubts became deeper and deeper. What kind of monster is there underground? Lu Zhanqi, what monster did you see just now? Tell me quickly, otherwise, I will not be able to save you. Shen Feng hurriedly asked Lu Zhengqi, and now only Lu Zhengqi has seen the monster with his own eyes, and he can only let Lu Zhengqi give it to him. There is an answer, Lu Zhengqi said with a crying voice. Mr. Shen, I didn't see it clearly either. I just saw tentacles waving in the sky like octopuses. When I saw this monster, I wanted to run away. But it immediately went underground and reached out and grabbed my foot. Tentacles? How many tentacles are there? Shen Feng asked hastily. How did Lu Zhengqi remember so many tentacles? When he saw danger, his first reaction was to run away, and the number of tentacles in his memory became uncertain. There are about a dozen tentacles. No, there should be more than 20 root. Still not right, it should be more than 30 roots. Listening to Lu Zhengqi's uncertain reply, Shen Feng frowned and didn't know what to say. He didn't know what a few people were, and he didn't know how many tentacles the enemy had. How to deal with this? At this time, Yu Henggai was also in danger. He only wanted to dodge the sand bumps in front of him, but he didn't notice two pitch-black tentacles suddenly appeared behind him. Two tentacles suddenly emerged from the sand, and entangled Yu Henggai's legs directly. Yu Henggai struggled hard, but it was useless. It was pulled downwards, and Yu Henggai's legs fell into the sand uncontrollably. If it continues, not only Lu Zhengqi will be dragged into the sand, but even Yu Henggai will be lost. Yu Henggai also became anxious at this time, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, Brother Feng, get ready, I'm going to use my supernatural power. 5 times the gravity zone. Yu Henggai didn't want to die at all, but he couldn't break free from the shackles on his feet, and was being pulled down continuously. He saw that he would be pulled under the sand after a while, and he panicked immediately. In desperation, he just can grit its teeth and exert 5 times the force of gravity. Boom! Within 1 kilometer, the gravity instantly increased, and the dust diffused from the ground everywhere. With Yu Henggai's reminder, Shen Feng was quite prepared. His legs were spread apart, and his body was slightly bent. He was ready to bear the powerful force. As a result, the moment the gravity field appeared, Lu Zhengqi couldn't bear the gravity at first, and fainted instantly. The tentacle immediately stopped pulling Yu Henggai, as if it was affected by gravity. Yu Henggai wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was relieved, finally stopped falling. Now it seems that it is enough to find a way to get out. However, suddenly the tentacle started to move again, grabbing Yu Henggai and continuing to drag it down. Yu Henggai's legs fell into the sand again, and gradually, Yu Henggai's calves were covered by the sand. Brother Feng, save me. That kid is not important anymore. Translators are available at any time, and there is only one brother. We are good brothers who worship you. You can't give up your real brother just because of a brat. Yu Henggai said at that time. I had no choice but to ask Shen Feng for help. Shen Feng looked at Lu Zhengqi in his hand, and looked at Yu Henggai in the distance. He also knew who was more important. First of all, Yu Henggai was a supernatural being. He had the same goal as himself, which was to return to this Honghua. In order to prove his true devotion, also needs Yu Henggai to explain the truth of the matter. No matter from which aspect he looks at it, he should choose to save Yu Henggai. However, Shen Feng was puzzled at this time, and murmured, why didn't I suffer from the tentacle attack? Is the monster kind? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is impossible for a monster to let go of any prey. So, me and these two, is there any difference in the individual? Brother Feng, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and save me, and then the two of us will run together. Don't hesitate. If that kid dies, I will burn incense for him every year. That's all right. Good man, don't hesitate, I'm more useful. Yu Henggai saw that Shen Feng was in a daze at this time, and quickly started calling for help. Yu Henggai thought that Shen Feng was out of kindness, and he didn't want to let go of the young translator in his hands. This is not the time for mother-in-law. Life-saving is the most important thing. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it carefully, and suddenly he understood the reason why he was not attacked, that is walking on water. Zio. You, remove your ability, then lie flat on the ground to increase your force receiving area. Shen Feng quickly pointed to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai didn't know why Shen Feng said that, but he believed that Shen Feng didn't point out for no reason, so he gave up using the gravity field and lay back on the ground. Shen Feng continued to point. You lift your foot slowly, and lift 1 foot off the ground. Chapter 449. Yu Henggai continued to do the same. After lying on the ground, the force-bearing area increased, and it was really difficult to be dragged into the sand. Then, he slowly lifted his foot, and the strength on the tentacles was too strong. He could only lift his feet up little by little. These were gray-black tentacles, which looked very dry. "Keep this movement, I'll save you right away," Shen Feng said to Yu Hengyi at this time. Wind blades began to condense in the air. Dozens of wind blades condensed successfully, and then flew towards Yu Hengyi in unison. Yu Hengyi was lying on the ground, not daring to move at all, and at this time the wind blade had already arrived here, the wind blade cut the tentacles fiercely, and in an instant, the tentacle was cut off by the wind blade, and the pitch black the tentacles fell on the snow-white sand, and Yu Hengyi felt that he had escaped from the sky. Now, slowly raise the other foot, slowly, without causing any vibration. Shen Feng continued to say seriously. Yu Hengyi saw that one of the tentacles on his foot had been cut off. Thanks to Shen Feng's guidance, he did not dare to oppose Shen Feng, but slowly lifted the other foot up, and Shen Feng continued to do the same. And raise his right leg. Shen Feng used the wind blade again to cut off the tentacles of Yu Hengyi's right leg. Yu Hengyi slowly lowered his legs, lay on the ground and asked, "Brother Feng, what should I do next?" Shen Feng said, "Quickly pick up the tentacles on the ground, approach me, and then grab Lu Zhangqi's hands. Give me the tentacles." When Yu Hengyi heard what Shen Feng said, he was a little speechless, and couldn't help but said, "Brother Feng, it's already this time. Why do you still care about this kid? It's good that the two of us can run away. What the hell does he do? Don't talk nonsense. It's only been a day. You need the help of a meteorologist for the rest of the journey. Can you do the translation? Can't you? It's hard to come by. Come here and grab this kid's hand. If you are caught, I can continue to chop it off for you." Shen Feng said angrily. Yu Hengyi was helpless. Even though he wanted to continue taking risks, he didn't care about it anymore. He quickly grabbed the two severed tentacles on the ground, and ran towards Shen Feng's side at high speed. His speed reached the limit, faster than ordinary humans. How many? And Yu Hengyi's movement immediately attracted the things under the sand, and there were more than a dozen protrusions appearing under the sand, and they ran after Yu Hengyi's footsteps. When Yu Hengyi arrived at Shen Feng's side, he threw the tentacles in his hand, and then grabbed Lu Zhangqi's arm, and Lu Zhangqi was still in a coma at this time. After all, he was a child, and suddenly suffered a huge shock. It is easy to faint. Shen Feng caught the two tentacles and began to observe carefully. The two tentacles were shriveled and hard. They didn't look like animal tentacles at all. Whether it was the tentacles of an octopus or a squid, they were softer and softer than this. It's not a tentacle, it's a vine. Shen Feng made a judgment immediately. The thing in front of him couldn't be a tentacle, it could only be a vine, which meant that the thing under the sand was a kind of plant. Whatever he is, how do we deal with the enemy now? Yu Hengyi said anxiously, and Yu Hengyi didn't notice it for a while, and was tied up by a dozen vines that suddenly appeared behind him. Now, not only Lu Zhangqi was going to be dragged down, but even Yu Hengyi couldn't escape. Shen Feng looked at the appearance of Yu Hengyi and Lu Zhangqi at this time, thought carefully for a moment, and said, "Xiao Yu, do you trust Big Brother?" Yu Hengyi has already fallen to this point. What else can he say? And replied with a bitter face, "I trust you, Big Brother. There is no need to talk nonsense now. Hurry up and save me." Shen Feng replied, "Since you trust me, then stay here, and I will come back to save you right away." After saying this, Shen Feng didn't hesitate, cast walk like the wind and slipped away to the distance. The speed was so fast that the things under the sand couldn't catch up at all. Seeing this scene, Yu Hengyi couldn't help asking, "Brother Feng, what do you mean?" "Shen Feng, come back." Yu Hengyi's shouts failed to restore Shen Feng's leaving heart. Shen Feng left here without looking back, and disappeared on the sand dunes not far away in the blink of an eye. Yu Hengyi is going crazy. You Shen Feng is really nothing. Just now I asked you to run with me and you didn't listen. Now you run away by yourself. It's really disrespectful. You are a big brother for nothing. This is how you treat brothers of Shen Feng, you bastard. Don't play with me like this. If you want to leave, take me with you." Yu Hengyi said painfully at this time. Lu Zhangqi, who was buried in the yellow sand up to his neck, opened his eyes. He finally woke up, but found that the person who grabbed him had changed. It was Shen Feng who was holding him just now, but at this moment, he was holding him. The person turned into Yu Hengyi. "Mr. Yu, why are you saving me? Where did Mr. Shen go?" Lu Zhangqi asked hastily. Yu Hengyi said angrily, "This bastard ran away. Only you and me are left. He is not loyal. After we die later, you remember, When you meet God in heaven, remember to let God take Shen Feng sent to hell. Mr. Can't you go to heaven? Lu Zhangqi asked curiously. Yu Hengyi smiled helplessly, and said, I am a firm materialist fighter, how can I believe in the existence of God? After I die, I probably went to see Marx, and I hope he can accept me. Yu Hengyi didn't expect that he would inevitably be dragged under the sand in the end, and he couldn't express the depression in his heart, and he also complained about Shen Feng. He clearly wanted to walk with him before, but he insisted on observing the tentacles, so that he also was brought in. However, at this moment, Shen Feng's figure reappeared on the hill in the distance, holding a gasoline barrel in his hand, and rushing towards here. Yu Hengyi, did you scold me? Shen Feng rushed over and asked directly. Seeing Shen Feng's reappearance, Yu Hengyi was ecstatic immediately, and quickly replied, Brother, I don't have one. I have always admired you for your character. My admiration for you is like a torrential river, and it is like a flood of the Yellow River. It's out of control. As the saying goes, birds fly far away with phoenixes, and people are virtuous and self-exalting. I am lucky to be by your side, big brother. How dare I insult you? Shen Feng didn't answer, grabbed the gasoline barrel and splashed it on the sand, walking around while splashing. As Shen Feng walked, suddenly, bumps appeared on the surrounding ground, and these bumps continued. They approached Shen Feng, like earthworms hiding in the ground. Brother Feng, be careful, something underground is coming. Yu Hengyi hastily reminded Shen Feng. Shen Feng poured gasoline unhurriedly, and said in his mouth, all I want is for these things to come closer. Shen Feng moved on the ground and hurriedly, while dodging, he drew a circle with gasoline on the ground. Finally, Shen Feng was surrounded by protrusions in all directions, and all the gasoline in Shen Feng's hands also seeped into the ground. At this time, all the underground vines came out, and all the dark vines moved towards Shen Feng, ready to catch Shen Feng. When there was no time left, Shen Feng performed accompanying like the wind, displayed his speed, and disappeared in place in an instant. The speed was so fast that even the vines in the ground couldn't react. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng took out a kerosene lighter, opened it and threw it out. The lighter fell on the ground soaked in gasoline, and immediately ignited a raging flame. These dozen or so vines were set on fire on the spot, and these vines seemed to feel great pain, and quickly shrunk down. Plants are naturally afraid of flames, and as long as they come into contact with flames, they will easily be wiped out. Therefore, as long as when flames appear, plants will start to dodge at the same time, the vines on Yu Hengyi's body also disappeared, and a dozen or so vines all shrank back towards the ground. Yu Hengyi grabbed Lu Zhangqi and lifted it up. This time, Lu Zhangqi came out of the sand without any damage. It's just that when he was dragged down just now, he got a lot of sand in his mouth, so he could only keep and spit out all the sand in his mouth. Shen Feng threw the red gasoline barrel on the sand and taught Yu Hengyi a lesson. You need to use your brain in everything. If the rivers and lakes are dangerous, then retreat. This sentence is fine, but if you retreat when you encounter danger, that is cowardice. Small. Yu Hengyi thought of his panic before, and suddenly his face became dull, and he was ashamed. Shen Feng saw the ugly behavior, and now he was pointed at him, so he could only let Shen Feng do what he did. Suddenly, Yu Hengyi saw that Lu Zhangqi's trousers were already wet a lot, and immediately laughed. It turns out that there are people who are more scared than me. Ever since, Yu Hengyi also found an outlet to vent, pinched Lu Zhangqi's face, and said, Boy, you also need to practice your courage. It seems that you don't need to go to the bathroom anymore. Let's go back. Shen Feng nodded and said, Now that the plants under the desert are scared, let's leave now. In the sand, this thing can't move faster than a car. Shen Feng speculates that there are mutated plants under this desert, and only mutated plants will actively attack people. Ordinary plants at most contain toxins in their bodies, and it is impossible to actively attack humans. Returning to the original resting point, Yu Hengyi saw the bruise on Slot's face, and immediately became puzzled, and asked, Old man, what's wrong with your face? Why is it all bruised all of a sudden? Lu Zhangqi hurriedly translated Yu Hengyi's question. Mr. Slot covered his face and said, I don't know why, just now I suddenly felt extremely heavy, and my head hit the car, and it returned to normal after a while. This place is really strange. Yu Hengyi shrank his head, not going to continue talking about this topic. It seems that the old man was injured just now because he used a supernatural power. The enemy was not affected by gravity, but his own was injured. Regarding this spot, Yu Hengai did not intend to carrying. Let's drive. Don't rest. There are monsters under the sand here. Let's hurry up. Shen Feng said. Yu Hengai hurriedly drove. Everyone quickly got into the car, and the group continued to drive east. After midnight, the car drove into a saline alkali land. In this place, even cacti did not grow. The whole ground was flat and smooth, and there was a layer of thin crystals. These things are mineral salts. Australia has the largest saline alkali zone in the world. There are some basic animals and plants living in the desert, but there is no sign of life in the saline alkali zone. Even beetles will walk around this place. The reason is very simple. Survive around saline soil with no water, salt everywhere, and no food. It's a Jedi. Before I knew it, the moon had also set, and I couldn't see anything in the saline alkali land except for the lights of the cars driving in such a vast place. Yu Hengai also had fun. The surroundings are flat, there are no obstacles, not even a stone can be seen. Just drive forward. There is no need to think about turning skills. At one point, Yu Hengai's speed soared to 180 yards, which was also the limit of the pickup truck. No matter how hard he stepped on the accelerator, it was impossible to continue to increase the speed. At the same time, the gasoline consumed by the car was also doubling. When he was about to leave the saline alkali land, Yu Hengai saw a lake, which was blue and looked very beautiful under the light. Take a break. It will be dawn in 2 hours. Take a break now. Shen Feng suggested. Okay, I'm sleepy too, but resting here, won't I be attacked? Yu Hengai was a little worried about safety. Chapter 450. Crazy Rabbit. Shen Feng thought for a while, stomped his feet hard, and stepped on the saline alkali ground. It was very strong. On this kind of ground, mutated plants would definitely not be able to move freely, so he directly replied, relax and rest. This is a saline alkaline ground, and it is not easy for plants to grow on it. It grows here. What is a barren land? This is a barren land. Yu Hengai thinks this is also the case. Doesn't it mean that plants will lose water when they encounter a high-temperature environment? In the saline alkali land, once the underground plants get close, they will lose water and die. Resting here is not dangerous. There were no tents in the car, only blankets, and everyone just lay on the blankets to sleep, covering their bodies with clothes and other things. Fortunately, it was in Australia, and it was summer, and the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees, so it would not freeze people. But Lu Zhangqi walked towards the lake at this time, still holding a plastic basin in his hand. Hey, boy, the water here is undrinkable. Don't be crazy. The water here is full of heavy metal ions. If you take a sip, your organs will fail immediately. Shen Feng saw Lu Zhangqi's movements and immediately stopped him. The kid must be looking for short-sightedness, Lu Zhangqi said with some embarrassment. I'm not going to drink water. I'm going to take a bath, because I may smell a little bit. Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng looked at Lu Zhangqi's actions at this time, and suddenly understood that this kid was going to wash off the smell of urine on his body. For a teenager, peeing his pants is still too embarrassing. His choice is understandable, but this is in saline alkali land. Okay, you'd better wash it with the water from the car. Shen Feng said, dissatisfied. It's best not to touch the water in these saline alkaline lands. There are so many heavy metal ions. If you are poisoned, we can't help you. But now in the desert, water is very precious. Lu Zhangqi hesitated. Shen Feng winked at Yu Hengai, and Yu Hengai didn't bother to talk nonsense. He hugged a large bucket on the car, and said, put the plastic basin away. It's just a basin of water, it's grinding. Lu Zhangqi quickly put the basin on the ground, with a grateful expression on his face. This was the first time someone treated him so well. Since the end of the world, his father was also killed by zombies, so he could only stay on the mountain with the survivors. He has to work every day, and he doesn't have enough to eat, so he needs to be driven out carefully, which honed his cautious character. Now, he feels the warmth from a foreigner, and he is immediately moved. Shen Feng lay on the blanket and began to think, what are the plants under the desert? It stands to reason that there should be no vines in the desert, and the method of catching prey is to rely on the vibration of the sand to find the location. Once you don't feel the vibration, you won't be able to find the enemy, most likely because you don't have eyesight or sense of smell. Shen Feng has seen quite a lot of mutated plants, but the only one that can move is the one raised in Yazhou. It is kept in a laboratory to produce evolutionary agents, and the area where it lives is inseparable from water sources, but mutated plants that actively prey on prey also appeared in the desert, which is strange. The desert is so short of water, what kind of plants have successfully mutated in it? After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't figure it out, and finally chose to sleep, and had to continue on his way 2 hours later after the sun reappeared. The sun shone on Shen Feng's face, and Shen Feng also woke up leisurely. He looked around and saw that everyone was still asleep. Wrinkled tightly, I don't know if I am missing the lover of my dream. Shen Feng walked to the side of the car first, picked up the bottle and drank a bottle of water, and then began to knock on the steel pipe on the pickup truck. Clang, clang, clang. Wake up, get ready to go, don't sleep. When you reach your destination, you can sleep however you want. Shen Feng also urged Yu Henggai had good physical strength and woke up quickly. Although there were dark circles on his face, he was refreshed after wiping clean water on his face, while Lu's Hanky and Slaughter were a little slow. Although foreigners have never seen the white-haired girl, but now they feel that they were squeezed by Wang Shiren in foreign countries. Wang Shiren has a nice name called capitalist. When exploiting, he does not need whips or sticks. He can deprive others of the fruits of their labor with paper and pen. Everyone got into the car, and then continued to set off towards the distance. After leaving the Saline Alkali Land, they flew for another morning, and the car finally drove out of the big desert. There are dots of green, with cacti and weeds growing, and the shadow of kangaroos can be seen further away. This is the desert red kangaroo, which lives on the edge of the desert. In this harsh environment, the red kangaroo reproduction is guaranteed, and hunters basically won't come here. Brother Feng, there seem to be quite a lot of these kangaroos, be careful of them rushing over. Yu Henggai looked at the kangaroos in front of him and couldn't help but remind Shen Feng, it's okay, these kangaroos' defense is weak, my windblade can kill them all, as long as they dare to approach. Shen Feng said directly. Shen Feng once killed a mutant kangaroo on the grassland before. This big kangaroo is really strong. The average human is no match at all, but its defense power is not as good as that of a wild boar. The wild boar has rough skin and thick meat. You can still make leather shoes, but not kangaroo fur. The kangaroos did not attack the car, but stood and watched from a distance. It has been 2 years since humans appeared here. The kangaroos born in these 2 years have never seen a human driving a car. Curious seeing that he had crossed the desert in 1 day and 1 night plus 1 morning, Sloth finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, after crossing the desert, the most difficult journey has been passed, and almost half of the journey has been gone. The rest of the road can probably be completed in the middle of the night. There are often roads on the grassland, and the speed will be faster if you start along the road. Not all countries can build roads in the desert. Australia, known as the country of Yangbai Mountain, can only build roads in the grasslands in the east. It is impossible for them to build useless roads with taxpayers' money, and only in the grasslands. Here and there you can find roads. Here and there the pickup drove into the depths of the grassland, but the green color of the grassland here seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The ground was blue-yellow, and only grass roots could be seen, which seemed to have been eaten. Brother Feng, look, there are so many holes on the ground. Yu Henggai suddenly became nervous when he saw densely packed holes suddenly appearing on the ground. Yu Henggai did not forget the zombies he encountered in the outskirts of Yanjing. At that time, the zombies dug countless holes in the ground, and he almost died in the ground. Fortunately, Qin Kui was with him at that time and opened up the tunnel from the ground. Go up to the hole on the upper floor, so that you can leave the underground. Obviously, Yu Henggai suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. When he saw the entrance of the cave, he remembered a battle in Yanjing, and he almost failed to get out of the cave. Shen Feng also saw the caves on the ground. The diameter of these caves is about 30 centimeters. If there were only such a large hole, the animals under the cave would not be particularly large, and it is impossible for zombies to hide in the grassland. It's okay, these holes are relatively small, and there can't be too many animals. Shen Feng said quickly. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng continued to drive through the grassland. The wheels became bumpy when walking on the bumpy ground. If there was no road, walking on the grassland would not be fast at all. Boom. Boom boom. The place where the car passed was violently bumped due to the shaking. The body of the car was made of steel plates, but it was not welded firmly, and there were gaps in many places. This bump was heard. Noisy sound. It was 11 o'clock at this time, and Shen Feng planned to find a flat place to have lunch again, But after going deep into this bumpy grassland, he couldn't find a flat place at all. The temperature has also risen at this time. The sun is shining straight from the sky, and the temperature can reach more than 30 degrees Celsius. In order to cool off, Shen Feng can only sit in the car wearing short sleeves, but it is still very hot. There is no way. I had no choice but to endure it. Who made this place close to the tropics? Lu Zhangqi originally wanted to sleep in the car while driving, and usually at this time, he didn't need an interpreter, just to supplement his sleep. However, at this time, the journey was bumpy, and Lu Zhangqi couldn't sleep, so he had to half open his eyes and look out of the window. Except that the grassland was a cave, there was nothing new at all. Suddenly, a small head popped out of a cave. Lu Zhangqi quickly rubbed his eyes and looked towards the cave, only to find that it was the head of a rabbit, and it was a gray rabbit, with two ears drooping behind the head and eyes. It's red and it's staring at the car. It turned out to be a rabbit hole. Lu Zhangqi muttered. The proliferation of rabbits in Australia is well known. To deal with these rampant rabbits, Australians can say that they have exhausted their methods. Whether it is hunting every year or putting viruses in rabbits, all the methods that can be thought of have been used. On the one hand, it still cannot effectively reduce the number of rabbits, so it is easy to see rabbits in Australia. Suddenly, small and exquisite heads appeared in every rabbit hole. It turned out that rabbits showed their heads one by one, and they got out of the holes one after another, and started chasing the car fiercely. If it is on flat ground, it is obviously impossible for the rabbit to catch up with a high-speed car, but now the ground is full of potholes, and the rabbits are chasing from behind, and the distance between them and the car is constantly getting closer. Mr. Shen, the rabbit is rushing towards us, let's run. Lu Zhang said to Shen Feng in a panic. After Shen Feng heard what Lu Zhangqi said, he didn't care. He looked in the rearview mirror and said, "You are too timid, aren't you just a rabbit? With such a small size, why worry? No matter how many rabbits there are, it can't hurt us either." Mr. Shen, these rabbits can eat people. When I was at the base, I read the news that some hunters hunted on the grassland, and the rabbits ate all their bones and dross. Moreover, there are so many rabbit holes now. I'm afraid the number is unimaginable. Millions of them are possible. Lu Zhang said in a panic. When Shen Feng heard this introduction, he couldn't help being concerned. The mutated beasts he faced in Yuzhou were mainly those in the mountains. Although there were also mutated rabbits, the number would not be too many. Mutant beasts are mainly wild boars and mice. Wild boars have almost no natural enemies in the mountains in the south. After all, there are basically no wolves and tigers in the south, and they can only be seen in zoos. Shen Feng didn't know what it would be like to be besieged by countless rabbits, so he could only deal with it carefully. The number of rabbits coming out of the rabbit hole has become more and more. Tens of thousands of rabbits came out of the hole and ran towards the pickup truck, gradually converging into a torrent. For these mutated rabbits, the usual time is eating grass for a living, so many rabbits gathered together, and even gnawed away the turf. However, if animals appeared in front of them, they would also eat meat. Yu Hangai looked at the pile of rabbits behind the car, and couldn't help but said, "Crazy, these rabbits are all crazy. Not only did they not run away when they saw humans, but they even rushed over. It's unbelievable. If it is a huge mutant beast attacking humans, Yu Hangai will not think there's any problem. After all, with its size, no matter whether it is a lion or a tiger, they will eat people, but rabbits, the bottom species of the animal kingdom, have also started to attack humans. This is unimaginable." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.